Yeah, for anyone that's already here, I'm basically just sending out the URLs to the different Discord servers so everybody knows that we're live now. I'll probably take a couple of minutes to do. Well, yeah, I'll send it to the Liga one, may as well. I'll send it anywhere I possibly can. Unstoppable Sweatsy, let's go. Nice. So we already got some viewers here. That's awesome. It's awesome. Right. Just waiting for people to come. We usually begin at about the 10-minute mark. Just give people the time to show up early. Yep, I see the number of viewers coming in is going up, so that's pretty good. Let's see all the people coming in. Welcome, viewers. How's your day going today? Is it going good? Yeah, it's going good for me too. This has been a pretty busy weekend for me this week, you know? Yesterday I did the Helter Skelter 2 versus 2 stream over on the Royal Clan Twitch. I'm hoping that it's over on the YouTube channel of theirs by now, so maybe you could go find that. And once I confirm that it's, out there, I'll probably just put a link to it up into a chat message on my channel, so people can find it easier. Just like I did with the randomization stream that I was part of. It was kind of interesting doing that for the first time. Doing a 2 versus 2 live stream in DE. It's the first ever such tournament I ever did with the, with a bunch of people. Because previously in DE, when I was doing the 2 versus 2, I was always doing it like offhanded recordings without the live stream, so I was like doing VOD material. This was sort of my first time doing like a real 100% legitimate tournament coverage stream with the full overlay and OBS and having to set up all the things before stream. So that was a bit of an interesting project to put together. I spent the previous night sort of getting that set up and reading everything over, making sure I got everything set up. And I think for the most part, that setup stuff went up pretty well. I was able to change the flags, I was able to change the numbers on the scores, keep up with that. So, I was able to learn pretty quickly, the different mechanics of the overlay and how to set it up for each match. So yeah, that was pretty good. I mean, if I wanted to be like Super Ninja, I probably could have learned to hide those elements and, change stuff around, but, I was fine with just typing it in as I went around, between the two scenes, because basically the overlay they gave me at Royal Clan had 2 different scenes, one for the game, and one for the, some sort of graphic that included map. Well, initially it only included score and the player names and the civ flags. And inside the flag, you would put a green checkbox or like a red X if they won or lost that team. So yeah, and then towards the end of setting that up, somebody said, why don't you add the maps? So we worked together and got those maps added in as well so I could update that. Hola, buenas tardes a todos. Luis Molone Gajardo Alos. Salud desde Chile. Oh, nice. We got a Juanito Bonito with us today. That's great. Hopefully we can get as many Juanitos as possible for this stream. This is in fact a Juanito Bonito Tornamento, I would say. Most of our participants are Juanitos, actually. I'm probably the only Americano in the tournament, I would say. Actually, isn't COE in the Liga B? He's technically Egyptian, right? It's not a Juanito. So yeah, there's only 2 non-Juanitos in the whole Liga, I think. If I recall. Unless Vanguard is in it too for some reason. Yeah. And it's kind of an awesome thing that I got to do the Royal Clan stream first before I did this one, because I knew if I did this one on Saturday, my voice would have been so dried out and hoarse and stuff for speaking for many hours, and I wouldn't want to do like the Royal Clan one afterwards. So I did the little one first, so it wouldn't be too much of a hit to my system, and then I, went for the bigger one at the end. So then I can just hold off on casting for a day or two if I have to. Sometimes it doesn't really matter that much, and I can just keep going and going afterwards for a little while, because I do have a lot of millions of casted recordings from Aaliyah to accomplish. Yeah, definitely. A lot of those will get done. You'll probably enjoy a lot of those. Some of which are actually sitting on YouTube right now in my queue of sort of unpublished uploads so far, so you'll get to enjoy some of those. Good variety. We got some supremacies, got some death matches. We even have a treaty 40 minutes that I thought for some reason it was good. It was like an hour 40 minutes long, but I sort of misread the comment and I realized it's closer to like an hour. So you might hear me mentioning an hour and 40 minutes towards the start, and then I slowly realized what I was doing, going, oh, wait a second, maybe it's not. Yeah, but it was a great coverage of the treaty, though. I went over so much stuff about late game strategies and treaty, and I'm sure you'll enjoy that. Be really fun. So right now it looks like we're almost towards the 10-minute mark. I mean, I don't know if I should give you an extra minute or two, because I was technically spending like multiple minutes there sending out stuff to Discord, so everybody know that I'm live in case they want to come and see it live. This is obviously being saved automatically onto YouTube as a VOD, so clearly we don't have to worry about seeing it live. We can always see it later too, which is great. I love how YouTube lets you save your streams as a VOD, so you don't actually have to go through the lengthy uploading process, because I remember the old days not too long ago when I used to have to take these live streams and sit through basically watching a bunch of YouTube content for like 8 hours straight just to let the thing upload, and it basically took forever to do. Yeah. So yeah, definitely. I do see more people showing up. We're at about 3 concurrent viewers now, so people are starting to come. So I might wait 1 extra minute to see if people show up. If not, we can start right away, because we got a lot of matches to do today. When did you start playing AoE 3? Well, I started playing AoE 3, if I do the math in my head, probably since 2012, I would like to say. I started off with probably doing the basic free trial version of it around then, and then I slowly built my way up to doing TAD, the Asian Dynasties. Around like 2014, I started doing the Napoleonic era, and then in 2015, towards the end of there, then I obviously got to do Wars of Liberty right the day it came out. But I was actually aware of Wars of Liberty since probably 2012, 2013, and was constantly following its development. I didn't know at the time if that mod would actually ever be released. It didn't sound like they were making really good progress back then, so I didn't know what was going on. And then one day, actually, when I was telling Hoop Thrower in the ModDB page, how do I get the Triple Alliance installed to my AoE 3, he sort of told me something and said, he basically told me, there's really no reason to install War of the Triple Alliance. This mod should be released pretty soon anyways. And I'm like, really? Nobody's ever said that before. Like, he was legit giving me a warning saying, there's really no point in downloading this old ancient mod. We're going to release the good thing pretty soon. And about like a month later, Wars of Liberty was released. I played it the first day, I think probably before everybody else was, because, surprise, surprise, the first day Wars of Liberty came out, the installer had some corruption issue and it never worked. So I had to wait probably like 10, 12 hours later for them to get the fixed version. I downloaded it and I spent that night playing Zulu and Egyptians and a couple of other civs. It was really fun, you know. And then the next day I picked up more African civs, I played Brazil, I did Argentina. I wanted to play every single civ out there in Mapuche. It was really a good time. Been playing with him since 2013. Oh, it's true, yeah. But we were doing HD edition back then. Now it's DE. There's actually a surprising number of people that still do HD edition, and I receive a lot of invites to there from people who used to befriend me back in the days of HD edition. It's a lot of people like it, I guess, because it's not as intensive on your computer. It's the old school AoE 2, and people clearly don't have disk drives to go back and play the Conquerors, which is probably the better one to go for because it has better mod support and stuff. But, you know, if you want to get the Conquerors, you'll probably need a Juanito version to get that working. That's for sure. So let's begin. It's about like 13 minutes in, and we got a lot of streaming to do today. I'm just gonna start like the formal part of it now, and I'm gonna do a recorded copy of this in case the VOD doesn't get saved for whatever reason. I think it should be saved, but you definitely want to back up just in case. I made sure I had enough disk space for it. It usually is like a 30 gigabyte video when it's done, because the graphics in this game aren't that hard to save. So we'll begin right now. Welcome everyone, it is Unstoppable Stilezzi, and we're here with the Age of Empires 3 Wars of Liberty Liga A Week 3 matches. So this is the third week of the tournament, and I'm going to be going through all of the matches everybody did for this. We got quite a few matches to do today. I was looking through the files, and it looks like we do indeed have about at least 2 tiebreakers matches to go through, so like 2 encounters that involve 3 matches in them, so a lot of games to play. It looks like here, first we got the Chorizo versus Adri. For some reason, there was a typo and the top one says Sadri. Is that it's supposed to be is that intentional, or is that like a typo? Because I could see that sort of being like an intentional typo there, like Adri is going to be sad or something. We'll see. We'll see if Chorizo does something really special here or not. It's taking a while to load, that's for sure. Alright, so let's get this view lock off so we can see what's going on. Chorizo with one of his main civs, the Mapuche. He loves this civ, he really does. He plays it kind of all the time, really. Sometimes he does well with them, sometimes I don't want to go into that, but we'll see. We'll see where he goes with that one. As for Adri, he is going with the Belgians. I think he's started to branch out towards the Belgians recently because he likes sort of their playstyle as a European civ. I really like the Belgian civ personally because, yeah, they're European, but they feel really diverse in the way that they play. And they're also really great on this map in particular because of this nice feature here that they start with called the Frontier Wagon. You can actually turn it into a trading post right from the start of the game, just like you see right here, and that gives you a really big advantage. You know, when you actually get another Frontier Wagon each time you age up in the game, which is really phenomenal. You know, you can put it on the trade site, of course. If you don't have trade sites, you can also put them on the native settlement too. But even if there's no, like, trade sockets on the map, it can also be made into an outpost for defense. or into a saloon/tavern to make mercenaries. So it's a really versatile wagon to have. Other than that, Belgium is really well known for its native warriors. They can actually always build the native embassy because they get access to 3 different African native warriors, no matter what game it is, basically. So they actually have native warriors written into their civ roster, which is really neat. You know, lots and lots of extra units to spam. But even if you don't like natives, they also get bicycle infantry that actually ride on little bikes. They're great against skirmishers and villagers because they get raiding multipliers too, as well as mounted elephant units too, and machine guns. Yeah, the Militaroos. So Belgium actually has a very unique roster as well as a pretty large roster as well. So definitely a really fun African/European civ to play. Yeah, they're European, but they have a lot of African influences. You'll see for different cards and units. Let's see what the deck they got is. So from a deck perspective, pretty standard competitive deck. In the fact that they got the Force Publique shipments here, these skirmishers. What makes them a bit different is they have a better rate of fire, I believe, than standard skirms, and they also have anti-native warrior multipliers. But I think statistically, damage and HP wise, they are a bit more fragile than the standard skirms, so watch out for that. Also, those machine guns, the Metralios, bicycle infantry, line infantry. You always tend to see steel guns for any European civ in Age 4, since that's basically heavy cannons. Really good cannon unit. Notice here how they changed Belgium to only have like 1 factory wagon here, the Sion Industriel. Not only does it give you a factory, it also improves the training time of the steel guns, so you can get heavy artillery quicker. And in fact, once you head towards the Imperial Age, it's Belgium, one of the politicians does in fact grant you a factory wagon. That was sort of a balanced attempt by the developers to prevent people from laming steel guns too easily as the Civ, when they were able to get 2 factory wagons a lot earlier. Because the manufacturing owner, who is the politician that gives you the factory wagon, used to be an industrial age politician, and they used to have 2 factory wagons available in, you know, the Age 4 slot. So you could basically not only be able to get 2 factories with that improved steel gun production really quickly, but, you know, you could get a backup factory wagon and store it away somewhere, even if somebody managed to burn one of them down, which was really nasty. So good thing they fixed that. Age-up-wise, they're going with the Artisan. This is basically the same thing as Quartermaster. It gives you about 400 wood. And with that 400 wood, you know, you can put down barracks stable, barracks 2 houses. You could build more native trade sites if you wanted to. Really anything that you want, certainly. And let's see what Chorizo's up to. Now, the funny thing about Chorizo and the Mapuche is, they don't actually have cards in a home city because they don't have a home city deck. You see all these warriors here, all these war chiefs, this one, this one, this one, this one, and this one. They actually have cards available in their UI for you to research. So really, Mapuche can access any card available to them in any match. You know, they're not limited by deck size, which grants them like 120 or so different cards that they can always use. And there's also a 6 war chief that's mounted that grants cavalry related cards as well, so consider that, like 6 of these war chiefs with all 18 of these like slots all filled with like cards. Really powerful stuff. So yeah, very powerful. In fact, you can see one being researched here right now, 5 villagers from Felipe Flores. Just basically, this one, the main war chief, grants you basically crates, villagers, town center wagons, as well as the hero-related improvements, so giving you access to the mounted war chief as well as the upgrade for their stats as well. I want to go over this unit right now. It's called the Maladanche. And basically, it throws a blast at their opponents, dealing heavy damage with the same multipliers of that of a skirmisher, anti-heavy and anti-light cav / maneuver. Its hand attack, though, is that of a musketeer that counters cavalry units. So really, this sort of acts as like a musketeer skirmisher hybrid, and thus it has the tags down here of both skirmish and heavy infantry, making it a really powerful unit. And when you use it at the start of the match like this, it does a lot of damage. See that? It basically cut its HP down to about half. It only takes about 2-3 volleys to kill a villager with these things. And he's actually going to try to counter him with line infantry. It was the line infantry shipment because he was just able to queue up 5 more from the racks. I don't know about heavy infantry like this. The only thing that really protects them here is their hand armor, because the ranged attack of the Mawadanche is actually hack damage, not pierce damage. So they do get a bit of protection from the damage overall, but the multiplier ends up equating the damage total to being about still 40 or something. Or 45, so you definitely have to be careful with your line infantry. And of course, the chorizo, like he's doing right now, can try to kite you and basically avoid as much bullets as possible. Yeah, exactly. Now, this is a cool thing on the Mendocino map. You know, you get this little cliff here, so it prevents the animals from running too far away from the TC, making herding that much easier. It's definitely very helpful. So what is the ultimate plan of the Belgians right now? Where are they going? So I think after dealing with those Mawadanche, it looks like they're going to duke this out probably in H2 for the foreseeable future. I can see them shipping hussars. They're also training the grenadier unit. People who just play Legacy might be asking themselves, why are you queuing up grenadiers from a barracks? Well, the thing is, grenadiers are not the same unit that you remember, at least most of them anyways. What these European grenadiers do is, they throw a grenade as a charged attack, meaning they only get to throw one, and then they engage in musket combat, basically shooting. And then after about 60 seconds or 1 minute, the grenade comes back and then they can throw another grenade again, making them work like actual grenadier soldiers in a European military. Instead of something we would call a bombardier, which is a soldier that just threw bombs and didn't have any firearm. Making them really more of a historically accurate perspective, as well as making it a bit more fair to deal with too. You know, a lot less laming with the splash damage and crush when it's only one throw that you can do. But because it's only one throw, notice here how they were able to add some perks like 1.25 against infantry, as well as no malice against cavalry anymore. So now they can work like actual explosives and deal the full damage that they would historically to any unit, which is a nice little feature. Now these villagers are out in the open, and they're gonna get, this one's gonna get sliced by the sabers of that hussar. Rizzo, what are you doing? Get your villagers out of there. You're not in good shape. You need some units here. Well, it looks like he's actually going up to the capital age with the warrior, which will grant him some Trengalath units. They're basically these club soldiers that deal multipliers against infantry, making them considered to be assault class. Basically, there's two forms of cavalry in this game. There's Scout, which is good against skirmishers mainly, and then Assault, which is good against either all infantry or heavy infantry. But it always has to be good against heavy infantry usually. That's sort of the rule of thumb. In one shape or another. And their Assault infantry also tend to have hack armor, whereas the Scout has pierce armor, to make them good in their respective roles. And Scout and Assault, they don't have to be mounted either. Like the Trengalath is an Assault hand infantry, so it's considered cavalry just without a horse, pretty much. So treat them the same way, tag-wise, statistics-wise. And the way you would deal with Assault is use range units, like maneuver units. So like Dragoons, Cav Archers, that's what you would want to use. But for Scout, You probably want to use more like heavy infantry with the bayonet, like a musketeer, maybe a pike. Well, the thing is, halberds and pikes tend to have multipliers against... They tend to have a multiplier of shock, which means they're good against both the scout and the assault class, as well as anything else that is mounted, like dragoons, mounted skirmishers, like the bike infantry. If you want to go after like shock units in general, like pikemen is really a good pathway to go. Now see here how these clubmen basically bash their way through this first group of infantry. That's due to their anti-infantry multipliers. But unfortunately at this stage, you're really vulnerable right now because you don't have a very large military, and thus Adri is really having no problem putting the pressure on the villagers and staying underneath his GC right now. Looks like Chorizo's going to try to counteract that by getting more of the Mawadanches. Since they are considered a non-trainable emergency unit, they don't actually need to be upgraded. They get something called the Shadow technology, which means that they're automatically upgraded, giving them a lot of strength. See, here comes 5 more of the Mawadanches right now. What Chorizo's going to try to do is he's going to try to split these up, divide and conquer, have his infantry going this way and this way, not knowing what to do. And then they can slowly eat through them with this high damage, which is now about 37 damage, not counting the multipliers against heavy, which in that case would bring it up to about 74 actually, which is a lot of damage right now. You know, like look at the Grenadier in particular. That's almost enough to it's enough to take it down in like 3 hits, a Grenadier. Because see, the Grenadier is still a heavy infantry unit, but unlike the Musketeer or the Line Infantry, no hand armor though, just pierce armor. So they're really, really vulnerable to things like the Mawadanche, which really shred through them pretty easily. And now Chorizo can actually afford getting a war hut and maybe do a bit of unit training. But now Chorizo is getting the Boca Fuego. This is actually a culverin, so it has multipliers against artillery, ships, buildings. And what Chorizo might be doing here, he might be building a comp where he puts the Mawadanches to do the combat stuff, and then he uses the Boca Fuegos to shoot down any potential machine guns that the Belgians might use, because that's part of their roster. But honestly, let's look at the resource count of Adri. I don't think he's anywhere near right now getting those machine guns. I don't see him getting the capital age just yet. He seems to be buckling down, getting stagecoach. He did get the 700 coin though, which should be noted. He is getting a stable as well, so I'm thinking maybe Hussars might be called out as well. Unless he's saving that for a bit later. We'll have to wait and see what he does in these next few moments with his res. I also see he put a redoubt up north there to take some of those hunts in. What's really cool with the Belgians, again, is the fact that they can put down trading posts so easily with those frontier wagons. And that basically gave Adri a really good incentive to using the stagecoach to get extra resources. Right now, though, he seems to be just getting XP from them, but as soon as he's like, yeah, like you need some food right now, you could switch that over to the comida and get some of that. That'd be really helpful. And, oh, he is aging up. He's going up with the city planner. City planner gives you a covered wagon, so an additional town center. So that's going to be really helpful because he could put the town center over here and start grabbing into this quadrant of the map, or he could throw it either in this defensive position or forward here towards the center. You know, covered wagons are really neat tools because you don't have to man them with your explorer villagers, and they obviously don't cost any resources, so you know, you got a bit of flexibility with them in terms of their usage. Now, militarily, we see Hussars coming out of this stable. Ah, so Adri actually built 2 stables. Does this mean that we might be seeing bicycle infantry? Yeah, it might be. Might be bicycle infantry. But for right now, though, since he can't get that till age 3, he's going to have to rely on Hussars if he wants to put some pressure down on the Mawadanches and the cannons. This is the other cannon of the Mapuche, the artillery piece. Think of it like a little mini falconet, pretty much. You know, it's a little bit weaker, but it is only a 4-pop artillery unit. Still does a really good job, though. And often you'll see them combine with the Boca Fuegos to build the full artillery mass when you're the Mapuche. So yeah, definitely watch out for those when you're dealing with Mapuche armies. And then what Chorizo does is he defends them with the Maladanches because of their high anti-shock unit multipliers, making it really hard for Hussars in particular to engage with them. Right. And I should also note too, when you're looking at the multipliers of like heavy infantry like this, notice how it only has multipliers for scout and maneuver. There was a recent modification done to the mod that actually reduced the multipliers that heavy infantry does to, at least ranged heavy infantry does to armored cavalry, like assault units. Because historically, you know, units with like bayonets and stuff would always have trouble dealing with like cavalry wielding lances and stuff because they always outrange them, so they wanted to portray that by giving them less multipliers against the assault units. However, if you're like a polearm, like a pikeman or a halberdier or a swordsman or something, they still get the full shock multiplier, so they can still handle heavy cavalry pretty well. Just so you're aware of that. And this is sort of like a rare example of one that doesn't get any multiplier against the assault. Like if you look at these line infantry, notice how they still get a multiplier against assault. It's just much smaller, only doing like 26 damage instead of the normal 39. So you could technically fight assault with them, it's just not going to be a great experience, you know. You're going to have to really outnumber them, you're going to probably have to micro it pretty well. Just thought I'd point that out, because not a lot of people would probably know that unless they've been playing it a lot in the most recent months. Oh, yep, here comes the Tracotufes. These are a high hit point skirmisher of the Mapuche. And here comes the Wakelefs. These are a spearman unit. Yep, these guys, for instance, do get the shock multiplier, so they deal full damage against both shock in the form of Hussar, assault units, skirmish, mounted maneuver. So yeah, really any polearm unit like this, these guys are probably going to be your best bet against like shock units and melee, not the muskets usually. If it's like pure cavalry, right? If you have to deal with infantry as well, I still recommend you get a lot of like line infantry because they're more versatile in that way. So yeah, definitely watch out for that. Now, what I don't like here from Chorizo is he's not choosing to engage the Hussars head-on with these Maladanches. He's kind of going for the wrong attack mode. He should have had these in the melee mode and tried to push them off, at least a little bit. Because now he's lost most of his artillery at this point. He's going to lose this one as well, and now these Maladanches have to retreat. Are they even going to get away? Because now they're being in hot pursuit by these Force Publiques. So you definitely have to be careful of that. Yeah, we'll see. Now, this is something I was noticing a couple of seconds ago. For some reason, these guys get the Native Warrior tag. That actually makes them really vulnerable to these, because, again, they get the little Native Warrior arrowhead multipliers you see right there against Native Warrior. Which means these Force Publiques are actually doing 3x damage to them instead of 2x. Absolutely brutal. And, in fact, if you get counter-infantry rifling from the arsenal, that means it would be doing 4x multipliers against the Maladanche. Really, really dangerous stuff there. Really is. You see another shipment of the Triangulefs coming in, the assault unit. Those will be pretty helpful against the infantry mass that the Belgians have amassed. If they can get past the Hussars, though. If they can get past the Hussars. Because it looks like Adri's doing a pretty good job at meat shielding a lot of that damage with his cavalry, so that the infantry aren't being knocked out. Yeah, that's something you always have to make sure of when you're fighting infantry cavalry armies. You need to make sure if your goal is to reach their infantry that you have a way of not getting cut down and snared by the hand cavalry, which more often than not can be a very effective meat shield and a fighting force to protect them. Yeah, most definitely, you gotta be careful of that. There's a few ways you can deal with that. Number one, you can try to pressure them with, say, like pikemen, right? Throw some pikemen in the front and the hussars will be forced to rout, and then you can go straight for the infantry. Another option is fight with multiple armies, use some control groups, and try to outflank them so the cavalry gets spread very thin. That's another option. Yeah, and in this case, if you made enough of the Triangulaths, and you could like set up different control groups of them, you could actually effectively flank the hussars and make it impossible for them to split up. Because right now, only 5 hussar units. If you can split up and have only like 2 or 3 on each front, when you're hitting them on multiple sides. Oh, yeah. Well, actually, look at this raid. The impressive raid here. This is great. This is what you like to see. Question is he going to get a... He is going to get casualties. He's drew a lot of blood out of this one. I think, though, he... no. Yeah. See, that's the problem, though, with, like, Villies. They get hand armor, so when it comes to things like the assault like this, he was only doing, like, 10 damage to these things overall. Yeah, it's kind of weird, you know? You wouldn't expect villagers to be so durable against, like, raiders like that. When they have just little blunderbuss trying to hit them with the butt of the rifle, pretty much. You expect them to fall a lot quicker to those things. Yep, those hussars are going to have to retreat now. It was a good attempt by Chorizo, though, to take out as many of those settlers as possible. I just don't know right now if Chorizo has a real game plan of getting ahead now. Because once your opponent sort of gets like 2 town centers producing villagers without a lot of pressure, that's usually a sign that they're going to basically win the match. You know, because you can't keep up with them resource-wise, which means you can't keep up with them military-wise. You can't get the upgrades you need, you can't get the numbers you need. And eventually, you know, you're just knocked out. And it's basically impossible to come back. And when we look at, when we look at the resource count of Adri, right now it does look a little bit shabby because he is constantly queuing up bills and making military, but you'll see in like a matter of minutes. Adri's like resource count's going to be really high, maybe even double that of the Chorizo if he doesn't start like, you know, trying to push towards a better economy or find a really good attack pattern. Because, you know, in any RTS game, especially AoE 3 and AoE 2, when you're behind an economy, there's sort of like 2 ways to improve that situation. Number 1, go for an attack so you can weaken your enemy. Number 2, grow yourself and outgrow your economy more than your enemy. And sometimes you're put in a situation, depending on what you're doing, what you're managing, where you really can't do either of those things. And once you can't do either of those things anymore, then it's starting to look more and more like a loss to you, right? When you no longer have the army means to take out his economy, that could hurt you. And also, if you can, like, scrounge together enough wood for a TC and keep that queue going and maybe speed somewhat up to him, yeah, that's another concern. And I just don't see right now with... Well, actually, wait a second. Oh, wow, now this might help Chorizo out a bit. He's actually getting a town center up here by the lake. This is really smart, because now that he has a town center up here, this basically means he can try to keep up a little bit with the Belgian economy now. Yeah, very good. Oh, he's actually going 3 TC. Even better. Does he have enough food, though, to support? Yeah, he does. He has, like, enough food in the background to queue up 3 town center queues. That's really good. If Chorizo can hold it, of course, because, you know, resource-wise, he's really fragile, especially after shelling out 1.2k wood like that. Because if Adri wanted to attack, like, right now, which he might, you don't have a lot of resources to fend that off. And that's sort of where the Mapuche's, like, setup comes into play. That's sort of why they get like 1 million shipments available to them. So if they do run out of resources, you know, you just rely on your shipments to beef up your numbers until you can start training them yourself. You know, that's the wonder of the Mapuche, basically. When you can't do something in that moment, like resource or unit-wise, just ship them in. Just ship them in. Because you have so many shipment available options. And then when you don't have that problem, when you're like making your units fine and everything, just focus on upgrade cards, because you can do those too. You know, you get your refrigeration, your royal mint, your furrier, your spice trade, which by the way in this game do in fact, well, I don't think they get spice, right? They do get furrier though. The furrier actually improves farming, gathering as well for some reason for the civ, so get furrier. Also get silversmith, as well as ironmonger. Those actually improve plantations for the civ as well, so get those. Also military upgrades, anything like that. Building upgrades, civic upgrades, fort wagons, anything you want. Puche gets everything under the sun, really. Definitely get it. Even some decent foreign unit shipments as well. You know, like Argentine units as well as Chilean units that they can ship in. So now we're seeing a shift over to the Winatufe. This is basically just a dragoon that throws a bolus instead of firing a gun. Note here how they're not doing that well. Well, it's the fact that they don't get ranged multipliers against Scout, only against Assault. But you do have an option though. See, if you put the ranged cavalry into melee, they usually get multipliers of at least 4x against Scout in melee only. So what he should have did is he should have put those Winatufes into the melee, and that could have, you know, dished out a lot more damage. Maybe even killed 1 to 2 of these Hussars pretty easily. But that being said, he did have a very small number, so I don't know what he was going to do. Now, what is he going to do now, though? He has, like, does he have, like, any military right now? No, he has no military. I'm, like, hotKeying through, he has, like, nothing. No infantry, no more Maladantes, he's, like, done for. His war hut just got denied, so he really just has like one cannon queuing up. As soon as that thing comes out of the field, though, the Hussar's going to be right there to snipe him down. So, I mean, I don't know what you're doing right now. You really should have named this to Sad Chorizo instead of Sadri, because it looks like the Chorizo's going to be very sad after this one, at least the way it's going, you know. I don't really see much of a recovery after this point. You're clearly outnumbered by the Belgian military, and you really have no means to deal with that. Like one cannon. Oh yeah, I'm gonna like take out like, yeah, well that wasn't a bad shot. Still, you're not gonna get a lot of volleys, and as soon as you figure out what you're doing, the Hussars are gonna be right there to sweep that under the rug. Not bad. I mean, if you could have gotten a couple more, that would have probably made a big difference. Oh yep. You're not protecting your villies, you're sort of just letting them get cut down there, which is even worse. You're losing your vill numbers. Yeah, it's looking like a goner right now. And let's look at that resource count of Adri. Yeah, I mean, look, yeah, like I said, look at all the coin he has because of his town center booming. All the town center booming is doing, he put a TC up here as well, so I mean, he is sitting real pretty in resources. He could probably just switch to the machine gun, the Mateus, at this point, and he could finish him off. You know, the line infantry and Mateus, that might basically be the key to finishing your opponent off now. He could certainly start by, he could also ship in, you know, more Publiques, get some of the bike infantry in. You could also go infantry combat to make the line infantry better protectors of the machine guns, too. So, considering the fact that Adri has 2 shipments untouched, I would say get some of these shipments going. Either that or get these native shipments here. The Zappa Zappa, the Nyam Nyam. These are basically some of the African native warriors that they can make from the native embassy throughout the match. So you can also train those too as Belgium. You don't have to ship them. You know, you get full access to them throughout the game. So definitely get those. Since they do not, like other native warriors, that don't cost population to house, so you can just, like, literally spam their full build limit of, like, 15 apiece, no problem. Hussar is looking for more pieces of prey here. Yeah, Chorizo is basically backed into a corner at this point, and there's really no escape. I mean, where do you go from building farms? Building farms? I wouldn't be building farms, I would be building spearmen or something. Get some unit onto the field. if you do intend on still playing, of course, right? I would say at this point it would be totally justified to just resign at this point. Yeah, because look who he's... Is this the one he's queuing the... Oh, he's queuing out this one. Never mind. He might have a... Yeah, he might be able to defend this off then. See, he's getting a larger number of the Maladanches now. He's also adding in some of those artillery pieces in. So he may indeed be able to defend this one, I think. But after that, I think he's toast. We'll see if he can defend this wave off. He's also going to add in some of the Wycliffe Spearmen to maybe deal with the Hussars a bit. It all depends on how well he micros this off, though. Yep, Chorizo's definitely going to have to play this really, really carefully. Like, absolutely carefully. Hussar... Yeah, oh wow, those Hussars just got fed into the Maladanche. That was bad. Yeah, see, now you might actually have a shot at getting rid of that infantry now. Let's see, let's see if we can target, yeah. Yeah, I mean, might be able to defend this wave off. Which is pretty impressive, but, I don't know what happens once you defend this, though. I see Adri going home, going to Industrial Age, getting these up to guard line infantry with the infantry combat card active. Does he have advanced arsenal? I didn't check. He does not have advanced arsenal, but it doesn't matter too much. Just like 10-15% stats, really. Even guard line infantry with like infantry combat, combined with some like cannons like the Miyatsurus. Or horse. Actually, they don't. Europe doesn't get horse artillery in this mod anymore. They're moving to the Anglophone age. So yeah, I was gonna say they could get horse artillery. Never mind, they don't get that anymore. So it would be the Miyatsuru's machine guns. Yeah, you could get like 10 machine guns, get a bunch of line infantry. Then Chorizo's basically messed up because he really can't keep up with his farm economy. He does have some hunts nearby though, so he could possibly get these. Yeah, they're sitting right there, these elk. Get these elk up, get these few deer up, catch up on food numbers, and your best bet would be to get a lot of Traucatufes and some Boca Fuegos probably to deal with the line infantry artillery comp. And then of course he just switches to Hussar then, or switches to bike infantry, and then you're deep in trouble then. So you definitely have to watch out for that. Oh, he's going culverins. Yeah, you could do that too. It's Belgium. See, the culverins, they'll be used to basically blast those artillery pieces in like one hit. And then they have a bit of a decent attack against buildings as well, so they'll aid in the siege of those Chorizo town centers. Absolutely, I mean, at this point, you're Mapuche, you're not coming back from this. Absolutely not. Yeah, just probably gonna do a bit of recon with these line infantry right now. Just sort of see where the Chorizo is hiding. From there, it's a goner, you know, there's not much coming back from it. Yeah, why is this not built yet? Yeah, see, he already basically beat those, two of the artillery pieces with those culls, so those cannons are basically done for. Oh, he's already pressuring them with these line infantry. Doing a bit of work, actually. But unfortunately, the artillery pieces are there, and they're going to be able to intercept those right now until the full army makes its way over. Yeah, let's go resource. Yep, I mean, yeah, you're down on coin. Yeah, I don't really see you coming back from this at all. Yeah, once this full army connects with the leading Hussars. Well, I think the Hussars alone beat you at this point and get you hiding inside your shell. And then once the infantry and the culves come in, then you're basically... Yeah, why are you idling your culves, man? Get those up here. Get them up to this side. You know, culverins... kind of a decent siege option. They're nowhere near as good as the mortars, but they can indeed be put in the back, and you can contribute their crush damage to sieging the building. It was an easy win at that point, yeah. Good match, Adri. You really maxed out well with the Belgians. You took advantage of the trade route. Used the machine guns mid-game. Very solid Belgian gameplay from you on that one. So yeah, that was a really great match, I would say, for Adri. For Chorizo, you need to really work on your unit numbers. I feel like you rely too much on these wacky fast fortress strategies, but you don't have much of a military backbone to keep it going, or really to exploit it. So, if you're the Chorizo, make sure that you are managing that, for sure. Definitely make sure you get a couple of weight lifts or triangle lifts out early, so that you can justify the Mawadanchis and you can actually protect them and use them as a support unit, so they don't have to be like the frontline force doing the fighting. You can use them for that, but it's not always, conceivable and recommended. It's not always that helpful. Truthfully. Mawadanchi is broken. Well, I wouldn't call them broken, but they are a really tough unit, Town Sarah by the lake to enjoy nice view. Yep, beautiful. Yeah, that was a beautiful win for the Belgians, I would say. It just goes to prove you that Mawadanchi are not as OP as you think they are. You just need to build the proper unit mass, manage your infantry well. You can deal with Mawadanchis pretty easily. Yep, that was the Chorizo's first game. Now we're going to actually be going into his second match. Right now. So we'll be going into that one right here. Recorded games. Now it's Chorizo versus Adri match 2. Hola to all the Juanitos that just came in. Just started checking the messages a couple of seconds ago. Now we're ready to be going into the match 2 of theirs. So now the Chorizo has decided to up his game a bit and go with the Koreans, it looks like. Honestly, I feel like he's going to do a lot better with Koreans because, truth be told, it's really hard to mess up Koreans, I would say. But I will say from experience, Adri is really good at countering Koreans, I've done a lot of games against Adri using the Koreans, and I think I've only defeated him like once or twice with them. So he's definitely good at applying the needed pressure, providing the right military comm, good at the macro, so maybe not the best to go against Adri with, and that's from personal experience. We'll see though, we'll see how this goes. Actually, Adri's doing a real interesting choice. He's going with Grand Colombia. I can't recall if I've ever seen Adri play Grand Colombia before. I'm actually really impressed that he's picking such an interesting civ like this because I really like this civ a lot. My win rate with them is probably dismal, but I just really like the civ structure of theirs, and I try to use them whenever I'm not worried about doing competitive. Like if I'm doing like a casual free-for-all or something, I like their civ a whole lot. Mainly because they get so many cool units that they can use. They actually get access to 4 ultimate units, which is even more than the Dutch, which is really neat. But there's a catch to it. If you want to get access to all the ultimate units, you do have to give up ever getting like a solid immigrant settlement, right? Because the Grand Colombia gets 2 different types of politicians. They start out with factional ones, which represents each of the 4 states of Grand Colombia. So your Venezuela, your Colombia, your Ecuador, and your Panama. And once you research one of those for an age up, it gets replaced with an immigrant colony. Either the Irish, the French, or the Arabs, or I think the Confederacy, right? Yeah. So once you get past like the first initial age up, you have to start making choices. Do I want an immigrant colony, or do I want another ultimate unit? And as you know, with Latin Americans, they love their immigrant units. They love their immigrant battalions and their techs. So that's a real hard choice to make, honestly, But I will say they do get sort of a substitute now that we'll see. Well, actually, I don't see it right here, but they do actually get access to a German immigrant colony in Age 2 from the home city, which is the only card of that kind that only Colombia gets. So technically you can actually just sit back with like a level 2 German immigrants town center and just get 4 ultimate units if you want to. And I felt like that was a nice little addition by the devs. So you really don't feel like you're missing out on immigrants entirely if you go full ultimate unit path. It's just that you won't be able to get the super late game techs or be able to mix and match additional immigrants, you know. I'd rather just train the cool Colombian units myself than send the immigrants and deal with the loss of not having them, personally. And considering the Chorizo's stance on the immigrants not being used in this tournament at all, for the most part, Gran Colombia is probably one of the better Juanito civs to use for that purpose, I would say, because they don't really use immigrants at all, you know what I mean? So you really don't have to worry about stepping on his toes in terms of that. Yeah. As for the Koreans, though, what makes them pretty special? Koreans, they're the only non-vanilla Asian civ in the mod right now. And they get a lot of stuff that goes in their favor. They're good on the water, they're good on land. It does look like the Chorizo is going to go for a bit of fishing here. Bit of a fishing boom. How did he... so those are like, you ship those in. As you see, they get a lot of like fishing cards as well, like Jasanyobo. Fishing ships are cheaper, faster, and have more line of sight. So this is exactly like schooners, with a bit of a Korean effect twist on it. So yeah, it looks like Chorizo's going for a fishing boom deck to deal with the Colombians this time. I don't know how that's going to go though, so we'll have to see. Now we see the Grand Palace Wonder being constructed. The Grand Palace is actually an effective booming wonder, because it does 2 things actually. Number 1, it gives you access to the early level 1 European market technologies, so hunting dogs, placer mines, gang saw, as well as the villager related ones like the blunderbuss and the great coat for double price. So you can effectively up your natural resource gathering game early on by not only having the Korean technologies researched, but also those of the Europeans as well. And secondarily, it produces villagers over time, acting like a second town center. You know, just like the Ottoman town center produces villas automatically. That's basically what the Grand Palace does for the Koreans, so it really helps you to receive multiple queues of gathering units at the same time. And when you're going for like this, it's basically like you're almost playing like a Portuguese in Age 3 then, right? Because you're queuing up 1 fishing dock here, again fishing boats. You got 1 town center producing villages, then you got the Wonder here also producing villagers, which means maximum booming potential. The only thing I would be concerned about in that is the fact that Gran Colombia is an aggro civ. They have this really neat ability to go super aggressive on their players simply by building the tent. And by tents I mean basically any infantry unit, including the explorer even. Yep, see he's building a tent right now. You can build a tent barracks, you can build a tent stable, and you can build a tent as a house. And basically what these tents are is they're basically cheaper, half-cost variants of their original building. But that also means that they have half the hit points, and there's also a rule that you can't build them within a mortar's area of a town of your town center pretty much. So you have to build them out on the map. You can still build the barracks and the stable in the regular house, as you can see back here. You can see like a normal house. But the trade-off is that these houses, you know, they're going to be more expensive, right? It's like 100 wood, which is the standard, but why pay 100 wood when you need only like 5 pop? When you could, you know, build a tent that gives you 5 pop and only costs 50 wood. So it's all a mathematics game in terms of wood. And also the fact that all your infantry, including these conscripts, the macheteros, the voltageros, also cavalry. I think the cavalry can also build the tents as well, so that ends up giving you like the forward base potential of like the Argentines with their gauchos, right, moving across the map quickly. So yeah, you can literally litter the map with these tents, no problem, and like give your enemy a headache, hitting them from all over the place. That's what makes these Grand Colombians the best. Looks like Gran Colombia is going to go with a conscripto start. Conscriptos, same thing as a musketeer, but with the Juanito flavor to them. Also, the Machetero is going to be shipping right now. The Machetero is actually an assault infantry, a lot like the Triangulaf, but instead of anti-infantry multipliers, what makes it considered to be good anti-infantry is actually a splash attack. So it does a really good, like, long arc of a sword attack. A lot like the Slavs in AoE 2. You know how the Slavs get that splash attack on their infantry? That's exactly what the Macheteros do, to get an edge on their opponents. They're also considered to be like an archaic or a trash unit because they only cost like food and wood. And most civs, well, naturally they're not supposed to be upgradable beyond like the veteran upgrade. But luckily Gran Colombia gets them as a National Guard, or Royal Guard as you're normally used to hearing them, so they can actually upgrade them all the way to the Imperial Age. The one thing to note about Royal Guard upgrade for Latin America though, instead of providing 10% additional HP and attack, they end up making the unit about 10% cheaper instead, to give them a bit of a different flavor than the European civs. So yeah, definitely watch out for that. So Chorizo, in fear of the mighty Adri, is gonna basically turtle behind a bunch of castles, which is really a good strategy to do with Korea for one particular reason. See, Korea, they get this really neat power of actually taking these military units and garrisoning them inside buildings. So yeah, you can, yep, see the little door icon here? I can literally take these archers, stick them in the house, wait for the enemies to get distracted and start trying to torch the house, come out, shoot the arrows, and go back in. And by doing that, you can basically mess up your enemy's micro and get a bunch of free shots into your enemy's infantry, allowing the longevity of the archers themselves. And likewise, Korean buildings, they actually auto-heal themselves over time if they're not constantly being attacked by torches or whatever. So let's say somebody attacks this castle with like a culverin, it does like 50 damage. Within a number of seconds, the castle will actually begin to heal itself if it's left alone and go back to full hit points. Basically making the Korean buildings really durable and long-living, because as long as they don't lose all their hit points, they'll eventually regrow back to their previous full HP state when they're left alone from the enemy for a number of minutes or seconds. Yep, archers engaging. Yep, is he gonna put him in the house or the TC? Start microing it. Put them in the house. Don't do this. Put them in the house. Also, put your villagers away too. Yeah. Those are supposed to go over here, but yep. See, now we did. He put the archers in the TC to keep them safe. And also in this situation, the archers would also contribute their range attack to the town center as well, which is really neat. Not the best situation because you didn't get to micro win some free hits on the enemy, but still, at least you kept those archers living and breathing, which is really good. Yeah, you gotta finish that like third castle that you wanted to before. Hopefully this one actually finishes. Yep, hopefully it does. Chorizo's also pretty happy that he has additional villagers coming out of this Grand Palace for free. That must feel really nice. You know, the fact that even though he's trying to save up his food for military, he can still keep booming slightly upwards. And that's making me think, you know, this is probably Chorizo's time to shine in terms of being Adri, because even if he's dealing with a lot of pain and suffering from this opponent, he still has a real shot at, like, out-ecoing his opponent this time around, you know? Now, this card here, the In-Law Monarchy, basically gives buildings more attack and range. So these castles will actually gain about... So they actually gain like 5 more range. Is that right? So they deal almost as much range as one of the artillery units, like the longer range artillery units do, like 30 range almost, like 21, 29 range, so it's just one under that, but still. Yeah, that's going to really help the Chorizo to defend his base from the Colombians when they come back again, because they'll already be at like about this spot here, and they'll already start to be again shot in the eyes by these arrows flying out of the window. So yeah, definitely something Adri's going to have to contend with here. Now we'll see what happens, because this could totally go into a late game situation as well, where Adri just falls back, constructs his presidential palace, and falls back on those late gamey ultimate units instead. In particular, I would say that they get some really good ones to deal with the Koreans, like the Granadero Tarki, as well as the Mantuano, or the Rampaleña, which is another assault unit. They get you could also go into melee with the Independentistas as well, technically. Or you could get the Canal Police to deal with scout units. So yeah, the Presidential Palace for a building has a lot of utility, because it's basically where you train all your ultimate units from, for the ones that you've unlocked anyways, And that's how all the Latin American civs work, by the way, is instead of training their ultimate units from the standard barracks, stable, or foundry, they train theirs at their special ultimate building, right? And their ultimate building always becomes available in H3 like this one here, right? And that means you can start making your ultimate unit all the way back in H3 instead of the standard H4 that all the other cultures have to do, which is really nice. Really is nice, because it just gives you one extra tool that you can use at your disposal. And since ultimate units tend to be really unique units, like really special units, that ends up giving you a very unique strategic option that the Europeans would have to wait an age to employ themselves. We'll see though, we'll see what's going on with that. We'll have to see if any ultimate units are used today, in particular. Because right now it just looks like it's Llanero and Conscripto and a couple of Artisanals. Basically what the Llanero is, it's basically a version of the Lancero that the Latin Americans have, but it's like a low HP, high attack version of it. So think like a Yuan, A Yuan if it dealt like... Let's say you combine the Salwar with the Yuan, that's what the Llanero would be. Because that's sort of the way the Latin American cavalry work, scout cavalry work is. They sacrifice some of their overall damage in HP for multipliers against the skirmishers themselves, making them really good against skirmishers, but not as good against other tasks, That doesn't mean that there's exceptions to that rule, right? There certainly are, like the Mexican Lanceros that gain a multiplier against assault units, making them like semi-dragoons almost, without the maneuver tag that they have to worry about. So yeah, really good stuff like that. Yeah, lucky thing you can just tuck your archers away over there. These archers just made it in the right nick of time. Very good. Probably gonna have to hide him in the houses for now until he can get up a satisfactory number. Yeah, yep. That's annoying. Shoot some arrows at him and go back in the TC. Very, very annoying, actually. And you can keep doing that, too. The problem is Chorizo's doing it so slow. You can see he's like pushing the button one unit at a time with his finger. He could technically release them all at the same time and get like a full volley going and just keep throwing. Yep. He needs to definitely work on that, I would say. You need to learn how to ungarrison all your units at the same time instead of doing one at a time. Because if you're going with like full volleys of arrows, I feel like you'd be getting those arrows a lot easier. They'd have a lot more to deal with. So yeah, definitely, yep. Yeah, you're doing it again, man. Just ungarrison them all. Get the maximum damage and then throw them into the TC. Don't do them like one at a time like that. It's kind of pointless. It's not pointless, but you're missing out on doing damage if you get those Llaneros out of your base sooner. Because once you get the Llaneros out, the Conscriptos are sitting ducks. Your biggest threat is the Llaneros, dealing those harsh multipliers of... Well, with multipliers, it looks like they're doing 60 damage to your archers at this stage. That's like the same damage output of a Imperial Hussar. Mind you, and this isn't even an upgraded unit yet. So that just shows you how much of a threat the Yanero is and why you need to deal with them. Now, the Yaneros are gone now, so these archers can start to slowly clean out the conscripts, which would be great for him. Definitely needs that, I feel like. Yep, he's got the Dangpa Spearmen 2 out to distract him a bit. And in case any more Yaneros come, those Dangpa Spearmen will be really good. Korean players love to stack these things on top of each other. They're really good units. Really superb units. Definitely don't want to mess with them. And actually, they get a card later on, which I see right here actually in the queue. The Moya Dobo Tingji. Basically, it gives the Spearmen a splash attack of 1. So they actually gain a bit of area of effect damage against cavalry, which is really nice. Because if they're dealing with like a big swarm of mass shock units like, say, Bushateros or Primero de Líneas or something like that, they can basically wreck them really hard using that splash. And that's what Eternity did to me in the first week of the Liga. I was playing Paraguay trying to mass up my Primero de Líneas, and by spamming out a bunch of Dangpas with the splash ability, he basically completely rolled over me pretty much, and it was like a done deal. Yeah, that was not fun at all. Looks like Teresa's ready for age 3. He's going up with the Huangxiong Fortress. It's like a fort, but not really. What do I mean by that? It's sort of like a improved version of the castle. Because, as you know, with castles, they're basically just towers that lets you train artillery from them, too. That's exactly what this Huangxiong Fortress is. It's like a stronger version of the castle that lets you train artillery from it and protects the area. And actually, just like the castle, instead of getting their own upgrades like forts usually do, they actually just share the upgrades with the castle. So when you research the upgrades of the castle here, it ends up affecting the Huangxiong Fortress. And likewise, that means you can also upgrade your castles through the UI of the Huangxiong Fortress as well. So yeah, it's kind of an interesting little thing that they get. Yeah, it looks like they're actually going to start queuing up some Huachas from the fortress right now, which will be really good against these conscripts. We'll see how good that these Huachas work. And they're exactly what you would expect. They fire out tons of little mini fiery arrow projectiles. They're great against infantry. And at this stage, considering the fact Adri isn't even age 3 yet, I think he's going to be in really good shape to take this stuff out. Now, you're going to have to be careful with these, though. Watch out for these Yaneros. Watch out for these Yaneros. Also, make sure you don't waste that Huachi. Oh, here comes the Fire Lancers. These guys fire actual rockets live rockets at you. Dealing splash damage as well as some multipliers against infantry. So they're almost like sort of like a skirmish unit, but also considered a heavy infantry unit too. Yeah, it's a pretty neat thing. Pretty neat unit class. Yeah, at this point, Adri has to regroup, get some more Yaneros in his stack, get a couple more conscripts in, and has to think about another push again on the Koreans. Now, do not train these, the Byangul and the Byunguns. Yeah, Byunguns. I'll call them Byunguns. Do not train these things until you see like heavy cavalry, because they only have multipliers against assault. Which the Yanero is not assault, he is a scout unit because he does not have full multipliers against all infantry or heavy, so yeah, that would be considered like a hussar rather than say a cuirassier unit. So the fact that you're queuing in some Byungyungs, that is not good. Definitely want to save that for a bit later. Though I do sort of enjoy the fact that they're doing 33 damage though, that is kind of decent, you know, it's kind of a decent option. So yeah, that's for sure. Oh yeah, you can't put a wall here because of the ice. You know, it's the middle of winter, man. You can't put buildings on ice like that. Go slipping and sliding. It's amazing to me these horses aren't slipping and sliding right now. So yeah, what do you do about this? Well, you would fix that by basically putting a wall to the Kree's teepee over here. probably connect another wall to this house, and then you could connect one to the edge of the map here. But yeah, you definitely want to wall up. Especially since Adri is a very, very strong player that knows a lot about raiding. You definitely need to make sure you protect your corners with these walls if you're going to use them. Oh wow, he's actually going for the fort wagon from the Russian consulate. That's going to be another good option too, because now he's going to have 2 forts in his base protecting himself. Which is going to make it even harder for the Adri bird to even come into this base. It's going to virtually be impossible, you know, because you're going to have all your infantry running in, and then they're going to have to deal with the ranged attack of these buildings. Yeah, back up, back up, back up. Let them come into range of you. Oh no, was this fort going to get sniped? Well... Oh, you're gonna put it right there. That's fine. That's fine. It does protect your native site, which is pretty good. Get out of the way! We're trying to build something here. Get out of the way! Out of the way! Fort Plano. They really need to give it a more Korean-sounding name, though. Seriously. It doesn't sound very Korean, it sounds almost Spanish-like. Oh, here comes the Hoachas. Look at those arrow barrages. Infantry stand no chance against that. Get out of the way. Gotta build that fort. Look at all these artisanal cans, though. That's gotta be a little bit concerning. Especially considering the fact that artisanal cans are a pretty solid unit overall, I would say, you know? Pretty solid unit. Now he's gonna make some chung tongs. Chung tongs, these are also a rocket shooting artillery unit, similar to a flaming arrow. But they're actually a culverin, so they got multipliers against, like, artillery. So yeah, you gotta watch out for those guys. They also get multipliers against buildings and ships as well. So yeah, just like Culves, they can also double as a decent siege unit too. Notice how he's going for Hill Castle. The Hill Castle card basically gets that first upgrade for the castles done for free. And then it can place another castle down next to the fort over here. Yeah, Chorizo's looking pretty good right now defensive-wise. I mean, he's got forts, he's got upgraded castles, he's got the Hyeosong Fortress. It's going to be really hard for Adri to go for a frontal assault. The only thing you got to worry about is the assault on your flank over here because, you know, the ice sheet prevents you from walling that effectively. You can still wall around the, you know, the pathway, the winding of the ice and the snow. But it's a bit tricky to do, I can imagine. Bit tricky. So when is Adri actually looking to age up? He is right now, and he's going up with the Panamanian Investor, which will grant him access to the Canal Police, which is actually a very special type of dismounted maneuver unit. Instead of having multipliers against assault, it gets multipliers against scout, which is interesting, which means basically they would actually have ranged multipliers against these arrows, but they wouldn't have said multipliers against the heavy cavalry like the Escolta they usually do. Now, the kind of the weird dilemma is the fact that Korea doesn't actually get scout units in their roster, at least not normally. They get these cool little emergency units they can spam on the map called the Righteous Fighters, which is a scout unit, but in terms of the stable, the Koreans' hand cavalry is actually an assault unit. One you're actually pretty familiar with, the Iron Flail. Yeah, the Chinese Iron Flail. It was removed from the Chinese roster and implanted into the Korean one. It's a lot stronger than the Chinese one. It has more stats considering it's not part of banner armies. So yeah, you definitely gotta watch out for that thing. And to deal with that, you'd probably want your nets to deal with that. You wouldn't want to use the Canal Police. Though I guess you could justify using the Canal Police because of their costs. in case Chorizo gets any Cossacks from the consulate, that would be helpful against those two, which I bet Adri's probably considering as well. Yeah, actually they don't, the Korean consulate doesn't get a lot of, scout options. Like, the only one that you really get is the Cossacks deep late into the game for the Russians. That's about it. The Japanese don't have any cavalry at all. The Americans, they get, maneuver, the mounted riflemen. And then, oh, wait a second. No, the Chinese, they get a scout unit, too. Available earlier. They get the Mien Rider. Yeah, so, I guess if you're worried about Russia or China, you definitely want to get the Canal Police with the Panamanians as the Colombians to deal with that. I like how it sort of, keeps the artisanal cannons as like a box and tries to swarm them and smother them with the llaneros to make it hard to attack them. That's kind of a neat little trick. So what's Adri going to do next? He really has a lot of options now. He can, he could go for the presidential palace. He could get refrigeration, get his foodie go up a bit. He could start doing a stack of infinite shipments now. He could get the Volpajeros, he could get the Macheteros, could get a variety of things. Yeah. Yeah, interesting. So, Adri has his own fort now. Where's that fort gonna go? Oh, he's gonna put it on this side of the... Oh, no. No. Oh, no. Yeah. That's... Oh, that was a blunder for Adri right there. That's gonna cost him a lot. No. You definitely don't want that. Do you have an spearman though? Because this might be a problem for Chorizo too. I'm seeing what the artillery targeting is. See, this is the problem. You're not targeting the Chong-Chongs onto the artisanals, and that's costing you a lot. Man, you need to micro that artillery a lot better than that. It's kind of very disappointing micro for artillery. Yeah, I saw that Chong-Chong literally shooting into the Llanero, and I'm like, man, you need to make sure you're targeting the actual objective with them. If not, you're gonna just give yourself more issues. Thankfully, though, you did a really good job in defending this time, and boy, are they gonna have a lovely time trying to break into that shell of yours. If you can defend it, of course. Are you gonna defend it, of course? Well, yeah, I see Spearman coming out. You could also train some units out of the fort as well. Yeah, you could train your Korean Ross units out of this fort, which is a really nice little side perk, too. Definitely. It's good that they were able to update it to let you do that. Man, you're not defending your fort, you're gonna lose that thing. Really? Really? This man's not even defending his fort. Such a wonderful building. I can't believe he's actually gonna let it die now. Oh no. Even that geomancy, it was even healing itself, man. How do you lose a fort that heals itself? By not doing anything. I have one blunder after another today, man. Looks like Chorizo is auditioning hard for Liga B. Is that what you think? You think Chorizo's auditioning hard for Liga B today? I certainly think so, between the debauchery of the Mapuche match and now this. Yeah, Chorizo is definitely auditioning hard to be the top leading class of Liga B 2025. Yeah, definitely. So yeah, definitely don't do that stuff, kids, when you go to play your games. Do not mismanage your artillery. Do not let a fort get sniped by garbage like this. I mean, come on. The only time your fort should ever potentially go down is if they're using long-range mortars or they're using naval ships handed with a monitor or something. If they're handed with ships from long range, hey, there's nothing you can really do about that if you don't have a navy, or if they're using mortars and you can't reach them. Oh well. But if you're just letting him take his full military and attack the fort for free without even putting up a fight, yeah, that's not good. Also, yeah, a lot of problems for the chorizo today. We'll have to see if he makes up for it on the waterfront now.
Yeah.
He is starting to make some of his, what are these called? Ponocciones. So the thing that makes these ships a bit different than standard ships is they actually get a bonus based on how many military buildings the enemy has. Yep, this one, for instance, moves faster the more military buildings the army has. Whereas this one here actually gains more attack for how many military buildings the enemy has. So, like, if, say, Colombians decide, yeah, I'm going to build a bunch of more barracks and tents, these guys will actually gain more damage, more stats, which is kind of a neat thing, actually. Yeah. Same thing with their siege ship, which is actually the turtle ship from AoE 2. That as well. Oh, wow. So he used fire cattle on top of the dock, so basically denying Colombia additional access to the water, which is really helpful. That nice smell of burnt shipwood in the morning. Don't you love that scent? Rice patties. Looks like he's starting to get started on the rice right now. Probably a good time since you're clearly not ready to defend the outside of your base just yet. You certainly got a mine and some caribou right here, though. But you're gonna have to, like, protect that really well, like better than you did last time. Like, actually protect it. If you could protect it, you could get this hunt, this mine. You could potentially get the hunts over here too, the musk oxen and these caribou. But yeah, you're gonna have to defend that really well. So the chorizo is starting to get some opolshenets from the Russian Expeditionary Company. Opolshenets, you know, they're basically just pikemen, you know, Russian pikemen. So that's going to help a lot against the Llaneros. See right here, just standard partisan pikemen. What I don't like, though, is you don't really have much of a answer to the artillery as well. Is there a lot of infantry left? There's a little bit of infantry left. Not a whole lot. Not a whole lot. So who's that? Oh, the Venezuelan captain. So maybe Adri is going for the 4 ultimate unit play today. We'll see. Yeah, what would be really helpful is if you made some of the rompelieñas from that presidential palace to deal with these spearmen. That could be a pretty good strategy, for sure. I would definitely say that is definitely the way to go. Get like a full stack of like 10, 15 months of the rompelieñas, and I think there you're in good shape. Oh, he listened to me. He's getting rompelieñas right now. Here they are. Rompelieñas. Hand cavalry great against heavy infantry. And that is indeed true. They are really good against heavy infantry. You know why they're good against heavy infantry? Because they get multipliers of 5x against them. That's like as much multipliers that pikemen get against cavalry. So that is a really strong, hard anti-heavy infantry unit. It is. It really is. And you'll see them when they come out just why they're a pretty nasty thing to deal with. Did he get any? He didn't include wrap in any of the support cards though, so these will not be getting any additional stats beyond standard upgrades. It looks like. All right.
Liga.
See that right there? That's almost like 100 damage per hit against like pikemen and stuff. Not counting the hand armor, obviously, but still, really good stats. And these aren't even upgraded with the guard upgrade yet. Then they would be doing like 110, 120 damage against heavy infantry. That's what you need to deal with the spearman mass for sure. Also, as being an assault unit, they get lots of HP, lots of armor. Yeah, that's one way to deal with like heavy infantry pretty well. Also, another assault unit, the Machetero, mixed in. See, now is chorizo. Now I would get the Byongyungs. Now I would get the Byongyungs, because this is when you want a strong ranged anti-assault multiplier unit to deal with these things. These are the things that can threaten you. These are the assault units you need the Byongyung heavy infantry to shoot at from range. These things. Not the Yaneros, these things. These things you need it for. These guys in the Granadero Tarkis, which is another unit. I wasn't checking on the H2 politician of Gran Colombia. I don't even know if they have them yet. They might potentially, but we'll see. So Chorizo's just going to add, yeah, more Apple Shendits in, it looks like. Another group of them.
Preparado. Sí. Sí.
¿Qué me ordena? Abastecedora.
A lot of economics, that's for sure. How many? Oh, so they only have like what, refrigeration? How about Chorizo? Like, what's he got? Yeah, so Chorizo's got bigger investment in the eco. He's got the refridge, he's got the royal mint, he has also got the textile mill too, right? Yeah, 2 for the gold, 1 for the food. What's this? Punwon, stratification, rice paddy upgrades are cheaper. But you're still researching rice paddy upgrades without the thing, so why would you put that in your deck? You know, you could have put in, I don't know, you could have put in archer combat, maybe the upgrade for the artillery units. Now, this is the thing that you need to do, man. You need to make sure when you're putting cards in your deck that you're actually going to use them to their fullest extent. If you're not going to, find something better. Find something more useful, a better alternative. You know? Yeah, like this. I mean, you got fish market here. You got a rendering plant here. When you really probably should have just gone the whale oil card instead, because you realize that, you know, this map does not have a billion fish ponds to grab from, you know? At least with the whale oil, you're going to make more value of the fishing ships you do have once the fish run out and you're stuck having to get just whales. Yeah, definitely. I did hear at some point Wars of Liberty is going to add the fishing traps to the other civs that are in Greece at some point. So yeah, eventually, yeah, fishing ships will have value once the initial fish is gone. And there are no whales there anymore. Yeah. Well, yeah. Adri is going to go in first with the Pedreros, which are these cans here, the Pedreros. And then he's going to back him up with his Volantes, which is anti-artillery, as well as his artisanal cans, which is anti-infantry. Looking for an attack parent up here with the Yaneros, seeing what he can disrupt. Here's some of those iron flails for Korea I was talking about. A fully fledged assault unit. Oh, not bad. They actually have like an attack similar to that of Akira Serra. Just with a bit of a sacrifice of damage so they can do better against the skirms. That's pretty good, you know? Let's make them a bit more versatile. Oh, Chorizo! What are you doing, Chorizo? Going in to splash with the cannon units. Completely exposed, too. I mean, Adri, what are you doing? You can't expose artillery like that. Yeah, they're not even doing that much damage. You're making it so long and prolonged. That, yeah, you could have cleaned that up a long time ago. Really, look at this waste of resources of military potential. Yeah, just let them just spray your entire artillery force down for like free. What's going on over here? Chorizo's going into polearms against the artisanals. Not bad, actually. That's not a bad strategy at all, actually. Now, this is a good fight for Chorizo. Here he's doing pretty well. I mean, going with the spearmen right up against the cannons. That's a good method. Only problem is, of course, you're dealing with assault now, so, you know, it's not as easy to clean up. Even then, the massive Apple Shads you got, that is definitely enough, it looks like, even to deal with the Montuanos or the Wampianos. That was not a bad skirmish at all for Chorizo. Yeah, he's going to take on another one of the Rompianas. Also, Adri is technically idling here for a little bit, so... Yeah, you almost took that down. You could have taken this down. Yeah. That was pretty alright for Chorizo, you know? Now Adri's going to have to shell out a bunch of resources of his now to replenish that military you just crushed. That is what you want to do, Chorizo. Try to drive your enemy insane by ripping it through his armies. So that way he's losing that surplus to constantly have to keep producing army, you know? And then that way you can start to slowly grow up yourself, and then it's a more fair fighting field for you two. If you don't do that and you let Adri just sit there with the full army and boom, you're going to run into some serious problems. You are. Now, this is going to be an issue. Because this guy is going to be tipped off because of the line of sight. Yeah. Yeah, and then he's going to be able to intercept that. You might have to, yeah, put him on the town center right here. Yeah, put it onto the town center. Yeah, I think, yeah, you got enough to take that out, right? Yeah. CG on his ass. Yeah, oh, good, alright. Good work. Yep, see now it looks like Adri is adding in the Granado turkeys as well. The Granado Dick turkeys. So instead of being like purely anti-heavy infantry like the Rompianas, these ones are more specialized against infantry in general. They get multipliers against all infantry, but they also get a charged grenade toss as well, just like those dismount grenadiers do, which makes them really good against like not only infantry, but they can also disrupt cannons as well. They can deal with little mini numbers of cavalry if they can mass up their, you know, their grenades on them. So yeah, it's kind of an interesting unit.
Monday, see?
Oh, you just threw those into the flames, it looks like. So which Ford wonder is Chorizo going for now? He's going for the Hacienda Temple, it looks like. The Hacienda Temple. Hienza Temple. Basically what the Hienza Temple does is, all it does is grants you a bunch of like technologies. It's kind of like, you know, the blacksmith in the university in AoE 2, how it just gives you like a bunch of text and stuff? That's basically what the Hienza Temple does, you know? It has all kinds of technologies. It has stuff for military, economy, civics, buildings, you name it. There's all sorts of nice little tools in there. In particular, you can increase the armor of your infantry, you can improve the range and damage of your cab archers, you get more damage on your artillery, improve your rice paddy gather rate, research geomancy to improve the rate at which your buildings regenerate HP when idle, stuff like that. Also, one that reveals all the fog of war of all the trees on the map, so you can maybe even catch enemy buildings with it. So yeah, it's a really awesome ability. Also some stuff for ships. Definitely get the Hienza Temple when you know you can spare the resources to research stuff from it. And when the age up itself grants you experience points too, so it helps you to jumpstart yourself towards additional shipments too. So yeah, definitely consider that. See, Chorizo realizes at this point that he's going to need the Byongyongs to deal with these guys, because these are also assault. So he's definitely going to have to be careful of those. Now, this is a good card to get when you want to make Byung-Yung's Japanese training. It increases the Byung-Yung hit points, and it also gives them additional multipliers against assault units, making them a really effective fighting force. Now, then they get the same multipliers as like Maneuver does, making them really good for the assault fighting. But you're gonna need a lot more of them, though. I think in this case. Try to stack up as many of them as you can. Yep, 3x, so it does 99 damage at range against the assault units. That's actually really good. Can't concern the fact that assault units don't get pierce armor. So you're really dealing full 99 damage per shot to these units here. Only problem is you don't have enough of them yet to really start one-shotting them, though. Once you do that, then you should be good. Also, be careful of these guys, the Mochuelos. These are the National Guard upgrade for the Conscripto, so these guys are really powered up right now. These guys are really powered up at this moment. And they're also slightly cheaper too, because again, National Guards makes the Latin American unit cheaper instead of slightly stronger, so yeah. Definitely helps with the economy a bit, being able to save and pickpocket some resources away later. Yeah. Oh, here comes some of the Gungo Cavalry, the Cav Archers. Those will be useful against these Tarkis. Oh, wow. Not bad. Not bad, Chorizo. Not bad. I think you're maybe you can clear this out. Yeah, see, he needs more Byung-Yungs, though. That's the problem. If you get more of those, I think we're in good shape. Yeah, for sure. How many resources does he have, though? Yeah, he's got some resources to work with. He's also going to be getting the Russian factory wagon as well from the consulate, so it's not like he's going to be down too much resources here. Queuing up more spearmen, getting some of the iron flails. That's probably fine since there's not as many Tarkis on the field right now. Just make sure you don't get that factory. Here in the corner. Maybe. Does he know about though? Let's check the fog of war. He does see it, and that's the problem. He does see it in the corner of his eye. That's gonna hurt you badly. No. That means we can just drive his Cadreros over here and just snipe that factory down. Why didn't you, Chorizo, put the factory up here, behind the town center? That could have been alright. Where maybe over here next to the rice paddy. Why did you put it outside of the range of your walls? You know, you're making it that much easier for the... And I'm honestly surprised Adri hasn't made a move on that factory, since you can literally see it right then and there. Oh yeah, I mean... Seriously. When you see like a high-ticket, high-target item like a factory, you guys try sniping that first before you do anything else. Now, it is good they took out the Wonder, though. That's good. Because, see, Wonder is, again, another high-priority target since it does a lot of stuff. Also, once you take them out, you can't rebuild them again. That's the other thing, right? So, yeah, that's good. It's good they got those Wonders out. Now he just has to deal with that factory. Then go after the town centers, and then... GG. GG at that point. Once the town centers are down, once everything's dead. Yeah, definitely. Barracks destroyed. Yeah, now you're just going after civilians at this point. Because, one stable, no barracks over here. No production left. Yeah. Pretty much. He's gonna get Chachalos as well as the Suentralos de Paez. Basically, these are charged attacks for the conscripts, basically, and the Llaneros. So, pretty much, if you like try charging on these Mochuelos now, essentially they're gonna get like a charge attack that recharges, I think, like every 45 to 60 seconds. something like that, where it ends up doing that initial thrust of the bayonet does way more damage than it normally does. Same thing with the Ineros as well. Their initial like charge with their lance is going to be that much stronger initially, and then it's going to take some time to recharge again. It's actually sort of the same mechanic we get in AoE 2 with the Costelier as well as the Rumi Swordsman. Yeah, the Costelier works exactly like that. It gets a charged melee attack, and then it recharges after so many seconds, then it comes back again to deal that full damage. So yeah, it's good that they were able to employ that into this mod a little bit with some of the units. Is the range attack charged? No, it doesn't look like it. Yeah, I could see that, yeah, they got the charge hand attack at 45. And now the Yaneros are going to get it pretty soon as well. Yep, see that charge attack? 54, yep, pretty good, you know, pretty good initial wave. Now, next part of this is going to be shelling those ships in the harbor right over there. Gotta blast those ships down. Yep, more of the Granado Turkeys. Yep, put down over there. Nice. Perfect. I've frankly been pretty impressed with how long this encounter has been between Chori and Adri. You know, it's gonna make the stream that much longer, honestly, considering, you know, how detailed these matches truly are. I wonder if the rest of the encounters are gonna be lengthy like this as well. You know, that'd be pretty cool if they are. Oh wow, now we get the the other ultimate unit, the Independentistas. So these guys, instead of like having like a standard multiplier against like cavalry, they just get a really high level sword attack that's good against really everything, like cannons, infantry, cavalry. 36 damage without any sort of like improvements to it at all. Like, yeah, if you get the gunpowder combat cards as well as the support card for the Independentista as well as Imperial Guard upgrade, then it becomes a real menace, and it's like doing like really high sword damage then. So yeah, it's kind of my least favorite ultimate unit of them because it just feels like it's sort of underwhelming in like standard situations. Like the Canal Police clearly destroys scout units, the Rampillenia clearly destroys heavy infantry, the Tarqui clearly destroys a variety of units like skirmish infantry, heavy infantry, artillery, somewhat buildings. So yeah, it just feels like to me that the Independentista, you know, needs a little bit of a kick to it, you know? Like if it had some like splash and had like a multiplier of some kind against Cav or something, then it would feel like a true like fighting force they could go into combat with or something, you know. It doesn't, which is unfortunate. Gets a heavy infantry tag as well. See, if you could like remove the heavy infantry tag or something, that'd probably make it feel a little bit tougher, because at least then, you know, skirms wouldn't have a field day sniping them down as much. Just saying. Oh, Distinguished Mocuelo is going Imperial upgrades onto the Conscriptos now. Oh, Chirico tried to make steel guns out of his factory. Yeah, you can actually make steel guns just like the Europeans can from your Korean factory, actually. So yeah, that's a pretty nice little side perk. Which means Koreans can technically access two types of heavy artillery. They can get the steel guns through the factory, and they can also produce the Hong Yi Po Chinese bombards from the monastery with a certain card that grants you access to them. So yeah, Koreans get a lot of fun cannon units that they can use. Also the Rocketeers here, the Fire Lances too, really neat units to employ. Oh yeah, now you're finally showing down the factory. Is the steel gun gonna come out though? This little steel gun that could? Yeah, the steel gun did make it. What's the steel gun gonna do? Is he gonna... Stout Kanon? Is that the new name of these things now, Stout Kanon? Oh, it's... it looks like maybe it's the Asian name, Stout Kanon. Sounds Germanic. But it's not really a German piece of artillery. This one is Russian. Because it came from the Russian allies. Only the Chinese get the German conscript allies. Is that Columbia docks on the side of the Koreans' base? Just so you can make bombardas to attack the ship with? Yeah, these are bombardas. These are basically just like siege ships. Yeah, they basically, in Wars of Liberty, there's a bit of a naval system. Like a rock, paper, scissors thing. Siege ships kill heavy ships kill light ships, and light ships kill siege ships. Yeah, so just keep that in mind when you're playing sea and naval wars. Like, these guys will be great at killing something like the frigates or battleships, but when it comes to really light stuff like the corvettes or the, anything like a galleon, like a galley or something, yeah, they run into trouble real quick with stuff like that. Or the Aviso, as it's the Europeans get for a light ship, the Aviso. That was a good game. I like that one. That was a nice late game one. You know, we finally got to see some of the neat Grand Colombian late game units, except for the Canal Police. You know, all the goodies of the Grand Columbia Civ and why I like to play them.
Preparado.
Yeah, that was some good combat. And I do like how Chorizo sort of improved himself in some of those fights a bit. Still has a lot of work though. You know, managing the artillery, knowing when to engage. Not leaving forts exposed, stuff like that, he definitely needs to work on, for sure. Either way, good attempt, though, you know? Good try. Yep, now we're going to load up the next encounter. And some casual matches in WoW, yeah. Also a Battlefront 2 stream and AoE 2 stream. Yeah, that'd be pretty good, actually. Look forward to doing all of those. My idea or the troops seem very slow. Well, the infantry... Well, I think it's because these players were using artillery in limber mode with their armies, so that inevitably was slowing them down. Columbia should avoid the castle and took the wonder down from behind at first. Yeah, that could have been a good trick by them. Now Columbia must be on water too. Brahmoman with his villagers. Yeah, yep. I was also waiting for Uzbeks, Turkestan, and Persians fours. Yeah, yep, I think they're actually going to be in the next update, the Persians at least, in the Middle Eastern patch. Persians will be out along with the, I believe the Arabs, the Saudis, the Persians, and I think maybe Omani, maybe Afghans, yeah. So definitely the Middle Eastern update's going to include at least Persians and Saudis from what I recall. And probably Afghans and maybe Oman as well or something. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to making snipers as the Afghans, for sure. That's something I definitely want to do. GG for Chorizo, yeah. Chorizo just lost. So now we're actually going to move on to the Delian and Rommel series, which is actually going to be a 3-match encounter now, because I see at least from what it looks like here, they did need a tiebreaker to figure that one out. Korea lost no units, very slow play. Yeah, that's the problem that Chorizo was doing. He just wasn't massing up, the forces that you need. And to be honest with you, what makes Korea normally very strong is the fact that you can mass up units really easily with that strong boom economy. You're supposed to build like 50 spearmen, 30 archers, massing stuff out of the consulate, making huachas. If you're making like 10 units at a time as Korea, get off that civ and find something better to do, It's like China, but the units actually do a lot of good range damage, Chinese are good at one thing. Koreans, they got really good range damage. Not even an attack from Korea. Yeah, that's the thing. You know how I play Korea, right? I get the Opposhenets out and I'm in their base, pulling out the tigers from the mountain cat, from the Lord of the Mountains, tigers, spearmen. I know how to attack as Korea. Now, for me, that was pretty sad to watch. Somebody blundered that bad with Korea. So hopefully Chorizo learns a thing or two from it. Maybe I'll do some Korea matches for this tournament as well. Just show him how it's done. Or at least how it's supposed to be done. Without further ado, let's go on to Rommel and Delian. This one should be kind of interesting, I feel like both of these players are probably evenly matched this time, It's not like the last encounter when we had a Liga A player facing a Liga B in disguise player. This one, I feel like these are two rising stars, They're not really that great, but they do have good, qualities, learning aggro, learning economy, preparing assaults. They're both learning things that work really well for them, and they're really doing well with them, For Delian, we've seen him do some really tricky stuff with the Lakota lately, stuff with other civs lately. It's just sort of sad that the Lakotas were banned in this tournament, though, just because of a little bug in H2 with the cavalry speed. I think it was a bit of an overreaction, but that's just me. I would have rather let Delian just use the civ because, he's really good with the war hut with it, massing out the war clubs and the Setan bowmen. As for Rommel, he loves to build strong economic strategies and then go with very good strategic army moves, And in fact, this civ here, Grand Columbia, is the civ that Rommel really likes because he's a Juanito from that region, right? So he won the mastery of his own region, which is really neat. Yeah, definitely. So we'll see how Rommel does versus Delian. And what is Delian using, by the way? Delian is using the Belgians. So two civs that we've actually already seen so far in the match. So I don't have to do a lot of summary of these civs then, because we already know what these civs do pretty much. So yeah, we just can focus on, the gameplay part. Belgium grabbing their trading post with the frontier wagon. Rommel also grabbed a trading post with his explorer, also putting a tent nearby for some population. Yeah, that's sort of the weird, interesting enigma you can pull off with the Colombians. Instead of going for that 100 wood house, you do have the option of building a tent far away to get just enough population needed to queue up enough villagers to age up with on top of your villager card, right? Because normally how you play like a civ, right, is you build 11, 12, maybe even 13 villas, and then you ship in 3 villas with that queue, and then you age up afterwards with either 15 or 16 villagers done by the time you age up within ideally 3 to 4 minutes, right? So why not, instead of getting a 100 wood house, because you only need 5 more pop to get those 2 or 3 additional views queued up, just save the 50 wood, which you can again use later to build a market earlier, get the hunting dogs earlier, and then start shopping to get either another tent, or you can get a real house. It's up to you, right? But even if you just want to go with another tent, then it's just another 50 wood to complete the set, right? So, what's the problem with that? I don't see a problem with that at all. And I've done it a couple times too, and I feel like, for for me, it works really well, you know. Saving that 50 wood that I can use for something later, either a market tech, or my first aggressive tent barracks with them, too. So yeah, you definitely have to look out for that. So let's see what's in this deck compared to the one that Adri did for the Belgians. So this one, we see a lot. Well, we see the bike infantry shipment from before, a lot of the unit and crate shipments. We don't see as much improvements on native warriors, though. Yeah, that's one thing I know right away, is not a lot of improvements on the native warriors. Instead, though, we do see advanced arsenal, which we talked about last game, so these force publiques as well as these line infantry could be buffed up really well with this card, combined with the infantry combat. Does have the cavalry combat to benefit the bike infantry, the hussars, and the dragoons. Also the royal decree technologies too, which is pretty nice, yeah. Now, they get some pretty nice unit shipments out of this RD for Belgium. They can get some Louisiana Tigers, which is SWEV, basically a ranged version of Assault. And boy, is that deadly. Also, they can get Guard Partisans in Age 4 from Canelles de Namur. So yeah, good options overall with Belgium. You know, when I'm like doing a King of the Hill with Belgium, I do like to actually use those Royal Decree options a lot. Because I know if I could stack up a bunch of Zwevs and then go for the Pikemen later, that's something I can use alongside my Mercenary deck, as well as pumping out natives and cannons and stuff. It's really a nice experience overall, you know. I feel like Belgium is probably one of my stronger FI strategies, honestly, because they get such variety. They got their natives, they got some decent mercenary shipments, they get the elephants, they get good cannon options. It's really not much you can go wrong with the Belgians in terms of FI strategies. Yeah, it's certainly something to look out for sure. So, it looks like, from the timer at least, something's going to happen really soon here to make somebody die. Right, we see DeLeon going up here with his barracks, using his frontier wagon to put down a redoubt. So he's going right into battle. He's also shipping in the volunteers. Volunteers, just so people are aware, they're the same thing as crossbowmen, right? Instead of wielding a crossbow, they're using a rifle. Same multiplier, same stats, same everything. That's all you need to know about the volunteers. Yeah. And the great thing about this Civ Belgians too is, unlike most Civs that can only get the veteran upgrade for them, they can actually get them a Royal Guard upgrade for their volunteers. I think the Guard Civiques or something. And as a result of that, they can use these guys to great effect even into the late game to mass up a bunch of anti-heavy infantry and maneuver damage. It's going to combine them with line infantry and go right for the attack. What's Rommel going to do though? Does Rommel have an answer to this? Rommel, he just went for a villager shipment. Which means, oh, he is queuing up something, alright. Where is he queuing up? He actually has his tents all the way over here. That's not going to be very helpful, man. Seriously, like, look what's going to happen. He's already been housed because the tent's already gone. You can't always gonna have his Louis these 5 Mosqueteros dealing with that.
Jefe?
Unbelievable. That is not good. Yep, and of course, DeLeon, like an aggro expert, is also gonna not only queue up line infantry, he's also gonna ship in line infantry. So these Mosqueteros are gonna be a bit outnumbered here, which is not good. See, the thing is, technically Mosqueteros being assault are great against infantry, but being assault, you don't get any pierce armor, which means you could get one-shotted just like this. When you're outnumbered, basically not even doing anything at all. Yeah. Now, thankfully, Rommel was able to get some more, looks like houses up to replace the lost tent, so he can replace his army a bit now. But still, it's kind of a mismatch here. I don't see what the exact defense plan is. You got some Machitero, you got some Conscripto, you got some Llaneros getting shipped in from the home city. Yeah, that's certainly going to be an issue, for sure. Absolutely. Wow, you have to get those Juanas.
Sí.
Those Juanas muy guapas. Machitero, Llanero, and Conscripto. I don't see how this little mismatch is going to do anything, though. I feel like Delian really got you here in a real nasty spot. And this is the reason why I don't always like Gran Colombia. It does seem like they take a couple of seconds to get off the ground running. Right? And the fact that you have to wait for a shipment to arrive to get access to this German immigrant colony, this Colonia Tovar, means that basically you have to wait a number of minutes before you can actually get those nice immigrant U1 battalions in from them, you know, which puts you in a bit of a bind, defense-wise, you know. Because really, when you play in, like, the Juanito civs, you're supposed to be using immigrants, like, all the time. That kind of engineers that economically, defensively, really works well for them. So when you don't have that for a while, yeah, things can get really risky really fast, you know, definitely. Definitely. And then when you look at cities like Colombia that can't go for that option, they get pretty underwhelmed pretty easily when somebody's really playing really hard like this. See, why couldn't Chorizo do something like this with the Koreans, like something so simple like this, you know? Or even Mapuche, you know? Just a simple aggro, ship your cards and stuff is enough to knock down players. You don't have to go for these complicated builds all the time, you know? Just a simple attack pattern. Keep your enemy on his toes, keep him from accessing hunts and mines. That's really what all this warfare is for in the end. Oh yeah, I mean, seriously. You gotta aggro pretty well to do these fights a lot of the time, man. And it's not easy, I mean, requires a lot of thinking, a lot of planning, a lot of hockeying around, microing and stuff, but truth be told, sometimes a flat attack like this gets your opponent off balance and they end up falling off the tightrope, you know? Yeah, exactly. GG. Good work, Delian, you know. Delian, he's slowly creeping up there as like a decent attacker, you know. I saw him at the start and he was pretty flimsy, but ever since like late League of 2023 to 2024, he's been starting to learn better attacking mechanisms. Some of which he even defeated Alucard with, if you can believe that. He even beat Alucard once with one of these strategies, and that was... Yeah, that was a phenomenal match for Delian, being Alucard. I couldn't even do that in the tournament, and he pulled it off. That was really good stuff. Definitely enjoyed watching that. And that was sort of on Alucard for making a questionable shipment choice, but still, Delian really earned that one pretty well. Absolutely. Definitely. So yeah, now we're going to be moving on to, the next match of Rommel versus Delian, unless anybody has anything to chat about or say here. Certainly. Alright, we're loading up into the next one. Recorded games, match number 2 of Rommel versus Delian. Alright, so we got ourselves here a Peru versus a Portuguese. Interesting. Yeah. I've actually started to decide started to use Portuguese in the Liga this week. I figured I'd start using them, since, the Latin American option doesn't look that spicy anymore. So, yeah, I'd figure, why not give them a try? I feel like they could do some wonders for me. So, we'll see how that goes. Now, we already know a lot about the Portuguese Civ, so there's really not much to be said here. They get free covered wagons when they age up, giving them boom potential and defense. That's whole sort of thing is still true. Roster is changed up a bit, like they get falconets now instead of organ guns. They do have some decent native Captain D'Amato slave hunter shipments to help with raiding a bit. So that's certainly good. Yeah, but nothing really else too much different. As for Peru though, this is a Juanito Bonito Civ. And this Juanito Bonito Civ is certainly a pretty useful one in terms of what it can do exactly. Yeah. Basically, this Peru Civ, they got a couple of unique qualities to them. Number one, the villagers are really good defensively, these cholos. See, what the cholos can actually do is, I'll demonstrated right here. They can garrison inside the buildings. Just like Korea's military can garrison in a building, cholos can garrison inside a building themselves. And by doing that, they can avoid danger, avoid getting raided. It's a really useful tool. The second thing that makes Peru pretty special is they get this special bonus for their military, where if you kill one unit, all the nearby military units gain a brief line of sight and speed bonus so they can retreat quicker. Or they can hunt down their enemies quicker too. Right, like if you're dealing with a larger Peruvian army and their guys start dying, they're going to run quicker. Given especially their melee units like the Machetero, the Escolta, or the Lancero, a way of charging, plowing ahead, which is really useful. Yeah, it really is useful. And we'll check out their deck right now, see what sort of methodology they're going to use. So, from what I can see right here is, we got ourselves an okay-ish average 1 versus 1 deck, with a bit of emphasis on herdables. Yeah, herdables. Because I see llama ranching, so this means that they're going to be able to employ some llamas into their food economy. Not to mention that, they also have recycling railroad tracks as well to make the artillery cheaper, the basic refrigeration, and Casa de Monada. This is the same thing as Royal Mint, has the exact same effect. They get access to Rubber Boom. Basically, a lot of civs get Rubber Boom, so I might as well mention what it is. Basically, it's a late game economic card that benefits both plantation, like late game gold buildings, as well as trees, so it's multi-purpose, It's a really strong card overall, though. There's a lot of good stuff. So the last cartridge, this is a really good card for Peru. Basically, that whole bonus I was talking about where the units gain something when a nearby one dies, it removes the speed bonus but keeps the line of sight one, but what it does is, it allows units to gain more damage when nearby units die. So basically, if you defeat a couple of Macheteros, the other Macheteros are going to gain even more splash damage, and they're therefore going to become a bigger threat to deal with, which is going to lead to a better overall outcome for you, which is great. Yeah, definitely. So what age up are they going for exactly? So they're going up with the first Irish wave. So for those that don't know, Latin Americans, instead of aging up with politicians with a few exceptions like Colombia obviously, they age up with immigrant colonies. So in this case, you'll gain a Irish immigrant wagon that grants you an immigrant colony. Looks a lot like a town center, but it's not quite a town center. Basically what it does is it lets you train immigrant workers of that country from there that has one really good skill, and for the rest of the skills they tend to gather really poorly from and perform pretty poorly at. For instance, Irish workers, they have the ability to heal your units up, right? Because they're super Catholic and religious, and that gives them the ability to heal, I guess, right? And those immigrant villagers can do two special things as well. They can build your standard buildings, but they can also build another copy of their immigrant colony should it get burned down. So basically, as long as you have an immigrant worker active on the map, should that immigrant colony get destroyed, it can be rebuilt again. But if you have no workers, you're never going to see that colony ever again. So definitely mix some workers in with your economy and keep them there just in case if you need to rebuild another one. And the other thing they do is, instead of building normal houses, they build a special immigrant house that has a special quality to it. Right. So I can't recall. I think the Irish houses trickle experience points, if I'm correct. Yeah, I think that's what they do. Whereas, for instance, the French houses would act as a barracks, allowing you to train some infantry from there. The German houses allow you to dispatch the emergency units from it. So yeah, you have to sort of see what the different immigrant houses do and see which ones you really like the most, really. And in addition, immigrant colonies do two things. They allow you to train immigrant battalions, which are basically just standard stat military units that gain shadow text with each age up. You know, like Veteran Guard Imperial. Without even having to research it, which is really helpful, just like the Asian Consulate has. As well as two technologies for each age up. And those technologies can be a variety of different things, military, economy, you name it. But there's something you should be aware of. See, if you stick with one immigrant colony for the entire game, the age-up rewards tend to be stronger, right? Because you do have 3 different immigrant options for each civ, so you can either choose to go with 3 different immigrants for the entire game, so you have 3 colonies, or you can stick to one colony and get really good rewards. Or you can do a bit of both. Get 2 immigrants, get 2 strong rewards from one. You know, that's another option too. It's really what benefits you the most in general. And depending on what choice you made, the Imperial Age can mean different things for you. If you stuck with one immigrant, you get something called an ultimatum or an ultimate power from that immigrant. It's a really powerful age-up reward. Like say you stick with only Germany, then that means you're going to get 2 factory wagons. If you go with Scandinavians, you get spies for free. If you go with the Confederacy, you get free blockade through the Monroe Doctrine. If you go with Chinese, they increase the villagers' attack and HP by like 300% or something pretty insane. So yeah, you definitely want to mix and match and see which combo works well for you or lack thereof. Now these guys are the Legion Piranhas, just another subset of Grenadiers that you can use. They're a little bit more expensive than standard Grenadiers, but that does mean that they have a bit better stats on them too. Yeah, they're stronger than European Grenadiers, so definitely watch out for that. And they're kind of the signature unit of Peru nowadays, because they don't actually get like regular musketeers at all. They don't get conscriptos, so really the backbone of a lot of Peruvian armies is just that, these Legion Piranhas. Now, DeLeon appears to be doing pretty well here. He's starting to aggress onto the Grenadiers using the Hussars. That's going to help him out to finish those off. Oh, nice. Then he can catch up with this. See, this is the thing, though, that's great about Hussar usage. He's going to waste all the grenades onto the Hussars. He got one of them killed, but that means now the infantry basically got free range to enact more damage onto the Grenadiers. But unfortunately for you, you're dealing with Peru, so yeah, look at them run. Look at how fast they run out of trouble, out of danger. Yeah, these Grenadiers, man, these things can really evade capture pretty easily. Absolutely. Look at that. Wow. Very impressive. Quite impressive, actually. Yep, here comes 3 more hussars. See, I don't know in this case if Portuguese could actually make a 2-0 win here. You know, they got the volunteers, the line infantry, they got the... See, this is not good. Basically, you got Peru pinned into their base. Now, you're going to be able to slice through those grenadiers no problem now. Then he's queuing, what is he queuing up? Pardos now. Yeah, Portugal, really good shape. Yeah, and they're queuing up villages, right? Oh yeah, so they're queuing up villages, so they're not slouching at all in that department. Alright. They're gonna get this barracks down before it finishes. Yeah. Bye-bye, Pardos. Bye-bye, halberds. That's what Pardos are, by the way, the thing he was queuing up. Those are basically like a polearm, you know. And unlike, you know, like the European pikemen, they actually are not like considered archaic infantry, and you can always like get guard and imperial upgrades for them. So that's definitely and always a game option for you to be able to do that. And another weird twist of the Pardo is they don't cost any wood or coin as a polearm. They only cost 1 resource of food. In fact, as a way to synergize, in particular for this div, Peru really well. Because see, the Pardo costs only food, so you can train the Brenero, which is their like crossbowman equivalent, which only costs wood basically. So yeah, it's definitely a bit of a weird dynamic working there. So you're sort of using like a different resource like distribution. It almost feels like training for something like a banner army almost. Right, because, you know, one unit in the banner army costs 1 resource, the other one costs another resource, right? Because troop canoes cost food, whereas the planes cost wood, right? Or the stepwires cost gold, and then the troop canoe costs food. So, weird dynamic like that with the training logic. So what does Rommel do now? We got another one here. Question is he going to finish off the town center, though? I think that matters a whole lot here. Okay. Oh, boo. Good work. See, DeLeon has been trying these siege town center strategies for a while now, and he's unfortunately ran some bad luck with them recently. Unfortunately, what happens with DeLeon is he'll start trying to burn the TC down, and he'll be like 1k HP short off of the thing. And as a result of that, you know, it ends up becoming a waste endeavor. But for this time, he actually did manage to complete the town center siege, and therefore Rommel is indeed in some serious trouble now. You know, look, he doesn't even have enough wood to recover another town center. So, number one, that prevents him from gaining additional economy. Number two, he can't age up, right? He can't go to another age. So that gives DeLeon a lot of wiggle room to take advantage of that and start double queuing on his villies now. Yeah, he's got his fishing boat working as well. How many vills does DeLeon got right now?
Sí.
11 vills. That's gonna be a bit of a problem, though. I'm a little bit concerned for him now. I'm a little worried for you, man. Oh, I see what he did. Oh, no, that's not good. See, what he did was, he burned through his crate shipments so he could go for that TC snipe. But what he didn't realize is, once those those crates are burned through pretty much, he really has no means to continue fighting, right? Because he only has like 11 villagers. Like how many? Let's see how many villas he's got right now. He's got 11 villagers, all right? Doesn't even have any queued up. How much does Rommel got? Rommel has 19 villagers. So even without a town center, Rommel is in better shape than you are just by the fact that he, you know, was queuing up a lot more stuff than you are. Yeah, that's sort of the problem though, with going with all-out strategies like that. You need a way to constantly be able to queue villagers, so when the attack is done, in case he's not finished off yet, you can continue the fight with some economy. Because now you shelled out all those resources, now your opponent can basically fight back on you, because now you can't put up much of a fight now without any resources. Yeah. So that was a very valiant town center siege, and it definitely is going to set back Rommel quite a bit, but at what cost, you know? Now your economy is down, and because Delian has access to immigrant colonies, he can continue to queue up additional immigrant units to attack you with. Ideally, right? Yeah. Puts you in a real serious bind. I mean, if he doesn't want to use those, he could use, you know, unit shipments in Age 3. He's got options, right? And that's why you gotta be super duper careful, you know? You might have just ended up shooting yourself in the foot more than helping yourself by doing it that way. What you probably should have did was build a bit of a stack, get like 20 or something villagers, get a stack of units, then start adding in the crate resources, and then sort of divvy it up a bit, right? Maybe put some into the army now, maybe save a little for aging up. So by the time the town center is down, I'm in capital age. I can ship in Cassadors, I can ship in Units, Dragoons, or whatever they're called, right? Dragoons. I can ship in some mercenaries, I can ship in some artillery, right? Whatever you got. Because let's see what his Age 3 looks like. Yeah, he's got 2 shipments of Cacadors, he's got the Ordinakas, which is a really weak spearman, replacement to the pike. He has the fort. You get options, right? If you could like plan your resource and your city planning out appropriately, you could plan the attack so by the time his TC goes down, you're aging up. So even if you're down a bit of resources, yeah, I can ship in the skirmishers now, and he's got no way of dealing with that, right? Unupgraded Legion Piranhas are going to have a field day trying to deal with a veteran Cacador, an age ahead of them, and that gives you time to start, you know, working on your economy while he's trying to hide his from you. Those poor bloody cholos hiding inside the casas at that point, you know? It's all stuff you have to consider when you're doing these strategies, you know? What do we do after this happens? What if there is an after, right? It's never guaranteed when we go for an all-out attack that it is going to work. There's always that uncertainty, always that possibility that it's just not enough to complete the work. It's not enough all the time, right? You gotta plan for that stuff, really. Yeah, in particular though, these Minutemen have a really fun time dealing with Legion Piranhas because remember, emergency units, they get multiplier against the little dynamite stick, right? Which is siege unit. Which Legion Piranhas still count as. They still are siege units because they deal with explosives. So yeah, that means Minutemen have a real field day trying to deal with those grenades because they can usually enact a lot of damage on them. Unfortunately, still got some of the Irish immigrant Zamoritos still left. These guys are basically just, I think they got the same stats as the Green Jacket or the British. So they give up some of their heavy infantry multipliers for a bit of anti-maneuver. So slightly different stats going into fights with. Yeah. So let's see where Rommel is now. I mean, he's starting to add in coin. He could ship in more villagers from the home state. See, Rommel has options. You know, Rommel has options. The fact that he lost a town center is not the end of the world, honestly, because any villager economy that he lost from that engagement, he can just win back through his home city, basically shipping in 4 cholos at a time. And that's why I always include the 4 villager shipment of any civ that has access to it. Normally would be a Latin American civ or a nation state civ, like the Greeks, the Serbs, a Balkan state has those. And I like it because when I'm doing really well, I can just add to the villager economy and jump a couple legs up on my enemy with it. If I'm a little bit behind, I can use it to catch up a bit. Even without extra town centers, it lets you catch up a bit. If you have town centers and you use it, then you're really going to be going up super speedy. Shouldn't be appropriate, right? You don't always want to put yourself in that bind where you're just making villagers and you're not protecting yourself. But if you have the opportunity to take it, see a problem with that. Oh, for sure. Yep, see, he's doing it. He's going to be shipping in 4 more cholos, beef up his economy, and bounce himself back. But it could be argued at this point he doesn't even need the bounce back because he's already bounced back already. Because he's got the army advantage. How about the villager advantage? What's the villager advantage? He's got 29 in his pocket.
Sí, hola.
Whereas the Leon has 20, so he's still 9 villages behind. Seeing the situation he's in, though, with lack of resources, he is forced to go for capital age to get access to those Cacador shipments. He's also going up with the academic as well. Can't quite recall what he does. We'll have to wait and see. But one thing is for sure, this Portugal here is in a bit of a bind getting a large army. They're going to have to hope that they can micro those Cacadors really well and spray down these heavy infantry with them. Because if you can't, that's a problem. And you're going to pay the price for it, So we'll see, though. We'll see if it can be pulled off or not. Definitely. Alright, so he's going to go for the Oronanka shipment first before he even goes with the Cacadors. Does he have a barracks? Nah, no barracks. Not down. Oh, he's going to put one right here. Well, at this point, I would probably say this goes to Peru. Mainly because I don't see any growth for Portugal at this point. Yeah, I think Portugal just wanted to end it quickly and get a quick 2-0, and they ended up shooting themselves in the foot at this point. Going with an attack without any economic or resource backing to it. So, yeah, they burned through their crates, and therefore they couldn't recover resources later when they needed them, and it was just a total mess. Yeah. Yeah, and it looks like they're going to have to ban that town center, too. It's even worse. Is there any villages in that town center? Oh, yeah, that thing's been vacated because Delia knows that thing's not being saved. And at this point, we're going to have to see if the town center over here, or the one over here, is going to be salvageable. Right? Wait a minute, did he have another? Oh yeah, the town center was over here in the midpoint, and that's why that one was wiped out. You can see it by that gray cement looking foundation over there. Yeah. So at this point, you're working off of one town defender is Portugal, and that's already screaming, I lost this. Because your whole Civ bonus is Portugal is to have additional town centers. You don't have any more town centers but one right now, because thankfully your covered wagon just got away in time. If it didn't get away in time, we'd already be looking into resignation right now. But the fact that you got away with that town center means that you got a little bit of fight left in you. You got a place that you can actually receive those 3 unit shipments of yours, as well as a fort, and you can stonewall them out of it. But for how long, though, is the question, because I see the Pardos coming in, Legion Piranhas making a move on you, and it's not going to be pristine for you. None the slightest. Definitely not.
Qual é a sua ordem?
And let me see here. Where do Ornakas going? Yeah, here comes the first Cacador shipment. The third one's coming in after that. And I don't see what you're going to do with this little flying force of yours. I mean, yeah, the Cacadors are going to be contributing a lot to the skirmish, but I don't see what these really weekend spearmen are going to do. I mean, I like these spearmen because of how massive they usually are, and you can really stack a lot of them. But in this case, when you're dealing with like grenadiers, all it takes is for a really good targeted grenade volley from the Legion Piranhas, and most of these spearmen will not survive that just because of their low HP. Look at this multiplier. It's like 20 or something crush damage, right? And these only have 90 HP, so really they only have to be, you know, hit on by like 4 or 5 splash explosions from grenades. Rommel actually decided to go for the Cacadors instead, which is kind of interesting, you know. See, the other thing is too, Cacadors, they have 50% pierce armor, but their HP is exceptionally low for a skirmisher as well. So yeah, if you can like get those grenadiers moving and make a toss onto the Cacadors, that's usually enough to like take them out at that point, right? Yeah, definitely. Certainly. Well, here comes the defensive fort right next to the TC. It's gonna buy them a little more time. Here's some of the Fenians from the Egypt. So basically what Fenians are is they're basically just maneuver units. They're actually considered cavalry now. So like a foot version of the Dragoon pretty much. And as you can see right here, since they're like a mercenary maneuver unit, they have really high attack, like 48 damage. That's pretty good. You know, 48 damage. You can do a lot with that at this stage in the game. Certainly enough to blast your way through the spearmen. If they, well, wait a second. There's a problem with using maneuver against Portuguese, and that's the fact that they don't actually get an assault unit at all in their stable or barracks. Right, see, a lot of European civs, they get access to the cuirassier. You know, same unit you know from France at the splash attack, the armor, all that. Now, all of Europe, it's like a common unit. And even civs that don't get it, they get like an alternative. Like, British get the Household Blue, which is a little bit different variant of it. The Belgians just get like police elephants, basically just war elephants. A couple of other alternatives, so yeah. Russia gets the Pastuni, which, you know, closer to the Machitero than the Cuirassier, so yeah. And that's basically how it works, right? So with Portugal, though, they don't get any of that. So when you're like making maneuver units, think to yourself, how applicable are these going to be since their range attack is going to be utterly useless? Like, the only use you're ever going to get out of like maneuver is if you can go into melee, right? You can pull their sabers out and just run down the horses yourself and the cannons. So that's not always a proper way to go about it, but yeah. Now, this is a good unit to use, you know, the Granado Caballo. You unfortunately can't train this as any civ because they are the unique ultimate unit of Argentina. But thankfully, Peru and a handful of other civs can ship them from their home cities in limited numbers. So yeah, definitely take advantage of these if you can. So these guys are pretty related to the Granadero Tarqui, but unlike the Granadero Tarqui, these are actually a scout unit. So they have just plain old melee damage to make them like a hussar, basically, right? So they don't actually have to deal with ranged attacks from maneuver that much unless we're talking like Canal Police or Dragon Rojo stuff that does have the scout multis. So yeah, definitely consider that when you're using the Horse Grenadiers. You can be a little bit more risky, going for more melee with the skirmishers, as long as the maneuver don't go into melee with you, of course. Because the maneuvers melee will always deal multipliers against both scout and assault. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. So yeah, watch out for that. Julian's gonna ship in some wood, it looks like. And what's wrong? What good state is Rommel in right now? Because it seems like he's really doing well economically right now, to say the least.
Huh?
Oh wow, look at that. Impressive. Alright, here comes the Granado Caballos, though. They're going to be making a push. Oh. Ooh. Yeah. See, that's what I mean. It just takes like one grenade toss, and a lot of those spearmen go flying into the snow like that. Doesn't take a whole lot to do that. Yep, just checking the chat super duper quickly, seeing if we got any additional chatters. Nobody's really ran anything for a while now, so I'm gonna go back into the gameplay. This is basically a dead man walking now, I would say, Portugal, because Rommel clearly has the army needed as well as the resources to carry this out with about 37 vills, 35 on the field, 2 in queue. So Portuguese, 25 on the field, so they're like 10 vills down overall. 10 vills. Not good. That basically means Rommel's collecting a lot more resources than you are. Yeah, and it looks like Deline is also just starting to get the market right now too, which means that he was down even on the gather rates as well. So he'd probably even get time to get hunting dogs or placer mines or anything like that. So yeah, I'm assuming Rommel already got his stonewashing and his hunting dogs done. So Rommel, yep, that's why we see like 100-point difference in the score on the top right, for that reason alone. Dragoons? Why are you making that? You have no evidence of assault on the field at all, and you're making dragoons. Yeah, you understand that they don't deal multipliers at range against these Lanceros, right? Or the Granadero Caballos. So why would you do that? I'm just curious, like, why would you do that? You know that's gonna get shredded by that, right? I feel like people still don't understand how the tag rework works in Wars of Liberty, honestly, I get it, it's complicated, but, that people have created a lot of nice graphics in Excel and different, programs to show you how the tag rework works, who's included, what units included, what would be the proper counter. Granted, most of it's in Juanito Bonito language, but these are, again, Juanito Bonito Jugadores, basically. They should be able to read that up pretty quickly and understand what the palabra is saying it pretty easily. At least that's what I think, anyways. Yep, here comes the Dragoons. Castadors as well. Yeah, Castadors a lot better, I would say. And also Bruce like gonna put their fort like Lily right there, Fort George. Yeah. Yep. Seed drill for who's that? Leon. He's gonna get some seed drill on his mark. Why do you build a market then if you're gonna go mills? Oh, yeah, maybe it's good getting pressured on by the Peruvians. Still, though, I'd take this clump and stick them up here on this caribou over here, though. That'd probably be really good for you to do. Now we go right here. Grenadier mass, gonna retreat, gonna let the Lanceros take the frontal assault, because they can drive right into these Castadors, and there's not a lot they can do. I mean, yeah, you got a couple of Ornagas. You can throw the Dragoons into melee with their sabers, and they can do some good slicing and dicing of them. But I feel like at this point, these veteran inspired Lanceros are going to have a pretty easy time plowing into you at this point. I'm just surprised how prolonged this match is. You know, if it was me and I realized I blundered that badly with the TC seeds, I would have already been out of here at this point. Yeah, I'm not complaining. I'm just saying, you know, like, well, I'm curious, like, what build did you have in mind as a counter reaction to this? Did you see yourself like going for a mass of Cacadors and like shooting up through here or something, and what you could have done, or yeah, like what's the game plan? Because technically, all you would need is like Portuguese is to have enough resources for some decent artillery or some petards, blast through that town center, and then send them hobbling across the Hudson Bay, basically, you know? How much they can do once you take out that final town center that they build. They could try to build one somewhere else, but that's going to take time, make them vulnerable. You could chase them down with hussars or something. Send a massive, like, line infantry. There's options to that, you know? You gotta play it the way you feel like it's going to work in the end. Gonna get refrigeration, try to catch up a little bit in the resource count. So what's gonna happen here? Is he gonna engage in the fight, or is he gonna quit as soon as he sees what's going on? So I'm gonna do something weird. Oh, he's going industrial age. Yeah, he's going with the full Irish. He's gonna do the full Irish jig. That is pretty good. Helped him out quite a bit. Oh, yep, another wave of grenadiers. Even more. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, he has a couple of ones that haven't thrown yet, right? Yeah, GG. Good work. I bet he was going to resign definitely if he saw the Rommel Industrial Age. Yeah. Would have been a kick in the face at that point. Alrighty then, so that's match number 2 of Rommel versus Delian. So now we're going to be moving on to the final game of Rommel versus Delian, match number 3. The tiebreaker over on the Malaysia map. That should be pretty fun. Let's move over to there right now, see what's going on. Alright. So this is the first time we're gonna see Malaysia today, it looks like. So let's get started with it, shall we? Okay, say bonito bonito. Si bonito. Bonito bonito bonito. Si. Alright, so we got ourselves a Haiti versus a Hods. Iroquois, Hods, whatever you want to call them. They actually changed them to the Hods name in Moors of Liberty to keep them accurate. Yeah, so that's good. Yep, get those villagers into position. Move those Nagalayan towards you. Oh no, the Siaga. Alright, so the Siaga. Yeah, this is Malaysia, folks. Basically, you got water on both sides that you can fish and whale from. It's usually pretty safe to do unless somebody wants to run all the way across and build a dock over there, usually. So yeah, that does happen. You know, it happens to me a lot with Blackwing and Verlingo. Juanito Verlingo Peruano. So yeah, be careful with that. Yeah, definitely be careful of that especially. And other than that, let's probably try to go over Haiti a bit so you can sort of understand their logic. Because they're a Juanito Civ as well. They're part of the Latin American culture. And they got a couple of weird little features that you should probably pay attention to with them. So first one is, when you see these villagers here, the Civites, these guys, if you try to kill one of them, instead of instantly dying, they sit there on the floor like a 5-year-old that just fell in the playground for like 5 seconds, holding onto their knee and like crying in pain, basically. Yeah, just like a 5-year-old in the playground falling, right? And in those 5 seconds, you can spend some food to have them revived. I think it's like 10 food or something, into a revived Savite, basically zombifying him, making him into a zombie. A voodoo zombie, where you see little stars spinning around their head to show them how disoriented they are. And how they work is, these revived Savites have the same gather rate, but they move slower. But if you kill the revived Savite, then it dies for real. Because for some reason you can't resurrect a zombie as a zombie for some reason. I don't know why you can't. Beats me. Yeah. And probably for balance reasons too. Imagine back in the old days of Haiti, the revived Savites concept did not exist. The way that the Savites worked in the old days was they actually had the hero tag, and they were actual heroes that you could not kill, which is super insane when you think about it. If you injured a bunch of their Savites on the map, they'd be sitting there literally holding on to their kneecaps like they fell on the pavement for like 2 hours if you couldn't save them, which meant you were actually literally in trouble if they got captured because there was no way of getting them. Actually, no way at all. So they figured they'd change it to an ability to not only give Haiti an immune economic force, but, a less risky way of not having to rescue it, pretty much. Yeah. Yeah. Weird things they come up with, right? And the other thing Haiti gets is, there's two things actually. Haiti, in addition to the normal age ups with the immigrants, gets an alternative to revolt in every age. The age up for age 2, from age 1 to age 2 and age 2 to age 3, are just like mini revolts. They're not fully fledged revolts, but from capital age onwards, the revolt is a real revolution. Right, your villagers will turn to colonial militia, you will get some units out of your town center, and you will get the whole revolt mechanic active. Right? And in fact, because revolts have been removed from standard Civ play, Haiti is now the only Civ that can actually revolt in the game right now. As of right now. The number of Civs that could revolt used to be pretty big, right? It used to encompass all of Europe. It also encompassed all of Latin America as well at one point, until they limited down to Haiti, Brazil, and Colombia for a time, and then with the Latin American rework, then it just became Europe and Haiti. And then it was removed from Europe, so it's only with Haiti now. Yeah, definitely. Alright, so we gotta pay attention to this right here. We're starting to see this. I'm curious, is he gonna get Town Destroyer on Delian? Why do you get Town Destroyer, man? You need that for this war chief. He gets 225 siege. These towers would be destroyed if he did that. gotta be tricky. You know, you gotta be tricky if you're gonna use these guys. Seriously. You gotta think hard, you know? Yeah, Town Destroyer would have saved you a lot of trouble here. Yeah, you would probably been able to take down at least one of these towers, maybe both of them. And you could have basically taken out his immigrant colony, or at least damaged it severely, put him into a tailspin, and yeah. So what's the attack plan for Delian? He's gonna go tomahawks. Looks like they're gonna ship in some villies for economics. Alright, I can see that working. Especially if he's going with pickets. These are basically Haitian pikemen. They actually get increased line of sight, and they can detect spies as well. Which is kind of a neat little side bonus of them, you know. Spies, as you know, can go into stealth, so they can actually detect any stealth of any unit near them, which is really neat. And when you build like a large number of them, then you create something I guess we could call a picket fence. Offensive pickets. Something the cavalry would never want to run into, ever. Because of how discomfortable it would be, and uncomfortable it would be. Definitely. Other than that though, yeah, basically just unit shipments, crate shipments, some deer at the start for Forest Mother. Yeah, this is like a standard aggro hard deck, I would say. As for Rommel though, what's Rommel McRommel got? Crates, units, his ultimate building. He does have this archer shipment. Native archers. Maroon archers. He does have the chicken coop card. It gives him a chicken coop that produces chickens over time. This is a really good economic card for Haiti usually. So that means a lot of free chickens that you can eat and make fried chicken with. You know, very delicious. You know, I love fried chicken. And with that card, you can have an endless supply of it too, which is phenomenal. Yep, definitely eat that chicken. But let's see who gets in over here though, because we see a defensive of Escopeteros and of pickets. The Escopetero is another play on the concept of the crossbowmen. And the way they work is they get splash attack. You know, they wield actual shotguns. When their bullets fly all over the place. And as a result of that, if you got a bunch of units grouped up like tomahawks like this, those bullets flying everywhere can do a lot of damage pretty easily. And the more Escopeteros you got, the higher likelihood that you're going to be doing out a lot more damage overall. I don't see right now, though, Delian having a real easy edge versus him, since he doesn't have any archers yet, at least. Could also go for the Kanya Horseman, too. That's another easy option. Oh, yep, got a villager, got a Savite. Look at that villager. Look at that villager grabbing his knee. He got a boo-boo, and he needs a doctor really quickly. If the doctor doesn't turn him into a zombie, the patient will die. Wow, look at that. Are you gonna let the man die? Imagine dying from a knee injury like that, jeez. Oh boy. Yeah, that's pretty bad, man. You send there holding your kneecap and that's what kills you. Wow. Must be hard to be playing Wars of Liberty Liga game then. Definitely. Definitely. Well, I don't know about this. Like stacking tomahawks like this. You gotta get some archers mixed in, and you need some kind of horsemen or something. Because if you just go straight up well, yeah, you got the shipment there. That's fine. All right. Yeah, if you're going straight up like tomahawk against Escopeteros, they're gonna have a fun time dealing with that, buddy. Definitely. It's not gonna be fun. It's gonna be really painful. Extremely painful. throw it. Yeah, yep, run. Unfortunately, since you're right up against your towns there, these Scopateros don't get any, like, bonus damage. Yeah, if you get away from TC, they can go up to, I think, to like 12 or 13 damage or something, which is pretty solid. Yep, there are those. Oh, wow. Yeah, well, yeah, that's the problem though with any like hand unit is they can actually snare you and make you slower so that actually the range units like the Escopetero can keep blasting their shotgun shells into you. So yeah, definitely watch out for that when you're like dealing with like melee and ranged armies. Always make sure you're way ahead of their melee units so that way you don't get snared in and you can escape with higher numbers overall. Yeah, he's queuing up. Hello? Get some economy. Hello? Get some economy over here. Yeah, like, get these Sagyas down here. Make sure you're always, like, gathering with your units, because if you're idling your economy, bad things are going to happen. I mean, really bad things. Yeah, finally got some archers in as well, which is going to be pretty neat and helpful. Don't go in alone, though, man. Just add them to your stack. Keep them in position to deal with any more picket fences of pickets. Then you should be able to deal with it. Yeah, exactly. This has turned out to be a long series, like a long string of a lot of long games today too. Wow. Because normally when you get these hard fights, they either end really quickly for them as a win or a loss. I find, right? I think Hades gonna win this, totally based off of Civ's statistics, because I've always beaten the odds with Hades, always, like 100%. Pure statistics, yeah, pure statistics. You win. Yeah, I mean, honestly. Oh, so you got the Vills working up here now. Well, could they ever go for this hunt over here? It's a question too. Because the Native Americans, they really need to have access to their huntable meat. You know, the other civs, like the Europeans, the Juanitos Bonitos, they can, you know, they can live on their granjas for centuries, eating maize and pan and leche and whatever else they get from their farm for like eternity. So yeah, you know, tomates and their manzanas, whatever they get on those mills, they can do that. But the Hods, you know, and other natives, they basically gotta be making like meat jerky all the time to keep up with their food ego in hunting. Infantry attack, not a bad option, honestly. You know, you definitely need to gain some attack advantage against these things because these things are a menace to deal with. So yeah, get some damage up. Also, why no fire pit yet either? You know, you're a native civ. You should definitely have your fire pit up at this stage of the game, I would say. Get that fire pit up. Absolutely get that fire pit up, like, pretty soon. So where's like Haiti at? They still have some coin crates they could employ. They could get some of these Civites going. They could get they got some options. Yeah.
Paris.
Qui s'en veut faire?
Now, this is a bit of an interesting raid over here. I don't think these guys will get out alive, though, because they're literally surrounded by tomahawks on both sides. Yep, that one and that one. Perfect. Alright. Yeah, we're almost gonna add in some immigrant battalions of the, the Batallo de Diabos. Yep. That's gonna be pretty helpful.
Ça qu'a fait.
Qui ça?
On a Hoten. Geen. Katorat.
Deer? Interesting. Let me see. Why would you ship them up here, though? You should have put them in the town center, because if you put the deer away from your base, now you're just giving them more reason to raid you at that point. Because, yeah, sure, the war hut is a good defensive structure, but it's better to have a TC with a far more extensive hit point, as well as garrison capacity to deal with the vills. So yeah, definitely put any sort of like huntable shipments like that near your town center. Don't put them in the like middle of the map like that. Unless your units are conveniently clustered there, which they're not anymore. I knew we had a bunch of vills here before, like working over here, but those seem to have gone vacant. Yeah. Also, you gotta watch your flank against these Batallo de Diabos. These are basically just immigrant Ulans, dealing high damage but low HP. So definitely watch out for those things. Quite the scary threat to deal with.
Octare. On a Hoten. Octare. On a Hoten.
Just checking the chat super duper quickly. Yep. Let's get back to the action.
Geen.
So what do you... I'm just curious, like, what's the next step from here, though, for the Hods? Right now, it seems like they don't really have a lot of food to age up with yet. Well, at least they got their 600 food in the works if they want to send that next. Yeah. I mean, at this point, Hodge, you're probably just better off going off to the next age, getting, you know, these forest prowlers, getting some of these manlets, and trying something different. Maybe even going for a bit of an industrial age, again, the light cannons, too. You know, I don't think you're going to get very much dealing with Escos with just dry tomahawks with attack card active. They have the hit points active as well. No, they don't have the hit points. That's a problem. And they don't have conservative tactics either. So yeah, that's definitely gonna sting them as well. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa! What's going on here? Ah, took out a tower. Good work. Now you're gonna get out alive is the other question. I don't know. I don't think you're gonna get out alive now. You know, those missile towers, they can keep you so busy that the Escobatero is just gonna keep boom, 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 hitting you with those shells. That's the way to do it. Yep. Wonderful.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's sort of the one problem with the Escobatero because it shoots bullets all over the place. It kind of makes it hard for them to hit stuff when they're pursuing them, though. But you know, there's still a pretty good chance, as you can see here, sometimes that the bullets actually do make the hit, though. Yeah. Yeah, when you move to the side like that, though, you're more likely for bullets to connect, though, I think. In that case. Is he microing that? I feel like he had the micro that to get him to fire again. What are you waiting for, buddy? Just go for the heart right here. Go for the war hunt. I think you basically got victory under your belt at that point. Yeah, that's what I think, anyways. And some conscriptos in and some macheteros in. So a bit of assault, a bit of a musketeer component to that. I don't really think you need those. I don't think you need the conscriptos though, because well, look right here. Oh, he does have a corral though, so I don't know. Is Delian even really utilizing his corral that much? Looks like not right now at the moment. Even though I would say you probably shouldn't at this point because there's just so many shotgun blasts coming out of those Escobateros, I would say probably not a good idea to go for some unit that's made in small numbers like that. Definitely not. So what is he aging up with? The wise woman? That's going to grant him some resources. Yeah, that should be pretty good. So what's going on here? Why are you retreating? Just engage with them. You got the numbers. Just got them down. You got the numbers for it. Yeah, and then Rommel retreats. Like, well, really? You could have gone in there right now and did it. And he'd be back at his base, and then you could get some siege or something and finish him off. No, you're just waiting around when Delian get forest prowlers through his shipping now. Yeah, he's gonna get forest prowlers like right now, I guarantee it. 100%. Yeah, now we see it as alright. Yep, that warhead is officially finished off now. Yep, here comes the forest prowlers. Yep, get those bushy towers on top of them so you can snare them in, and then the Escos will basically do the finishing off work for you. Yeah, even forest prowlers, I don't think they're going to be able to fend this off if you can get that big stack of Esco potatoes underneath the TC. Unfortunately, right now, you're just fighting as Thomas right now, so it's a bit complicated. Yep, that part is complete. Now you just have to deal with the main threat, the town center down here. Forest Prowler is a really good skirmisher for the Hods. They can also go into stealth as always too. That's a pretty sneaky ability they got. Oh, musket riders. Well, actually, they might help a bit with the Macheteros, actually, because they're assault. So, yeah, I can definitely say the maneuver is not the worst option here. You could go Forest Prowler and Musket Rider, but you're still going to need something to handle the Escopetero shells, basically. Whether that be mantlets, meat shielding it, or getting kind of horsemen or something. Something pricey. Unfortunately, you're going to need something pricey to deal with that. Yeah, I mean, at this point it's like, oh, I don't know. I think Rommel just needs to get his numbers up and go in for like a final push. He's got like the right unit comp. He knows that his opponent is behind in score right now at 92. Like, now would be the time to like start hitting him in different spots. Like, go for the longhouses first. Pick apart his corral, you know, drive him into a wedge, and drive him into the sea, basically. And that way, you know, your opponent's not going to be able to do much. Because what you're going to do is you're going to let Delian start to queue up additional forest prowlers, and then he's going to be able to perform a pretty decent defensive then. And if he does, you could potentially get the War Hut as well. Not the War Hut, the Fire Pit. And start to initiate the warrior dance and start to get more damage into his skirmishers at that point, to the point that he would actually be dominating against your Escos. Because here's the thing, if you get a fully dedicated skirmisher with full range and everything, they're going to, combat-wise, beat the skirmishers, the Escos, because they only have 14 range, and these things get 20 range, so you're talking like a full sniping job against them. And keep in mind too, I think if you get the lacrosse big bun from the War Hut, you could actually get even more range, like 22 range against these Haitian units, which is even better. Yeah, now Rommel's going to go for an attack. First, though, you're going to have to get the Escos to move on top of those musket riders, though. Yeah, you can't let those musket riders get too much damage into those Macheteros. And here comes the forest prowlers to make a forward offensive. Yep, get some more musket riders and retreat them if you can. You know, it's kind of surprising Rommel this late into the match actually needs the coin crate still just to get to Capital H. Yeah. But I guess it's better late than never, I guess. Yeah. Well, he'll be able to get Buckshot then without needing advanced arsenal then. Because buckshot, I think, is your win condition at this point for the ESCOs, the arsenal tech. Because basically what buckshot does, it gives one additional splash to their shotguns, so the bullets fly even farther then, right? Even more bullets to fly everywhere with. So yeah, pretty good weapon at that point. Also gonna add some more macheteros in. What immigrant though? Second German wave. German wave, like, they're pretty generally good immigrants to go with. Because their Age 3 and Age 4 technologies involve giving you access to works wagons. Right, so you can get 3 coin works in Age 3 to start tricking you in money, your gold, your coin. And then in Age 4 you can get in 4 woodworks to basically grant you 4 additional wood trickles as long as they're active. So that's really useful. And just like the Paraguayan Civ, they do actually come with the technologies that you can research for it, except, you know, the second row ones, right? You can research the technologies for the gather rates, but you can't get the ones to improve the HP, make them cheaper to build, or the one less population space ones. No. Yep, and in the second age up, you get 1 Krupp steel cannon too. And basically what the Krupp steel cannon is it's a hybrid between a culverin and a mortar. So a lot of its multipliers are that of anti-artillery. It also has multipliers against ships and buildings, so it's a pretty good siege tool as well. Yeah, and it's one of the immigrant battalions you can get from the German colony. They can also get those cavalry we saw before. And they can also get some things called Brummers, which are a skirmisher. Yeah, so they got a pretty good unit variety in terms of battalions, as well as their techs being very solid as well. In terms of thematically, they focus a lot on emergency units, so they're basically their villagers can build German houses that calls out the Minutemen a second time. Well, not a second time, but rather you can call out groups of Minutemen from their houses, but they're not really called Minutemen, they're actually called firemen for the YAMS immigrants, and they have actually their own special helmets and stuff, which is pretty neat. Always gonna train some Juanitas Bonitas, the Vivendelas Muy Bonitas. Yeah, now these are special Latin American skirmisher. So what these females do is, in addition to acting like skirmishers, they can actually heal your units up as well when they're idle, right? So they're like little mini priests almost. Yep, they're starting to heal right now using their Juanita Muy Bonita powers to heal up the Escopeteros. Again, yeah. I'm just looking at that clock on the right, and I'm thinking, you know, this is a pretty long match, actually. You would have expected Rommel to finish this off a lot sooner. But then again, look at what DeLeon is doing right now. He's like actually got a pretty sizable mass of musket riders and force prowess. Now, question: why not the fire pit? You could definitely get these onto a fire pit, get their damage really high, and maybe gain a real statistical edge when going up against the Rommel units, the Haitian. Because that way you could kite the Escopeteros almost with really high damage, and then you could keep the musket riders around to deal with any sort of Machetero charges. Yeah. Oh, so he's going to use the picket shipment for the infinite one. Interesting. See, when I'm like doing infinite shipments for Haiti, I either go with the Escopetero or the Machetero, typically. Because I value the assault unit or the shotgun skirmish unit a lot more than the spearmen. To me, I feel like the spearmen for Haiti are cheap enough that I could just train them myself if I need them. And I'd much rather just spend them towards assault units or skirmish units. And I have also shipped in Vivanderas too from Home Series Haiti before as well. But I don't know if I've ever done the infinite one before. I think I did like the 8 units one before, but yeah. I don't know what ago that was when I used to use the Vivanderas a lot. It's kind of a helpful thing if you know you're going to have to heal up your troops a lot, usually. Yep, Delian's going to move his vills down to here to this mine. How much resources Delian even got? Yeah, he's got like nothing right now. I think he's completely roasted right now. Yep, not to mention all these guys are veteran at this point, except for the Macheteros that are not inspired yet to get inspired status. Yep, get those Macheteros up there to deal with the prowlers. Yeah, I mean, yeah, this is the thing I always like too with Poop Steel cans is you can always keep them in like the back and they're always going to be dealing decent like damage all the time. GG Dillian. Good job getting yourself a nice 1-2 win for yourself, you know. You're sure you lost in the end of the encounter, but at least you got 1 win out of the 3 matches, which is great. It's going to bump up your score a little bit, which is really nice, you know. Good work on that first one. Definitely, I feel like if you played the second one more carefully, you probably could have pulled off an easy win. Also here, include the Town Destroyer in your deck. That is a really surefire way of being able to pull off a victory, I think. Small maps kind of screw Haiti over, huh? Well, no, actually, no. Because, well, it has to be a really, really small map. Really small map. I know what you're saying. You're saying the aura thing won't work if the map is really small. But the case, in most situations, by the time you reach your enemy's base, you're going to already have that increased damage boost when you're away from the town center. It's already going to be activated at that point. So I don't think that's really the case. In fact, Haiti does really well on small maps because they are very aggro-oriented. And that's why Haiti is basically always a fighting civ that's always raiding their opponents and stuff. So yeah, definitely in that situation, I would say Haiti is better on small maps. If you go on a really big map like the ones History plays on, like the super large Saguenay and stuff, that's when Haiti, you know, they have to reevaluate themselves and think what they're going to do. But if it's a little map, they don't have to think as much. Just get some Zinglins together, get some immigrant Gallegos together. Boom, they're defeated. Absolutely destroyed. No way he has manblets in deck. Yeah, that's a little bit questionable, honestly. That's a little suspicious. I don't know about the manblets personally. You know, to me, having manblets in your deck, it's gonna be bad 80 to 90% of the time. Yeah, you don't want to use manblets, like, really in most situations. Sometimes they can work, but you're better off just sticking like a Kanya Horseman, a Musketeer shipment in there, if anything. Better yet, get the coin costing Cuirassier shipment in there. That is a good support card, so definitely get that one in there. So now you're going to get to see me play, and it's going to be interesting. You'll see some things you probably never thought you'd ever see in your life before here. Yeah, this was interesting. This one. So Juanito Chapo goes with the French, and I go with the Portuguese. Because I'm figuring, Portuguese not a bad option now, Since Latin American civs have kind of been nerfed out of this tournament pretty much, you kind of have to use other options. Like, yeah, Portuguese are pretty good on maps like this, so we'll see what happens, though. We'll see what happens. So yeah, basically at this point, I'm just going to focus on queuing up my villies. And then, same thing with Chapo. I'm going to be interested to see what deck Chapo went with exactly, because I can't quite remember what he went with exactly. So we'll have to wait and see what happened with that one. As for me, sort of my game plan in this was get 2 town centers, try to defend it out. I didn't really want to go in for the kill in 2 town centers. Go to H3, get 3 town centers, ship in some Cacador shipments, maybe get some Captain Dilamado shipments going, keep him on his toes. That's sort of what the idea I had for this match was, but things wouldn't have been itself, actually. So for that, I included a preparatory response, which for me would be since it's my deck, I know which one it was, this one, Colonial Militia, because I knew by getting this, I could call out the Minutemen a second time in a larger batch, so if Chapo decided to go all in aggro, I could mass up these on him, and give me enough time to switch over to either Volunteer or the Line Infantry. If it was normal circumstances, of course, but you're going to see a little bit mid-game that something pretty big happens here, and it's going to change things quite a bit. So, yep, right now everything's normal, though. Everybody's just grabbing their resources. Because as you know with the Portuguese, you do have the option of just holding off on a shipment altogether. Because remember, Portuguese don't get villager shipping cards, right? Because the whole point of the Portuguese Civ is, I'm going to get my extra villagers by queuing them up at the extra town centers that I have. I'm not going to get them from the home city. I'm going to be training them myself. And the point of that is basically saying, yeah, we're not going to let this, from a balanced developer perspective, we can't give them villager cards because then they'd get the villagers way too quickly. They'd be outranking their enemy with 20, 30 something villas at a certain stage, and it would be unredeemable at that point. Whereas taking away the villager cards does slow them down a bit to the point that, yeah, Portugal does have to manage their food properly to choose when to get their villagers. Essentially, yeah. So Chapo has gone with the French Civ, and I want to see what his deck has. So in general, it looks like a pretty decent combat deck for France, They get the standard Royal Mint and Refrigeration, they do get the Royal Decree, the Coup d'Etat. So for those that know the French Royal Decree from Vanilla, it changed quite a bit in Wars of Liberty. So instead of those Grenadier shipments that they got before, those have been swapped out and replaced with skirmisher units, right? The first one would be the Tropas di Montagne from Italy, Veteran Alpini, and then in H4 you can send the Voltaguires de la Garde, which are Guard Cacadores. So basically their Royal Decrees are emphasized around economics and skirmishers. Also, I should know what this is. This is the Shieldmate, which is a Bagimi African tribal cavalry unit that deals multipliers against cavi. So think of like a shock unit, basically. It's like a Montanera, if I recall properly. Yeah, pretty much that. Well, not Montaneras anymore. They'll be an Infernale now. Yeah. But other than that, though, we see another unit here you probably never heard of called the Chasseurs Cheval. This is basically just a mounted skirmisher. Yeah, France doesn't get skirmishers anymore. They get mounted skirmishers. They ride on horseback. Which has its benefits and its drawbacks. Namely, yeah, they're more immune to... Well, what are they more immune to, I would say? Well, actually, Well, because of the tag rework rules, they actually don't count as maneuver then, because they get the skirmish tag, so which means the mounted skirmishers, the Chaucers, can actually handle dismount skirmishers pretty easily, because they're not have to deal with any negative multiplier that's attacking them, right? So yeah, they definitely have that going for them. We also see one more ultimate unit here, the French Foreign Legionnaire. This is the ultimate unit that you get from the Tavern, actually. It's one of the only ultimate units for Europe that you train through the mercenary building instead of the standard one. And the way they work is, they get stronger the further they are from the town center, or the consulate, whatever building you get. And basically with that, you kind of see where the Haitians got their stronger farther from the TC bonus from. And essentially it was from exactly this unit, the Foreign Legion, which preceded it, in terms of wool development. Yeah, and then there's another unit that the French get that we don't see here at all, the Zouave, which is a ranged assault unit that I mentioned before. They get that too. Since we don't see them in this deck at all, or any reference to them, we probably won't worry about those too much here. Somebody gets them later though, we could probably discuss them a bit. So yeah, yep, this village is gathering up the silver coins from the burger. Basically, silver coins are like regular coin crates, but they contain 10 additional coin in them. For every 100 coin, there's another additional 10 coin. So like a large silver crate chest would actually be 550 coin instead of, 100. 500, it would be 550. Yeah. And basically, it's a crate type that's unique to the Argentina Civ, but in some situations like this, you'll see other Civs that get silver coin as well. Just to be on the lookout for it. Look at this, though. This is what the whole match basically ended up defined as. I'm putting my town center right here, and the guy already has his barracks constructed. This did so much dangerous harm to me, I can't even... And I saw this villager too, coming up over here, and I'm thinking, okay, that's normal. That's pretty normal. And then I realized, wait a second. If he has a villager down this far into the map, that must mean he's building a forward base somewhere around here. And surprise, surprise, it's right next to the town center. Look at this. Civilians getting blown up in midair. When does this ever happen? Now, this is how you win a game quickly, folks, you know. You could play those nifty 40, 50-minute games, swap one back and forth. This is how you win a game, folks. Yeah, let's stick the barracks and ram it right against the town center and start slamming down on the infantry button. Yeah. And see, at that point, I realized, oh, wait a second, I need colonial militia. Let's get that. But unfortunately, because I only have one town center working now, I don't have enough resources to send these guys out. Right? So what do? So now I actually have to wait for this food crate to arrive. Then maybe I could get some of these batches out to deal with this. Yeah.
Hola.
Look at this. This is abuse right here. Look at this horrible abuse right here. Again, literally violated in real time. I'm gonna have to call my lawyer. Again, violated in real time. Nobody's doing anything about it. Look at that. Yeah, and then when the food arrives, I have to get the colonial militia out. And the real fun begins at that point. Right, let's wait to the... Yep, just saw an insect near me, so I figured I'd squash it. Alright, so, let's get this, show on the road now. We can get the food, get some colonial militia out. Let's clean up this mess if we can. And where is Chapo in this, by the way? Like, what's his build count as well? So, like, he's at about 20 vills. 20 vills in, 20 of the Sanchuits. They have the same stats and everything as Courier de Bois, so you're just so you're aware of that. Same exact stuff as the Courier de Bois. Yep, here's my colonial militia, my Minutemen, whatever you want to call them. And the reason I make them is they get multipliers against the Grenadiers. Very convenient because I can use that to try to beat them out. But unfortunately, he runs away like a little baby, so I can't catch him. And at that point, I'm like, hey, maybe we're alright. Maybe we're okay. Have my villagers really stand here the whole time doing nothing because I'm trying to clean that mess up. Yeah, maybe he's gonna, he's gonna let me do this finally, do my job. And I start making some more Anankas, to help siege this stuff down. But no. Hussar. Oh no, yep, the Bagarmi shieldmates are gonna come out. And he's gonna keep queuing up even more line infantry. He runs all the way around, all the way around the canyon here, just so he could do this. Throw some bombs at me again. This guy's a literal terrorist today. Seriously. And at this point, my Minutemen, 1 HP because they've lost their hit points, and they're just getting blasted down one by one. So I have like one left. Did one survive? Yep, one survived. I got a couple of spearmen. Yep, this is going on. Villagers dying over here. Yeah, this was a terrific match. By the way, people actually made a meme, multiple memes online about this image right here of my town center and his barracks right there. This was meme-worthy material online, because you never see that like anywhere. Somebody putting a town center down and somebody else has a barracks there. Like, yeah, that just like never happens. Nobody ever. And that's sort of on me for not checking the fog of war and not like peeking over going, let's move in a little bit closer, maybe go this way, maybe over here. Yeah, that's sort of on me. I should definitely check that up myself. Yeah, hopefully that never happens again. Now everybody's going to do that to me every time I pick this up. Just wait and see. Every time I put a town center down, there's going to be somebody's barracks foundation waiting outside of the thing. Every time I use this thing. Because all these little Juanitos are going, oh, I can get the gringo that way. Put the town center next to his barracks, and there's nothing. The barracks next to his town center, there's nothing they can do. Right? Simple as that. Simple as that. See, this is a discrepancy right here. Technically, these Bagarmis shouldn't even have the assault tag, because, Infernales don't get any cavalry tag except for the shock one. Yeah, why do they get mercenary tag as well? They should really just get either native tag or mercenary tag, one or the other. Also, no, assault tag, yeah. Because Infernales is supposed to be like the Sonor subset of shock units. Doesn't really fit into any sort of category at all. Probably because it's like an older unit, I can imagine it wasn't updated for a while. Because also you notice that it does like full damage to everything. Because see, when they decided to make the unit into... They decided to change the bayonet units like this and remove their shock multiplier. Because they used to just get like a full shock multiplier. That meant that line infantry with bayonets no longer countered cavalry without any tags but shock. And to combat that, they said, you know what, cavalry like this, they need to have a malice against heavy infantry. Not to make them useless against them, but to prevent them from dominating them, basically. And you see here the unit still deals like the full 30 hussar-like damage to the bayonet wielder, so it's definitely a sign of that for sure. But at the same time, though, doing something like that had the unrelated consequence of making the unit absolutely useless against pikemen, because see, now they got the malice against the pikemen, and the pikemen still deal full multipliers to them, making them actual total garbage against a unit they probably technically shouldn't even be in that situation. But again, I don't think they can separate the hand infantry multiplier from the regular, and yeah, it's all complicated in the end, It's tricky stuff, coding-wise, I can imagine. Absolutely. Yep, now we're going to go on to the second match. I promise it's going to be better than the one you just watched. You're not going to have to call any lawyers to help save me from being violated. Yep, I should be all safe and sound in this one. Well, I'm not saying it's going to be what you want, but it's going to be better than that one. Yeah. This one we actually did a bit of fighting, bit of skirmishing back and forth in this one. So I'm hoping this one comes to new expectations and rises to the occasion. Yep, here we go. I go with the Triming Trufa Hada Chinese Civ. Because as you know from like a bunch of recent uploads I've been doing, I'm really good with the Chinese. I feel pretty confident with them at this point. Whereas Chapo goes with the Mekalunga Meizalahu Indian Civ.
Hello.
Both vanilla Asian civs. You know, nothing too spicy or interesting there. Funny enough, this whole entire series was played just off of vanilla civs. You know, first 2 Europeans added and now 2 Asians added. So you might be asking yourself, where's the spice? Where's the Juanito civs? Where's the Africa civs? And I frankly can't give you an answer. I don't know where they went. Just didn't feel like using them today. Yeah. So yeah. So yeah, in this situation, it could get pretty spicy, you know. There's a big debate I've had with multiple players. Is India better than China, or is it China better than India? And from my previous experiment that I did with Kaiser where I faced him, India beat China. But I was wondering in this game, is there a chance that China can beat India? Even though I proved that India beats China. And we'll see how that turns out. We'll see if I prove myself right from the last game that I did, or do I prove myself wrong by pulling an upset here? Where China can beat India and India can beat China. We'll see. See how it turns out. And I'm not talking in terms of definitive edition either. I'm just speaking like in general Wars of Liberty terms. Can India pull an upset against China, and therefore China can pull an upset against India, or is it one side? We'll see. Because there's a lot of stuff to consider here that you don't know about from the standard game that's factored into it. For instance, let's look at any deck for India. Like, let me see. See this card right here? Notice how it says 3 free villagers instead of just 1. So yeah, Wars of Liberty did an update on the concept, which you can see like right here, where basically the age the card shows up in determines the number of villagers you get with the card for free. So instead of 1 free villager for a card like this, you get 4 free villagers. So it ends up giving an additional booming mechanic to India that they don't have in the base game, pretty much. In addition to that, the consulate options are a lot different, as you saw in the Chorizo game, where he was making, the Opalshenets instead of the usual Cossacks. China and India have very diverse consulate options now in terms of units, right? So what India gets is they get access to the British, they grant some grasshoppers, which are just green jackets, the cherry bums, called the, I forget what they call them, and then they got the Algiers or something, Argles or something, they're basically just redcoats, and then they also get access to the French immigrants, which French consulate, which right now is unique for them. It gives them access to grognards, which are grenadiers, to the Chasseurs Cheval, which we saw last game in the home city, as well as the Zouaves that I was talking about. So they get really all the spicy French anti-infantry units. They also get access to the Ottomans, which grant them access to Abbas guns, Humbarasi, and Darnales guns, the Great Bombards. And lastly, the Portuguese with their volunteers, dragoons, and I believe culverins or something like that. Yeah. Not as appealing, kind of bland for my taste. Whereas the Chinese, they get British also. They also get access to the Germans. You know, they bring line infantry, the Maykoffers, Hussars, the Totenkopf, and the Cuirassiers, actually, the Garde du Corps. So they get some good cav options, as well as, like, Musketeers for a civ that doesn't have Musketeers, which is pretty good. Pretty good on paper. Also, they can access the Russians, just like the Koreans can, so they can get the Opolshenets, Cossacks, as well as Plastoonis, which is another assault unit closely tied to the Machitero or the Latin civs in terms of purpose and function. And then, in addition to Russians, British, and Germans, they also get access to, I'm trying to remember. They also get access to the Portuguese. They might get access to the Portuguese also. I'm trying to recall. They do actually. Yeah, they do. Which is unfortunate because Portuguese are super boring and not fun. I don't like going with them. Nah, keep me away from that civ. I don't want to deal with them. Nobody does. I'll either go British or German or Russian when I'm the Chinese, usually. Maybe beef up the Portuguese options a bit and I'll probably reconsider, but otherwise, no. But then again, what options do they get? Do they, like, go with Guerrero line infantry? Do they get, like... Hey, if they got like 30 of the Ordinancas, that wouldn't be too bad. I'd probably do that for fun. Yep, see, this is what I'm doing right now. I'm going to get... Usually I go right for my console when I'm aging up, and I also get the economic concessions from the market, which grants me 75 export, but ruins my trade rate. But as you can see right here, Chapo's going to chase me down with 2 sepoys he got for free from his Agrifort. You know, from his Agrifort age up, and then he's going to continue to queue up more of the sepoys from his Agrifort there. Can he ship some as well? Did he include the shipments of them? Nah, yeah, he actually just shipped those, so he didn't even... Yep, these are the ones training right now from the fort. He's just going to go for like a sepoy attack initially. As for me, I'm going to focus on consulate units. And I'm thinking in this situation, right? I don't want to go Russians because I know India usually goes plain infantry in Age 2. They usually go straight up sepoy or they mix in some Gurks. And at that point, it's got me thinking, why don't we do British? Get some of those green jackets. But at the same time, I click on Germany. Did I go Germany, actually? Oh, I actually went with Germany. And then go for the Maykoff line infantry. For some reason, I thought I went with the Grasshoppers for a second there. Yeah, it looks like I went with the line infantry, which... I actually don't know why I went with the line infantry, because technically the Grasshopper would have more multipliers and ways of kiting against the sepoys. And as India was right on top of my hunts like that, it did cut my ability down of getting my first banner army out significantly, and I have to... Basically, I just have to wait till I get like another batch of this just to get my hunts secured from them. Yeah. See, if I went with like British here, I probably could have cleaned these things out pretty easily, but because I didn't do that, I basically had to wait for the coast to be clear, and then I could go back in to get my hunts. Which really messed things up for me quite a bit. Oh yeah, definitely.
Bereit. Verstanden. In den Kampf.
Yep, and now I'm gonna start to... Oh, definitely the Shaolin Master helped quite a bit there, because it kept the sepoys distracted enough that I could get some gains on them, and now Gandhi 1 and Gandhi 2 is gonna come to distract me with this big sticky elephant poop guy. Then here comes the Chukonu, the chew up the sepoys with the rapid fire arrows from the repeat crossbows. having to make everyone get time dealing with them. Yeah, this is a pretty intense little fight here, and then you know it's over when I send out the Nien Riders and the Chukanu from the Summer Palace. This is why you always go Summer Palace with China, by the way, because it grants you the free banner armies over time, which you clearly need in a lot of situations to keep yourself going, really. Yep. So I beat that wave. Then I can make a move on that wave, which I think I do. And then I'm just like waiting for the right moment to go for the final attack at that point. Yeah. Because I definitely don't want to waste all my Chukanus underneath his aggro fort. That's the one thing India does well to deal with China, is they have the fort there as like a punishment for going for the base, because that fort is going to be dealing significant splash damage, which is going to punish your army for trying to go in that direction. So it ends up deterring you from going for major attacks. Because if it was like Japan or Korea, yeah, I would go right for them, because I know they, well, at least odds are they don't have that fort, right? Now Korea, of course, could do the Haseong fort, which we saw today, but more often than not, a Korean is going to go with Grand Palace. So you definitely don't have to worry too much about that. Here I am with the number of the Nians, but he shipped in his Tiger Claws, though. These guys, these are scout units. These are scout. So basically, yeah, these are scout. So these just should be treated like cavalry. Thus my Tigermen here with their full shot multipliers. Pretty good option to deal with these at this point. Well, unfortunately, his swords are actually battering me pretty hard there in the back as I'm trying to get out of there. Yeah, look at these Sep boys, though. They're actually doing really well against the Chukanus, though. Yeah. He really didn't want me getting away easily. And I really had to fight these ones off. I was just really disappointed in how I was losing so much units to these things. Like, I lost all my army gains by going at them, you know? Like, he literally wouldn't let go of me at that point, and he just kept slicing into my back, trying to get away. Yeah. Not a good situation. Yep, almost got that one, yeah. And I didn't realize this thing as well, he started to put his consulate right here as a forward base. Start to go aggro on me as well. Now, honestly, if your intent was to go with the French consulate doing this would give you some serious problems, obviously, because since the consulate would be nearby, the units from it would gain less attack than they could if they were ahead. Because, surprisingly, for the French immigrants, they add a little feature in that gives them the more attack away from the consulate concept to their consulate units. So yeah, their consulate units actually do really well when they're away from the consulate. I found. Even the grognards and stuff it's applicable to. It's kind of interesting, you know? Yeah, so really you'd want the consulate probably mid-range on the map in that case, but luckily for him, he did not go with the French, he actually went with the Ottomans. Yep. Ottomans right here, so that way he can mass up on Abasgars. And while I'm trying to go in there, he's going to try to raid up on me with the Sawars, but luckily I got my villages nearby to help protect and guard that stuff. Yep, that's definitely going to cause some problems. And yeah, notice how he's really looking to do as much damage as possible with these Sawars. These raiding units. Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's like, It kind of, yeah, I was trying to move my units back and I let that happen. Yeah, that was not good. Yeah, then I move another group there conveniently, like, oh yeah, maybe he's gonna leave me alone finally, but I didn't learn anything from the game with the French. But no, he's never going to leave you alone. He's going to keep coming in for more and more and more. And while I'm doing that, he's growing like a flower. Blossoming like a flower. Yeah, alright, yeah. Yep, and these are going to deliver more Abyss Gunners that he can pop out. You know, those villagers are under fire. We gotta chase those ones off. Diplomatic intrigue. So yep, Chapo's gonna get a second batch of the Abyss Gunners from that as a result. Yep, at that point I realized, oh boy, he's got Abyss Gunners now. We're gonna have some fun dealing with those things. And then the cavalry's coming from the east there, from the west, the Sepoys. Yep, come through these side wars shouldn't be really much of a problem, honestly. Yeah, but now I try to move on top of the consulate now. But I realize, yeah, we gotta get that consulate going. Yep, get rid of that consulate, and maybe then we can regroup with it and get some numbers. Boom. Yep, get rid of that thing. You definitely don't want any more Abyss Gunners coming out. At this point, though, I was really shocked that massive units like this was really nothing to deal with his army. Like,
Shit.
yeah, I try to stop right here and find an angle at which to shoot from. Yep. Yeah, that's the thing though, that just proves that the Chinese units, especially at the start of the game, can be pretty garbage. Oh yeah, and then this happened, yeah, because of the lag, I ran right into his infantry trying to target some of the units in the back, and that was not good. I think the main problem was he was like cutting into me so much with like raiding and stuff throughout the game, that I lost all of the normal resources I'm used to having in these skirmishes. Because normally I'm used to having like a lot of wood, and I can like keep the stream from the war cabinet constantly coming out, which I still was able to do, but you know, I didn't have a lot of backup options. I couldn't go flamethrowers. Like I could have went in with flamethrowers, like 5 of them, and like sprayed them down, and that would have forced them back for a really long time. But since I couldn't get flamethrowers, that was and another problem that I had to deal with in this one. Oh yeah, I mean, wow. Unreal. Yep, completely caught in the open there. Trying to eat my goat meat and my goat cheese and safety. GG. Good series for Chopper though. Yeah, he was really on top of things in this one. Like, we'll forever remember the meme of my town center being constructed right next to his barracks. In plain sight. That's something people remember for ages. Things just never go away. Alright, so now we're going to boot up again into a new encounter. I think we got about... well, we'll have to look and see. Just made it through 3 encounters today. I think we have about... we'll see. Let me just wait for this to load up. So let's look. 1, 2, 3, 4. We got 4 more encounters today. Last one is going to be a tiebreaker one between GMP and Fufi. So yeah, we got a lot to look forward to. We're only less than halfway through this thing. So let's keep going. We got a lot to cover. I gotta drink some water. Not too much though, because I haven't eaten much for a while, so yeah, you can't put too much in the belly or that causes other problems. That's a lot of conversation. So we got Cervero here with the Canadians. And what does Kevzio got? He's got the Belgians. So again, 2 civs that we've already seen today again. This is like the 3rd time we've seen Belgium today. Do you love Belgium? I love their waffles and their fries, and I do like playing the Civ, but do you want to see them this much is the question. I think it's fine, you know. I feel like Belgium, yeah, they got such a diverse roster, the natives, the elephants, the bicycles, the machine guns, that they deserve to be played a lot, you know. And they play really well, too, so, I mean, I can't blame anyone for not wanting to use them. So same thing with Korea, you know, Koreans. If you want to play Koreans like every game, I don't care, because they're such a cool civ with their own identity and stuff. Or an Asian civ, which is really rare for Wars of Liberty. You know, they're the only one of its kind. And another surprising fact, a little bit of Wars of Liberty trivia. Guess what Belgians and Koreans share? They were both released in the same patch. Yeah, that's kind of interesting, right? It was right after the patch that released the Haitians, if I recall. It was the Haitians, and then it was the Koreans and the Belgians. And then after that, it was the Danish and the Swedish. And then it was the Maori, and then it was, you know, the Juanito patch that we all know about. And ever since the Juanito patch, we have never seen a new civ added to the mod, unless you consider Austria-Hungary. But some would argue that's just a replacement of the Habsburg civ that was booted out. So, yeah, definitely. Well, I would say that Austria-Hungary is just a more modern version and take on the Habsburg civ. Just because a lot of the cards have the same icons and stuff, same geography and stuff like that. So yeah, we could say that for sure. This is interesting. What's this Juanito doing? He's going up with good faith agreements is his first card. Consulate armies and improvements arrive 50% faster. This is a card I used to use a lot growing up. You know, when I was a little Streletsy, much younger Streletsy, when I first started playing AoE3, I was really attracted to that card because I liked using consulate armies a lot, and mix them in to fight the AI with. So yeah, I'm pretty familiar with that card. Oh, he's going with the Chinese consulate option. That's pretty cool because when I first started playing the Koreans, I really was into the Chinese, especially for the late game consulate, because they have this nice bonus that adds 10 additional maximum population to your civ. And by maximum pop, I mean you can literally have 210 population on the field, as long as that Chinese consulate is active. Yeah. So yeah, basically you get like 10 more infantry, you can work with 5 more cavalry and like 2 more cannons or something, depending on what they are. If they're like Falconet level, you can have like 2 cannons. If they're like, you know, like steel guns or something, you can only get 1. And then you have to scrounge some other stuff together to mix with it, basically. So how's their deck look? Because they're going to have a land deck for this, right? So yeah, they got the Moyedobo Tongji for the Splash of the Spearman. This is the best card for Korea, Lord of the Mountains. Gives you constantly spawning tigers from your monastery, but it halves their build limit. So you can only have like 5 tigers instead of the usual 10. But still, that's enough tiger claws to scratch your enemy's faces off. It works really well. It's very powerful. It's a great card because the tigers actually tend to be really good fighters for you. Especially when they're free and you're not having to spend any food for them. Reason being, they don't have any real normal unit tags. So neither skirms, nor pikemen, nor really anything has an effective means to kill them. You know, and granted you can't upgrade them anymore, but you know it's not a big problem. You know, it's not a big deal. Not a big deal by any means. And then of course you get what else do we have here? We actually got Gabo reforms here. This is an interesting one that some people like. Basically what Gabo reforms does, it emulates one of the technologies from the Japanese isolationism, allowing you to train units in blocks of 10 instead of 5. And that can be good sometimes, depending on your ability to put down buildings or not. Also, a lot more heavy emphasis on the concept with diplomatic intrigue, which we saw last game. Also, intervention. I've started to use this a lot now just because the units it can deliver are pretty good now and it's pretty balanced and useful. Looks like they aged up with the Grand Palace as well, so they're going to be doing a bit of booming. Now, what's Kevzio going to do? So Kevzio, he's going with native warriors. He's going to go with the African natives. Yeah, he's going to start out with the African native warriors. He's going to go with the Hungamungas. These guys, the Hungamungas. Basically what the Hungamungas are is they're a Zande warrior from southern Sudan in the northern DRC that throws these really sharp-bladed knives. It acts as anti-cavalry. But it's a anti-cavalry with a hack damage instead of a pierce damage. Right, so they still count as heavy infantry and they're not like maneuver, so just keep that in mind too. In general, this makes them better against scout, really good against scout, but it makes them worse against assault. Yeah, that's the only drawback.
Jay.
Even the multiplier, now this part is interesting, they even made the range multipliers less against the assault. So basically it's like it's throwing an entire bayonet at you instead of like, you know, like the carbine infantry sometimes are anti-cavalry and they do better against the assault. These guys on the other hand, they're basically like throwing their hand weapon at you because it's better against scout, maneuver, but not the assault as much. Only 1.3 multipliers against assault. Pretty puny. I don't even know why they had to do that because the damage is already less anyways because it's a hack attack. But whatever. It's not too much of a big deal. So, looks like Kevzio is going to combine Grenadiers and Hungamungas. That is a solid combination. This deals with the shock units. This deals with the infantry units. You're also going to ship in some volunteers, it looks like, as Belgium, so that's a good anti-cav and cavalry, anti-cavalry and infantry combination. And I feel like that's going to do you some real good here. Getting back to Sabero, though, what's his attack plan? So he's clearly investing deeply into his economy. He just got his second hunting tech from the market. He can also pick up the hunting dogs from the Grand Palace for double price, too, if he wants to go that far. He's shipping in Dangpa Spearmen right now. Why doesn't he get the, well, he should either go for Lord of the Mountains or Diplomatic Intrigue, I think, next, and just pop out some Chuko News on these. Because, see, Chuko News would be perfect for this situation, because you got two heavy infantry units, the Grenadier and the Hungamunga. So if you can get, like, two splash units, two heavy infantry units working together here, they're going to really struggle when they see your Chuko News, like, spraying them with multipliers. We'll see, though. We'll see what Sabero does. Why is he going over here? He's attacking him from the back.
Yeah?
This is a little... Well, at least he knows that he's got Yam-Yams coming for him now. These are another Zande warrior that the Belgians can make from their embassy. These are just like regular pikemen, you know. High siege, high damage, good hand armor, good unit overall. Now he has to mass up on the young archers. Basically, yep, these are the young archers, basically. They're basically longbowmen, you know. 22 range, really exceptional range they get. But their multipliers have been diminished a bit to be more like the longbowmen, I believe. Yeah. Now, they should get a card like the Yeoman, though, if that's the case. Just so they can improve their multipliers and their range a little bit further. That would be pretty useful for them, honestly. Just like the British get in AoE 3D with their longbowmen. Yeah, these guys definitely deserve to have their own Yeoman card, I think. They do get combat cards as well, but just a little bit of the detail like that could make them really viable. Nice, they blasted through that. You see the first wood chopping upgrade going over here, the water wheel. Let's see if these longbows can give chase for a little bit here and maybe take out some of these hungamungers of the grenadiers. No, it looks like they're going to retreat. I'm not too sure about that. You should really be trying to beat as many of them as you possibly can. The more of them you can take out, the easier it's going to be, and you're going to maintain that skirmish unit advantage over them. Now he is going to get some of these though. Wow, that was a good interception right there in disguise. Yep, take that one out. Yeah, that hurt Kebzio quite a bit, I can imagine. And now these Myungyungs are going to make their way over towards these units. Oh, there goes your trading post, Korea. How unfortunate. Why get that card now? This one, the one for the Spearman. You should really be getting Diplomatic Intrigue or War of the Mountains. Either add the Tigers in or add some Chukonus in. Yeah. Now, granted, the fact that you went with the consort option without Diplomatic Intrigue is also kind of silly, because you actually could have saved about 75 export on the cost of getting the Chinese allies by sending this out first. And that's why I always make sure I send out Diplomatic Intrigue before I get the ally. Unless it's for a very particular reason, like if you're playing, like if it's DE and you're playing as China and you're trying to get the Black House early as part of the build order. Yeah, that's fine, but in general, you should try to get Diplomatic Intrigue before you get the consort allies to save on that 75 export. Plus 75 more export you get from economic concessions at the market. And note that that technology does disappear after the first stage, so you have to get pretty early. And therefore get your market early, no matter what. So yeah, a lot of stuff to keep in mind, a lot of moving parts. And I think it's totally worth it, because I think all four of the civs gets good consort options, you know. For Japanese, they can go for flankers or volunteers. Or they can go for Marines as well, depending on what's good with the United States. Korea can get the Marines. Korea can get the Marines. They can get the Appelchats. They can get the Chukanu, or they can get Samurai with Japan, actually, which is really nice. So they get quite a few options as well. Yep, definitely.
예?
What's the villager count on the Koreans, actually?
Yeah.
37 on the field. Another one being queued in to make 38. Coins coming in, probably to prepare for age up soon. Where is Kezio at? So he's actually almost aged up right now. He's going up with the Ivory Trader. So this means he's going to get an elephant. I think he's going to get about 3 elephants and he can hunt in his base. Yep, 3 elephants in the amount of 1k food. These, believe it or not, these giant animals do not fight back when you try to shoot them for some reason. These are pacifist elephants. No, they don't care that you're blasting them in the side with bullets from your blunderbuss as villagers. They just happily let themselves die so you can eat them and make elephant burgers out of them. Or elephant wings or whatever you make out of elephant meat. Now the Belgians are going to make some of their Miaturus machine guns. After that, they could probably go up with the La Redoubt Casino. The tea hall now trickles a large amount of coin over time, basically turning it into almost like a bank structure. But now they're going to have to deal with the Korean infantry, both the spearmen and the archers that are making moves on them.
Klar.
Hyosung Fortress. Alright, so what you do now is Korea. Reach that 3rd age up, and question. You probably are going to want to get the Hwacha shipment, or you could also go up with the intervention too to get some Nien Riders. Would it be Nien Riders for China? Yes, it would. 8 Nien Riders. That's pretty good. I mean, if you can get 8 Nien Riders, definitely clean up all this infantry and artillery with that. They're also veteran upgraded too with the Shadow Tech, so even better. Looks like he's just trying to draw out the enemy army and get them to stay into this fort fire for a while. Unfortunately, he's going to lose that fortress, and that is really bad, man. Don't ever lose a fortress if you can afford it. Gotta leave those things defended whenever possible. Yeah, your problem was you just didn't have enough units to deal with the machine guns, you know. Your age-up timing was pretty poor in the fact that you couldn't get... You know, you couldn't get the Chongtongs out. If the Chongtongs were there, they would Chongtong the Miaturus out of existence. Yep, gotta get those vills into the town center. Things for spearmen, make a move on that volunteer, doing pretty good since it's not that well equipped for melee. Oh, here comes the iron. Look at that trick there. He stuck it into the barracks, popped them out over here, and still managed to get them intercepted and looted. What a magical way to lose. It was like a magical trick to see, oh yeah, I'll stick them in the barracks, hide them, and pop them out where you don't want them. Turns out he ended up losing them anyways. Well, that's for nothing. Good magic show, though. Very good magic show. Showing good magic show. That's what they're saying in British. Wars of Liberty British voice lines, that is. Absolutely getting blasted by, oh my. I think it's a little late there. Yeah, just may as well just take them out at this point. Villagers leaving the town center kind of quickly. Here comes the Force Publiques too with a good rate of fire. Do they still have the better rate of fire though? I thought they still did for some reason. I don't know. Either way, it's a pretty decent unit by the fact that it can counter natives. Alright, GG on that one. Good match though. Definitely impressed with the work. So let's move on to the next one now. Okay, so we got only, let me see. Check in, no more messages, right? Okay. Any messages in the chat? Obuses with set poise is scary. Yeah, definitely. I absolutely agree with that. You know, I didn't even think that was going to be a concern at all for this game, because I thought, you know, he was going to go pure Sepoy, and he was going to go then with the Mahouts in H3 in that matchup, and then I realized, yeah, that would have been a serious problem then, you know? But I ended up not even thinking that he was going to stick it out in H2 and go full Abyss Sepoy, which you can only do in Wars of Liberty, of course. You can't do that in Vanilla, because they get, you know, the Hussars of the Delis, right? So, only something you can experience in Wars of Liberty then. Nowhere else. So now we're going to be moving towards Rokoi games again, so we can do the second match of Sabero versus Kebzio. Also, by the way, I noticed people are starting to leave the stream. For anyone that, you know, wants to go eat a chocolate bar, eat a taco, because most of you are Juanitos and like tacos and burritos and nachos, you can come back anytime and we can basically do the matches with you pretty much, right? Yeah, certainly. Because this will be saved as a VOD, and then you can come back multiple times and watch each match if you want to, which racks up views for me, and, you know, more people can see this wonderful tournament, you know, which we really want, you know. I would love it if we got a lot more people watching these tournaments, and maybe even participating in them too, you know. The fact that, oh yeah, Wars of Liberty is now ranked once again in ESO. It's actually, like, officially ranked now. Like, there's an actual Wars of Liberty ladder on ESO. They just need to set it up so more people can connect with each other. I guess a lot of people need to use Windscribe VPN now because of some special IP address issue they're having with it. But once that's resolved, I think, you know, we will start to see a lot of ranked ladder games on ESO once again, which is hopefully very good. Definitely. So now we got Sabero with the Australians and Kebzio with the Paraguayans. Two very interesting civilizations to go with. So the Australians belong to a culture we know down under as the Anglophonics. So yeah. So these guys, they got some really interesting mechanics working in them all the time. So first of all, they get a weird villager called the conscript labor, the convict labor, and basically it costs half food and half coin. And to deal with that special villager cost, your initial age up costs about 400 food and 400 coin. Kind of interesting, right? But the rest of the age ups, you know, they cost about the same, so it's only the first one that really looks different. Other than that, you'll notice a bunch of little sheeps hanging out. Basically, for every villager you train, you get one wool sheep for free that comes out of the town center with the villager. And what you can do with these wool sheep is you can wait till you build a barn, and then once the barn is built, fatten up the sheep there or wait for their wool to grow, And for some reason in this game, you have to kill the sheep to get their wool for whatever reason. Yeah. Well, back in the old days, they were going to have a feature where you could shave the sheep, pretty much. But I guess it was really bugged because after you get the sheep's wool to go up one time, you gathered from it, it wouldn't let you do it again. Bunch of hard-coded stuff, basically. So yeah. Also, I should note who these are. These are the fur traders, the fur trappers, the furry people into furries. And they're basically good at hunting. You know, they can't mine, they can't woodchop, they can't gather berries, they're not good as farmers. They just eat meat, basically. And they also double as like your ranged explorer unit. You know, they can gather from treasures, they're pretty good at fighting against treasure guardians. But your main hero unit, though, is the dogs here, these shepherd dogs. And these are the heroes that don't actually die, though. See, fur traders can be killed, these dogs cannot. They simply just sit there and whimper when they're knocked out, basically. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on with Anglicids. And now, in fact, I should go over their age up with you. So now they're going to age up with King Wiramu, who is an indigenous faction. So basically, for any Anglophile faction, you get two Anglophile faction. You get two factions, like sub-factions, right? So for Australia, it would be the colonial government and the indigenous government. And the indigenous are basically just the Aborigines. Whereas colonial is, you know, the pale-skinned English people with bad teeth hygiene, basically. Yeah, pretty much. And pretty much depending on which faction you go with, you get a unit, right? Because naturally the roster for the Anglophile Sids is pretty small. You get the Spontuner, which is a spearman, the militia, which is an early skirmisher, you get the rifleman, which is, you know, like a weird musketeer unit that apparently deals multipliers against solid range because the culture doesn't have any maneuver cavalry, so it sort of performs both sort of roles in one almost, but not quite. And then the light cavalry, which is like their scout hand cavalry. Then of course they get their own artillery units too. But other than that, depending on which faction you pick, you get a new unit added to your roster. In the case of the indigenous at level 1, right, like King Wiramu, you get access to the boomerang. The boomerang is basically a skirmish unit that instead of like firing a gun, hits you with a kid's toy, you know, which apparently deals hack damage and multipliers against cavalry and maneuver cavalry and heavy infantry. Yep. Which is pretty interesting. It's cost food and wood. He has his trusty boomerang nearby to deal damage. Pretty good unit. And also I should note, depending on which politician you pick for the faction selection on each age up, they do provide their own unique technology at the town center. Right? Basically, the age up works like this with Anglos. You get 4 politicians, 2 from one faction, 2 from the other faction. Certainly, you're always going to get the same unit by picking one faction, right? But depending on which 2 of the politicians from that faction you pick, they will grant you a different technology than the R one does. Yeah, I think King Wiramu, for instance, grants you access to a technology for the boomerang that actually grants you more range for your boomerangs, right? Like 4 additional range, more line of sight, basically making it a more formidable thing to deal with. So yeah, there's that to deal with. Now, unfortunately, if you're dealing with boomerangs, because they get the skirmish tag, Paraguay, this wonderful Civ here, is going to be a serious threat for you. So let's go over Paraguay super quick. This is really, really automatic and easy because that's what they do. See this barracks, these stables? They produce units for free. For the stable, it's the Akayabakai, just a scout unit with the lance, does multiplies against skirmish. For the barracks, they get the Primero de Linea, basically a weaker version of the Machitero. It's an assault unit that deals some splash. Also, as Paraguay, you can construct these buildings called works, like Panfilo cereal mills. And basically, these cereal mills will trickle you some food, right? In fact, the French immigrants have a technology called bakeries at level 1 where you can build 2 additional food works, which is pretty helpful, you know, pretty useful stuff. Oh man, if you take down this food works wagon with the spearman, I don't know what to say to you, man. Yeah, I get that in there. That was close though. If this Australian knight here would have taken down like a food works, I don't know what to say about that. Would not have been expected, that's for sure. Anyways, yeah, this is basically how Paraguay works. You get free resources from the works, free barracks, infantry from here, free stable. And this is the other piece, the Quegua. This villager actually carries a shotgun and can deal some decent splash scan damage with its shotgun shells. A lot like the Escopetero, which just got trained from this barracks, you know? Remember them from the Haiti match, they work exactly the same here. So yeah, basically Paraguay ends up having a lot of unique mechanics here. And then there's a further mechanic too, where all these Queguas only can build a certain number of buildings, and most of the construction is done by this man here, this hombre, Mestre Panfilo de Coronado, as well as his assistants Mestre Vicente Serra and Mestre Tomás de Portala. Basically, these are the master engineers. And they can build works, they can build barracks, stables, foundries, markets, you name it. The only thing I think that the Queguas can make that the engineer can is walls. Yeah. And one more good thing about the master engineers is they're good with working with axes and chopping wood, apparently. They really consider their lumberjack work as a side hobby in addition to their engineering degree. You know, some people like to go fishing after their engineering job is done. Some people like to go to the bar. Some people like to play some Age of Empires 3. But, you know, master engineers, they like to chop wood with an axe. So they're really good for that. And thankfully that grants you additional wood from that too. So that's pretty good hobby for them. Keeps you warm during the winter, that's for sure. Look at all that snow on the ground. Comes the Queguas. Yep. Well, they might be good at engineering. They're definitely not good at swinging a horse in the head with a hammer, that's for sure. I mean, look at this guy. He's like, you better not come back here, man. I got a hammer in my hand. I don't care if you got a cavalry saber. I got a hammer. That's going to go over really good. Up here comes the Spontooners, a big mass of spearmen. Now, this is a good mass, but I don't quite know what you're going to plan to do with the mass of Spontooners since... Oh, actually, wait a second. Since both the Primero de Line and the Akayobatai are shock units, Spontooners are actually a pretty appropriate response to that. It's actually better than going with the Boomerang, which has the skirmish tag, because these Akayobatais would digest them pretty easily. And also, the Primero de Lines have hand armor being assault units, so either way, you wouldn't be doing too well with that. So that makes total sense to me at that point. Definitely. Check what time it is too. Oh, it's already 7:13 in the evening. Cool. Just figured I'd check that since I've been streaming for quite a while, since 2:30. So pretty soon we're going to approach an hour number 5 of the stream. So definitely this is going to be a pretty long one since we gotta get through 3 other encounters after this one. So yeah, one of Juanito action this week, which we always like to see. So looks like in general Paraguay is going to go for an Escopetero training. Yeah, this is the good thing about Paraguay in general. because you know you're going to get free shock units out of like 4 buildings at the start, you can dedicate your army to either Pardos, Escobateros, or the artisanal cans pretty much exclusively for your resources, because you know you're already going to have a decent meat shield and melee unit compilation to stick in front of the stuff, so yeah, that's always a good option, really. Like here, you know, even though normally the Spontours would be having a field day with all these shock units, when you have like 20 shotguns blasting at them as they're trying to run towards the cavalry, that's going to make them want to run away and retreat. Yeah, I wouldn't risk it with the light cav, though. The light cav could upset things quite a bit. Oh, so he's went with the Lopez protocol, I believe. Yep. Protocolo Lopez. Basically what it does is it allows you to train sailors from your barracks, like marine infantry, which the sailors are. So for those that don't know what marine infantry are, sailor infantry do, they're basically a new subset of skirmish units in Wars of Liberty that deal multipliers against siege units and artillery units. They have the skirmish tag, so they're not musketeers. Therefore, they take more damage from things like scout units with multipliers against them. So yeah, they also get crush armor too to make them more immune to ships and artillery, since they're used to a lot of sea warfare. So they have some armor to deal with big heavy cannonballs being fired at them, making them a pretty versatile unit. And if you're wondering where the idea for this came from, I guess it's meant to resemble the United States Marines in Definitive Edition. Because remember, in Definitive Edition, they get a card that lets them turn their Minutemen into Marines, and basically that's how these guys work. They have the same sort of multipliers that they do in stats. Because initially, sailors, you know, previously had crush damage, and that was beyond broken because it basically allowed them to snipe cavalry. You allowed them to snipe artillery, allowed them to snipe ships. Sailors were like one of the worst units to ever come across, but now that they're like the marine units, now they're a little bit more manageable, you know. And just like those marine units do, they don't have any malice towards cav either, so not totally new, you know. Not totally susceptible. Though I still want to try it, though. Yeah, there's still a lot of HP to deal with. So here comes the light cavi. They're going to make first contact because they're going to serve as the distraction so that the spearmen can... An interesting choice sending the Yabatais into the spearmen first. I would have sent them at the light cavi just to protect my flank here. At least that's what I would have done personally. Wow. Good job, Australia. Good job, Australia. Look at that. Good performance with the light cab and the spearman. That's interesting. Thought for a while Paraguay was going to have it, but looks like with the proper mass of light cav with the spearmen, you got the job done. Isolationism, that'll be the next one. Okay, and now they're gonna... Oh no, this is where things go south for you. Oh my. Do never go into a close quarter combat with shotguns. That is a bad idea. You should have waited for him to go into the... Oh no. What are you doing, man? Oh my God. You know what was gonna happen, dude? These things have multipliers against heavy infantry. How do you let them go in alone like that? Send the light cav in first. I wouldn't even do that. I would say, you come to me, man. You come to me. You want to fight? You come out into the snow and we have our brawl. You don't hide behind the little French house here. Now you just lost your whole entire army. Come on. Dude. Come on. Pick your battles. Pick your battles, Juanito. Pick your battles. Don't ever do that again. You'll be condemned to Liga B. Don't ever do that again. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's all right. But yeah, it's just something to keep in mind when you're playing. Like, I even do that sometimes. Try not to fight in a choke point like that against something that has splash, like a shotgun or like this. Like if it's, yeah, let's say you have like 50 musketeers. They got 2 falconets, you know, and they're gonna try to go into bayonet combat to attack them with. Or let's say 50 pikemen, that might be a better example. You have 50 pikemen, they're going to go after 2 falconets. You would not want to get them into a cornered area where there's like houses protecting the cannon, because that means that the splash can smother the infantry easier, dealing more damage, and more likely that they'll survive. Like in this case, Escobateros had a bunch of stables and buildings protecting them on all corners, allowing their bullets to reach their targets a lot easier, right? The shotgun part of it. If you had units all spread out trying to smother their army, the shotguns would have to divide up and do mini damage, right? But because we gave them an easy out, they were able to all fire in the same direction and therefore deliver maximum damage to whatever stuff was in front of them, which you don't want to do. You really wanted to surround them, like get those light cavalry to spin around a bit and cover the corners and flank them. Yeah. And that way you could have sent your Spontours in all directions as well to sort of support. Or maybe not even send the Spontours in at all. Because, as Australia, as you'll see right here from looking at the home city, they actually, let me see. Sabero. They get a good card here called Mare, which actually grants their infantry, their hand infantry 2x against infantry, right? So this is actually really helpful because essentially what it does is it gives you Spontours like 15 damage instead of the usual like 7. So their output against infantry becomes somewhat closer to that of like a pikeman, right? Making them somewhat decent against them. Somewhat decent, because still nowhere as close as good as a halberdier would be against infantry, but still it's more acceptable, right? More acceptable. And that's the problem with the Spontuner, by the way, is it gets really great multipliers at 6, but its base attack is like 8, which is like nothing. Yeah, it looks totally different. So now he's going for boomerangs, which I'm like, I don't know. Well, I mentioned before that there's like 2 really good reasons you don't want to go with boomerangs here. He probably should have just went with the bush rangers at this point. Yeah, the bush rangers, see, they're expensive, but at least they have like some really decent like stats. And they probably could have done a bit of skirmishing work against these infantry. Because see now, totally outnumbered, you're really spending millions of, you know, dinero into these light calves. And they getting shredded by sailors, right? Because sailors, in addition to being marine infantry, have a higher hand attack than standard marine infantry. Yeah, they're really tough, you know. They know how to beat stuff up with that compared to the Marine Corps. The sailors, you know how to sail the 7 seas and send you flying across the 7 seas with their hand attack. Simple as that. So, GG. Good work, Paraguay, in making a comeback and defend your ground. Quite good. You know, I find myself in a lot of situations with Paraguay. We have to do a lot of defending. And Kevzio did that pretty good here. So, congrats. Good work on that, little Juanito. Juanito Paraguayano. Alright, so, GG on that one. That was a good match. Definitely liked that one quite a bit. So now we're going to be booting up another one. Hello, let's see, from Bebeder, the maker of Rise of the Gago. Rise of the Gago is basically a special mod for AoE 2. I can't really define what it is exactly. It's based on one of the books that he wrote, pretty much, about these superheroes and stuff, so you should probably check it out. And maybe try it. So yeah, going back to the match though. Let's. Oh wait a second, no. Whoopsie. I did this like many weeks ago when I was doing the Liga. I like literally. Oh boy, I actually went into scenario editor and whoopsie. Yeah, it's all right. I personally would rather just restart the game then because I don't want to lose any of the unit textures if possible, and I don't know if it's gonna cause the loading thing to happen. So yeah, better to play it safe than sorry. And before we do anything else, I'm gonna be back in 1 second. I want to put the light on in the room I'm in, and it's starting to get like nightfall when the wolves come out and stuff. So I better put the light on. Alright, so we can proceed with MCMR versus SOG. This, I saw a bit of this, or at least one of the matches of this. This one was pretty interesting. I really liked this one. I think you're going to really like this one as well. The Chorizo was pretty excited about it though, so yeah, this is going to be a pretty fun one to look at. Alright, so again we see Koreans once more. And MCMR has the Mapuche. So basically, MCMR wants to act like a Chorizo muy largo in this game. So yeah, we'll see how he does with that. Actually, yep, same map position too. So let's see if Mapuche can pull something off today. I feel like MCMR is going to do a much better job with this because he really knows how to put together a good economy, honestly. So yeah, I definitely think he's going to be able to provide some good principles to defense and booming, and then fighting-wise he'll do pretty good as well. So we'll see that in real time. As for the opponent, we got the Koreans. I think in this situation... Oh, here's the thing. Actually, we've seen this... trying to think. We've seen something like it before. Remember in the last Liga we had, how I fought against Gran Colombia, who was making Mechoteros? Yeah, this is the one situation where Mapuche really needs to be super duper careful about, because the Triangle F, as you know, is a shock assault unit. And guess what Korea gets? They don't get Iron Flails in Age 2. They get the Gungo Cavalry, which is a Cav Archer, which is a maneuver unit with multipliers against Assault. So, if SOG really wants to play this really intelligently, he's going to go stable instead of barracks. He's going to mass up a lot of Gungo Cavalry, and he's going to start hitting them with arrows all over the place, and basically force him into a pressured situation. Now, the only thing you have to watch out for there, of course, is the Mawadanche, the thing that the Chorizo made. The Mawadanche, that could be a serious threat for you. And that's exactly what you need to be careful of, pretty much. So yeah. We'll see, though, based on how this goes, where we go from here. So, okay. Oh yeah, this is another part of the Mapuche which is actually cancelled. Because you have like 5 different heroes working together, you can actually team them up to take down a house relatively easy. Because let's do the arithmetic, folks. 14 plus 15 equals 29, plus 14 equals what? Like, let me do the math. 40 something, and then another one is like... You see really quickly how this goes south really quickly, right? Look at this. You even got the Korean women punching you in the face to get you out of there. That's pretty bad. This is how angry these villagers are that you're lambing them like this. Like you're gonna get a nice... They're punching... You really have to get your villagers out to punch them in the face. Oh my... He did it! This Juanito Malo did it! He actually housed him, and he actually didn't house him, thankfully, but what he did do was he did keep his villagers distracted, which meant they weren't gathering food, which is going to put him behind a bit. See, if it was me, I probably would have been in deep trouble because they only always build like one house. Because I'm thinking, what if I want to build a market later or something? I never go for the double house. So if it was me in that situation, I probably would have been housed and it would not have been good. Because I would have sitting there like pressing the button like, boop, 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 boop. No population. Gotta build another house. I'd be like, really? Yeah. Well, I would have been able to build the other house, assuming I had the wood for it. But for civs that don't have enough wood for another house, yeah, you got some serious problems. Like if it was like a nation-state civ. Oh yeah, absolutely. You gotta watch out for that stuff. Yeah. And I haven't seen somebody go for that tactic in like ages, so it was really surprising to see it once more. Yeah, really was. I think I used to do it back in the Liga from a long time ago when Malta was still around. Yeah, used to do it back then. Pretty good trick though. So, yeah, definitely. Alright, so, what wonder? I wonder what wonder they're gonna get. Grand Palace. Oh, how surprising. Yep, that's always a good one to go for. Definitely get that one. As for Mapuche, they're going up with the Shaman, which if I recall grants you... Does the Shaman give you an improved trickle rate for your, Yeah, I think the Shaman gives you improved, like, trickle rate for your... Yeah. Yep, definitely. Yeah, it gives you improved trickle rate for your villagers. Because, see, the Mapuche villagers have this neat little trick where they actually trickle experience points while they work. Yeah, so you see these, like, little numbers, these little +5s going above their heads and stuff. These are experience points being gained by them working on these animals. Or doing other tasks like chopping wood, mining, farming, whatever. As long as they're doing some sort of work, they're going to be trickling some experience. So yeah, definitely something to look forward to when you're Mapuche. And it ties into the whole theme of having so many shipment options available from each of these war chiefs, right? The way you get them all actually in a realistic matches, but basically through these little XP trickles that your villagers get. In fact, one of the cards from this one here, the Machi Kalikan, basically, can actually improve the trickle of that experience further for the villagers, right? So yeah, definitely. Also, this Juanito is going with the Maodanches again. Another chorizo move. Another chorizo muy largo move in the works. See, I wouldn't get them right away. I'd probably get them later. Like, I'd get some triangle Fs going first or some spears. But the thing is, you don't really have a lot of options here against Korea because Korea's just going to go Gungo Cav on you. No, they're not. They're not. They're going to actually go for Myeongyongs and Dangpa Spearmen, actually. Which, better for this, but, still a little bit concerning. A little bit concerning. A little bit concerned for sure. Because are you going to have enough archers up in time to be able to deal with these things? Which, mind you, deal hack damage against your archers. And they have 40% pierce armor too, so it's not like they're going down without a fight, you know? 325 HP apiece. That's going to be a real headache to deal with. So we'll see what Korea's like got planned right now. So they're just going for the wood right now. They went for 2 wood shipments, but they can ship in archers, next spearmen. I'm surprised you don't have a consulate option, yeah. You should go consulate like I do. That could be helpful. Because that way you could get some Chuko news in. That would actually be a bit concerning for these Mawadanches because they hit multiple times. So yeah, definitely get that going.
Yeah?
Perfect. Got that villager. What was that villager doing over here? Yeah, what was that villager? Oh, that villager was probably going to go for a forward attack of some kind. Yeah. It's a good thing that they were able to intercept it, though. That should probably help out quite a bit. Yeah, definitely get on top of Mapuche. You know, you definitely don't want him adding in any triangle Fs, and especially since you're not going with Gungo Cav. I would have included Gungo Cav shipment in my competitive decks just in case if I'm dealing with the Juanito Civ, or I'm dealing with this one with the triangle Fs. Yeah, just something to keep in. Even dealing with civs like the United States with the Louisiana Tigers, which has the range variant of assault. Another good option. Or, of course, the France, the fast fortresses, or fast capitals, as you'll call it here, into the webs. Yeah, definitely.
예? 도와주세요. 난 상처를 입었어요.
Yep, so we got Triangle Fs, we got the Mawadanches. Yeah, if you're Korea, you're gonna get enough archers for this. Well, I would get the Spearman shipment first. Well, the Spearman shipment at least gives you a bit of a cover to go with. Yeah, he is going to start training Spearman now, which is probably the way to go. He's also going to ship some in. What's the Elton going to do? Oh, he's gone up to Capital Age now, and he's going to get the second batch of Mawadanches from the town center. Even bigger one. Yeah, this could give you some problems here. You're gonna want to be aware. Oh, not bad actually. Look at what he's doing with the art. This is really good. I mean, we're getting some free shots into the trains. Don't push in though. Try to get some more volleys into it. That would be really good. Try to take these Mawadances out if you can. So we'll have less headaches for later on. If you can do it. So yeah, try to do your best as you can to try to take those out. Also get a consulate too, get some like units that you can reliably use here. I would have already had my consulate down, like pumping out Chuko News right now. Either that or a massive like Opal Senats, which I would take advantage of the numbers for to overwhelm the Trangs with. Probably. Yeah, don't go too far in with the archers, though. Yeah, see now you have to thrust the spearmen in, but you're not getting any kills though. That's the annoying thing. You know, you're not really gaining anything out of it. It's just a bit annoying for your ability to push forward. Oh, nice. You got one Mawadanchi down. That's going to help you out a bit. Try to get this one next. You know, the batter to be in. So where's MCMR economically? See, he didn't go with, like, the shaman-related card I go with that actually beefs up the... He researches all the market technologies for free. The wood one, the hunting ones, and the mine ones. For free, up till H3 ones. So you still have to get like the Imperial Age wood chopping, but that's about it. It works really good. Yeah, so MCMR is actually shelling out resources to pay for the wood chopping, which is a little cringe, but I guess it's just sort of my playstyle. Sure, it's high risk, high reward, but I feel like it really helps out in the end. For sure.
예, 대기 실시. 예, 준비. 예.
저요? 빵구.
대기.
Yeah, so what is it? Tropical Two-Face are mixed in as well now, so that's going to be another threat to deal with. Yeah, these things have a lot of hit points, so even like the archers with their quick rate of fire are definitely going to have to be careful with these things with their high HP.
예.
영영.
So what wonder is this? I'm wondering what this wonder is. So it's going to be the Hien's temple. Yeah, that'll grant you a lot of good technologies. In particular, I would pick up the one that gives you improved armor on your infantry, as well as the one that gives you increased hit points on your units, as well as the one that gives you, I believe, better hand attack. I think it's Taekwondo that lets you have improved melee on your... Is that only for the... yeah, it's only for the range units, but still, that might come handy. Oh, whoa, 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 AFK, AFK. Watch out for that, man. Watch out for that. Can't let that happen. Can't let that stuff happen to yourself. Gotta defend. Gotta defend your position. Yeah, I actually get lots of Fire Lancers for this. Fire Lancers will be a good cure to your problem here. Ooh, ooh, good. Ooh, good. Yeah, and then you can get more of them in. Yeah, just get lots of... Or you can get the Byung-Gyungas in to deal with the Trangs. No. Okay, God. It's alright. He's retreating. It's alright. I was gonna say, was he gonna stamp down and start crushing these things under his heel? Nah. So you're actually getting some free kills in there, which is nice. Oh, that's cool. Oh no! Don't get this. Don't get Byung-Yungs, please. I'm begging you. They'll really help you out. Well, he is. No. Don't AFK. Oh, not right now. No. You're gonna regret it. Now the splash might help, actually. Let's see. See what it does. Oh my, no, oh no, you just let the Fire Lancers get into the... No. You just ruined yourself. Really badly. How did you even... Oh no. And then they're over here taking extra shots. What a good way to mess up a fight. Yeah, goodbye, Army. Thank you for not paying attention to your army and by building the right stuff. MCMR is very grateful for that. Yeah. I mean, I sometimes do that stuff myself, but I just gotta point out, man, that you gotta treat assault units like this really seriously. You don't just... You gotta make sure you're not throwing your ranged units into their clubs at that point. So see, now you're making the unit you should have been doing. You should have been doing Byung-Yungs and Fire Lancers. Byung-Yungs snipe down the assault. The Fire Lancers deal with the Maodanchi really good. Really good. Because see, now they're undefended and there's really not much you can do to protect them besides maybe the castle. Yeah, throw them in the towns. Throw them in the building. Right now. No. It's like he completely... Well, he threw one in. How do you mess that up? How do you mess up a garrison? Sometimes that stuff just happens. I was really thinking that this Korean could have probably dealt with this. Nah. Too good to be true. Yeah, I mean... I felt like Saw got a real chance in this one too. I mean, he just had to get the Byung-Yungs up from the ship, man. He had to get some Fire Lancers, protect them, get the Byung-Yungs to help the Spearmen out, get through that rolling triangle ads, and then basically fire the Fire Lancers at the range units, and that would basically be just enough to blast through the Maodanches and put the truck of troopers on their own. And you could then deal with those next. By whatever means necessary, right? You can get Fire Lancers, you could go for the Iron Flail. Oh yeah, bought it. That was not what I was expecting. Yeah, that one he didn't even shoot on. I noticed that. One of the garrisons, he really didn't even fire at you. He just went back it. Yeah. I don't know. GG anyways. I mean, both players did some pretty solid plays there, so I'm not going to say, there was any, exceptionally bad play on either side. So, yeah. Good work. MCMR clearly, shined, though. Especially from the start. He was literally causing real serious monkey mischief on that. Yeah. Yep. Best streamer, Rioto Blaster, Rioto streamer. Yep. So now we're going to move on to the one that I watched a bit of, the MCMR SOG match 2. If I recall, it was Dutch versus Peruvians. Yeah, Dutch versus Peruvians. Let's see how good my memory serves me right. Alright, so now we're going to match number 2.
Juist.
Alright, so, yep, Dutch versus Peru. So, Peru. Yep, this is MCMR over here. And then we got Peru over here. So, we already seen Peru already, so nothing too different about them. But Dutch, though, we actually have a lot to discuss about Dutch, introductory-wise. So, this Dutch Civ here is really different than your grandma and grandpa, aka me's, Dutch from the old game. So, the way these Dutch work is, basically, you get 3 different villagers, and then you get 3 different ultimate units. So, that's sort of like the Trinity Civ, they work in a Trinity, there's a triangle. 3 sides, you got the Dutch side, you get the Indonesian, Peps, Soy Struggle of Indonesia side, and then you get the African side. Yeah. The dark side, yeah. So, basically with each 3 of those sides, different things you'll notice. So, all the stuff for the Dutch side of that, like the Settler, as well as the Dutch ultimate unit, the Watchmeester, they cost food. The coin, the African ones, like the African slave, as well as the Zwart Hollander, cost coin. And then the Marchazi, as well as the Javanese laborer here, cost wood. Right. And you'll notice a couple of other things too, like for instance, these settlers here, they gather faster from mills and berries. So they're good at farming, just like, in the Netherlands, all those big giant mills you see everywhere. Yeah, they're good at farming. They're good at that stuff. Whereas the slaves, they're good at bringing you in money. They get an increased mining rate as well as an increased rate at plantations, aka slavery. Whereas the Indonesian laborers here are great at chopping wood. I don't know why Indonesians love chopping wood. You might have to tell me why they love chopping their wood. Who knows? Who knows? Okay, this is a little weird. What's the methodology of this? I have never thought of this before. Why is he shipping in 300 wood as his first shipment as Indonesia? Slash Dutch. Well, they're basically Indonesia, so we'll rest our case on that. Alright. Yeah, now this is something I do all the time. I'm mixing and matching villagers in my queue all the time. Sometimes we get settlers, sometimes a slave, sometimes a Javanese laborers. Really depends. What I try to do is I try to reserve training settlers in the beginning just so I can save up more food to age up quicker. Yeah, that's what I try to do. And then if I need a little food later, well, here's the thing. Technically, all these villagers gather at the same rate for huntables, so it doesn't really matter as much. But if, say, there was some berry bushes I wanted to gather from, maybe put some settlers in a little later. So that's one source of food you don't have to worry about getting lopped off by a cavalry saber, pretty much. Yeah, certainly. And also, in addition, I can sort of explain what their ultimate units do. Basically, their wood one. The Marchazi is basically like a Machitero. Does the splash damage as a foot unit, as assault units, same exact thing. Marchese, the Watchmeister, is basically a Dutch version of the Infernale or the Montanera. It's a mounted anti-cav unit. Whereas the Zwart Hollander is a line infantry that has extra armor and it's extra sturdy. You know, it's a pretty strong unit, you know. Not gonna lie. The Civ doesn't even get like standard line infantry. They get something special called the Flanker, which is a hybrid between the Musketeer and the Crossbowman, which is kind of an interesting idea when you think about it, but the way it works is pretty simple. They get a bayonet to kill cav with, but they get a ranged attack that has multipliers against maneuver, aka dragoons. And they also have a increased movement speed than normal infantry, which is kind of interesting. And in particular, let's check the deck out. No, they don't have the card. There's actually a card you can apply the deck, improves the speed of the infantry even more. I don't see that here, so I guess not. But in general, though, while we're here looking at the deck, I see a lot of crates here. We do see some industrial FI, semi-FI potential here with these ultimate unit shipments of the Marchazis, as well as the Mushmisters, factories. Now this one is ultimate combat because it benefits your ultimate units. Yeah, simple enough. This is just infantry combat. This benefits all your pretty mainline infantry units, your flanker, your grenadier, your skirmy, and your marine. Believe it or not, this is one of only 2 civs that gets Royal Guard Marine infantry. The other one being France, because as you know with France, all their units are Royal Guard in this mod. So this is the one example of a non-Frenchy civ that gets Royal Guard Marine infantry. The other Royal Guard they get would be the Grenadier. I think it's called the Rikwach. I'm not a Germanic speaker, so besides my English, of course, but I know how to pronounce that. It's basically the Royal Guard of the Grenadier. Yeah, I'm definitely surprised by this option here, though. This 300 wood one. That's a pretty strange one, to say the least. Yeah, for sure. And let's look at the Peruvian decks just real quick to see what they have. So, this is actually a counter water deck, which is kind of interesting. Yeah, I notice here there's 2 corvettes in here, which are the light ship. And the great thing about like light ships like this is they can actually train marine infantry, your sailor unit. Yeah, I bet you didn't know that. The fact that marine infantry are not trainable from the barracks usually. There are some cards that, you know, allow you to do this, like the one we saw, like the Protocolo Lopez one for Paraguay as an example. Dutch actually gets one. Chile gets another one. There are some sections of that rule, but in general, marine infantry have to be trained from light ships like the Corvette, like the Aviso, like the, you know, like all of them, basically. Yeah. But in this case, with Peru, they're actually really well oriented for water gameplay because they can actually train some special stuff on the water. Namely, their ultimate building, the Guanera here. The Guanera is basically a water factory. It trickles any resource you want on the water, so either food, wood, or coin. It also auto-produces special ultimate ships called the turret ships over time. I think you can only have like 2 of them, I believe, so it doesn't produce them for long unless they're constantly getting blown up or something. And from those turret ships, you can train the Guardia Marina, which is a Peruvian ultimate unit version of the Sailor, which is stronger than the Sailor, does more damage. It's like a really tough unit. In addition, this card here, Peru-Bolivian Confederation, actually allows you to train the Bolivian ultimate unit, the Colorado, from your light ships alongside the sailors. So really, Peru has like 3 different infantry units at their disposal on the water that they can train. Of course, since since ultimate units have a build limit in this mod, that means you can't like spam the Guardia Marinas forever and ever, same with the Colorados, but you can still continue to train the sailors after that. So for this civ, like, ships are really valuable since you can constantly train with them. Also, Peru even gets naval unit combat to benefit both the sailor stats as well as the Guardia Marina as well. So yeah, this is going to come down to some pretty interesting stuff, I think, to say the least. So we already see Sog going for a grenade toss onto that trading post there of MCMR. See that trading post go down. Oh, but you're going to be met by the Dutch Grenadiers, though. That's pretty unfortunate. Let's see. Okay, so, yep. Oh, boy. Oh, they're getting rid of those SARS, though. Yeah, look at that. Hussars basically being wiped out there. Pretty good. Alright. So now, MCMR here is basically... Well, what MCMR did, which is probably the tactical play, is he went up to the capital age so we can start to train some skirmishers to help with that. And basically, from the deck we see here, he can even improve them with both the advanced arsenal as well as the infantry combat here, which will definitely help him out quite a bit. Yeah, and the skirmishers will also be really good because they can kite really well against the Legion Piranhas. Definitely helping them out pretty good. But 1 second, I just have to go check on something super duper quickly. I'll be right back. So, you see MCMR again his 1k coin shipment as well as training an additional skirmisher from his barracks. This could be the sign of potential FI or semi-FI gameplay. You know, maybe we're going to see some movement towards the industrial age to take advantage of those shipments I've showed you before for the ultimate units as well as the factories. And honestly, I feel like FI is probably one of the strongest plays for Dutch, because they got like a total of like 6 ultimate unit shipments, 2 of each one just about, as well as you can add steel guns in, and that leaves you in a really good place, honestly. No, not what you can deal with that pretty much. So yeah, definitely, for sure.
Commando? Ja. Klaar. Commando? Klaar.
Yep, hunting dogs is also being researched by them. While as Peru is looking to move towards the second Japanese wave of the immigrants. Now, Japan is an immigrant colony, is really tough. You know, they're really good colony to go with because they can grant you dojos in age 3 and in age 4. First one through a technology, and the 4th one is part of the age up. If you stick with them alone, that is. if you move on to somebody else, you only end up getting like one dojo out of it. Just so you're aware of that. I always wondered, why did the fish banks never appear? What's those are these ones? I don't know. Are those these ones? Maybe, yeah. Maybe that's what they refer. Alright. Yeah, I was just wondering, like, do the fish banks ever really arrive when you age up? Yeah, looks like they do. Alright. So I'm wondering if he's going to get the Guanero at some point and really start to do some naval warfare here. Because from the looks of it, this deck of Peru seems to have a lot of emphasis on the naval side. Yeah, for sure.
Señor.
Oh, interesting. We got ourselves the Peru Bolivian Confederation, which will grant them access to the, yep, definitely. Definitely. Yeah, so basically I feel like at this point we're probably going to see a lot of Colorados being used to raid the opponent from the dock, basically. They'll put out like a Corvette probably, they'll ship in 2 more Corvettes from the home city, and with those Corvettes they'll basically be able to launch a 3-pronged Colorado and Sailor attack on MCMR from this side while they're fighting on this side with the Legion Piranhas. Yeah. That should be a pretty interesting Varengo element, you know. That's what Varengo usually does, you know. He's got like his naval army working with the turret ships and stuff to attack you with naval units, and then on the other side he's throwing a bunch of Moneros and Legion Piranhas and stuff at you. So a lot of different units working together. And that's really where I think Peru can work really good for you if you use them that way. Interestingly enough, there was actually a technology set that was actually banned for Peru in this tournament about this week. You see, Peru also gets these weird little trade-off techs I don't usually get, so I don't talk about them that much, where basically it's a trade-off technology. Does one thing for a set of units while taking something away from those units. But the way it works is there's 1 for the stable, 3 for the stable, 3 for the barracks, 3 for the artillery foundry, right? Now, if you research the same icon 1 at the barracks, you disable the ones at the stable and the artillery foundry with the same icon. Alright, so we got past that part. Now, there's one of those trade-offs from the foundry that makes artisanal cannons cheaper, but makes them train longer. And I guess some Juanito Malo figured out a way to basically allow the artisanal cannon to get super cheap when you combine them with the railroad tracks card. To the point that they're very, very cheap. But when I heard it for the first time, I was wondering, okay, how long does it take for you to actually get this ball rolling, basically? How easy is it to upset? Can you raid your way out of this? Can you fight your way out of this? And I tried it against Rommel, which you'll see in a match in the future, and I was able to beat him pretty well. But what I was wondering with the whole thing was, what's stopping the Juanito from getting culverins, right? Like putting an artillery foundry in the back, getting a bunch of culverins and like making a defensive line. And technically, the culverins militarily, both in stats and multipliers, would outperform the artisanals, right? Yeah, that's the theory. So, yeah, I guess I probably would have wanted to examine myself, do some research into it before they made a choice about that, but it is what it is, you know. I always like to try to research this stuff myself since I play the culture a lot, see if it's good or not, so yeah. And the thing was, you can only research like the first level of the improvement in like age 3, you had to like wait till like age 4 and 5 later on to do it. So yeah, it wasn't that easy in the end. Definitely not.
Dígame.
Definitely not. Yeah. Look at this thing in the UI. Basically, this building used to be like a little mine with like bird poop on it that used. Yeah, because guano, the research on it, the resource on the thing is basically just bird poop, pretty much. So yeah, back previously, this thing just used to be like a mine on the water that you could gather the efficient from. Right? And wait a second, you can actually still gather the 100 coin from the building. That's insane. That really is insane. Yeah, that's insane though. Yeah, I wonder if you could actually gather that 100 coin from the thing. They gotta fix that, man. That's crazy. You shouldn't have that old effect in there. It looks kind of wonky. Now, what also is kind of wonky is letting the Lanceros sneak right past you like that so they can join the army of Colorados on this side of the pond over here. Yeah, that's going to cause some problems. What is MCMR up to right now? So MCMR is... oh, yeah, he's getting pressured right now, though. Boy, he's going to get some casualties in there. Well, okay. Now he's gonna get some. Now he's gonna get some casualties. I hope if Sog somehow threw this entire raid to the point they didn't get 8 kills, you would be ending up in Liga B for that. I'm afraid. Yeah, you got 3 kills. Okay, good. Then you're gonna get these ones too. Get some of these. Rack up something. You shouldn't have had to come to these ones, though. Yeah, you should have definitely not have had to do that. No. Right into him. That's very... Oh my... You gotta love the AI pathing in this game. I deal with that, too. It's like... It throws you into the enemy army. Like, why would you do that? No, you'd probably need ChatGPT level AI to fix that, but still. What's going on over here?
Ja.
What's Elton doing?
Klaar.
He's making a bunch of veteran hussars over here. Completely uncountered. What's this for? Like, get them up there. Yeah, and they just built a tower here. Yeah. No, that's good. That's good. Good that they're building a tower there. That's a really good defensive idea. Okay. Wow. Talk about paying attention to the mini-map. Oh, wow. Yep, just going to TC. Fort's gonna take some of them out, hopefully, for you. Alright, that's cleaned up. Oh, wow. So it looks like Kasag is actually going with the Guardian Marinas as well. Another pretty solid unit, to say the least.
Aquí, primer oficial.
Sí, general.
So what is he doing with this?
Es con el Perú.
Is he gonna like hide him in here, or what's the plan? With the fast attack, do they like get a better rate of fire or something? Then here's the problem with Legacy. There's like no like part of the UI that tells us what the rate of fire is in the unit, so we can't actually tell if the unit actually fires quicker or not. Now, what you can do though is you can hit your enemy with the turret ship right in the head like that, and that's going to do really good.
Aquí, primer oficial.
It'll do really well.
Orden.
Capitán.
Tus órdenes, capitán.
Aquí, primer oficial.
How is he in the build limit of these? So he's got the build limit of 20 completed. Yeah, the thing that makes these special compared to other musket units is basically you can go into another formation that involves them banging their drums with sticks, allowing them to move faster. Pretty much. Yeah, that's what sort of makes them pretty good. And I think this is the part I saw, like the part I saw when Chorizo was streaming it the other day, was these units on the island here, like doing a weird forward base. And I commented something like, oh wow, I've never seen anybody actually make the special ultimate units from the ships before in like a Liga game before. This is really cool and special.
Sí, general.
Like, I've never seen it before. And I was pretty impressed by it, you know, seeing these units actually being utilized. And I remember MCMR does go up to Industrial Age at some point. But before that, it looks like you get some Falconets, which in Wars of Liberty they call foot artillery instead. Because the people that move the cannons around in this game have a foot fetish that they have to live with. So that's pretty unfortunate. But other than that, they're just like regular Falconets, you know. Same HP, speed, range, multipliers against infantry and stuff. Same exact stuff as that. So we'll see how these feet artillery do here. Because technically feet would be plural, right? So one foot artillery would be a foot artillery, but multiple foot artillery would be feet artillery, right? Watch out for those feet artillery, right? Now, what's scary is feet artillery picks. Those are probably the worst thing of all, of course. Yeah. For sure. Yeah, this is the part that made this well, though. The Colorados and the Guardian Marinas go right for the town center. Well, you know, no, I would keep trying to... Well, I think he does. I think he keeps trying to bob in and out and keep them distracted at this point. That's sort of how he gets it going. Yeah, he entices MCMR to keep wanting to shoot at him with the artillery, and he keeps moving his cannons in more and more. He goes about behind the fort here. Yeah, the town center. Yeah, that was pretty good. That was pretty good by Saw again. That little win in there, for sure. Now MCMR goes up to the Industrial Age with the native romantices, which grants you about 8 settlers. I mean, he's technically a native, but he grants you European guys for some reason. Pretty strange, right? You'd expect him to give you the Japanese laborers, but who knows at this point. Yeah, basically just back up. Try to take the choke point, though, and get the grenade throw. Yeah, and yeah. Oh, good. Yeah, really good. Good stuff. Forward. Yep, try to stall them out. Yeah, now you're getting a lot of kills in an MCMR's like, economy now. This is exceptionally good. Really good. Exceptionally good. And now you can start attacking. Yeah, see, now he's in a bit of a conundrum because now he's got this base literally dying in front of him. And now you're like literally 100 score points ahead of MC Martin. Good, and then you take out the foot artillery. Only one, so it's no longer feet artillery anymore. Yep, and now you just
Hasta quemar el último cartucho.
Señor, marcha al ataque.
¿Cuál es su orden, señor? Por supuesto.
yeah, take out that barracks. Yeah, try to move in and try to get that grenade. This is actually really good because you distracted a lot of the grenadiers. Now, yeah, try to take as many skirms as you can though, because then you can try to fight your way through the Machazes next. Wow, look at these Machazes though. Yeah, this is going to be a problem. I won't say that you're probably in better shape to get that minutes now. No. Are you gonna try to kite the... You gotta shoot back though, man. What are you doing? Shoot. There you go. You're in a good position now. I wouldn't move away from the mine. With the mine, at least you distracted him. Oh no, but now he has artillery. That's why you're running out of there. The bad out hill. Alright. There you go. Okay. So, oh, now he's making like regular sailors. Oh, you can afford the other ones. Why are you making those? I don't get why he's like idling the army. He's not like making sure they're actually doing the right thing. Yeah, it's kind of a confusion at this point. Yeah, you're kind of lucky at this point that you hold the water at this point because... Yeah, actually MCMR could have technically gone for a counter war deck as well, but... Because he doesn't have any white ships, so he can just ship right into there now. So it's kind of a more complicated situation, to say the least. For you was Dutch. That was a real drop in score. Oh, tell me about it. Like, that was a real drop in score right there. What is he going to make now? The Washmeisters from the stable? Yeah, I probably would at this point. You know, may as well. It's a pretty tough unit. You got a lot of food for it. You're actually even adding in the food trickle, the Colbertism card in. So, yeah, if you want to make some Washmeisters, that's kind of a solid way to go. Honestly. Yeah, now he's gonna lose a chance there. Julian Green? When he goes Town Center going down.
Commando.
이제
Ja?
지금
Kom op. Klaar. Ja? Ik ga. Ja. Oké. Ik ga.
Yeah, you gotta get some better targeting on those artillery. Thing is, like you can see right here, Grenadiers are actually a really good counter to like artillery. basic crush damage they can do. Yeah, definitely. Definitely that. And also, the other great perk about the Grenadier being reworked into an infantry is now it's a 1-pop unit instead of a 2-pop unit, so you can literally spam them everywhere. It's really helpful. Are you gonna take down some houses or something? Like, you know? Why don't you put a town center up there and like start popping some bills in that area? Ooh. I don't know, maybe if we group them up a little bit more, it could have been less smudged, so. Villagers on fire, throwing torches at a tower. On a sight to see every day. Yeah, now, how long are these gonna last? You think? Probably not long. Well, you'd probably want these guys up at the front, the Guardian Marinas, to snake down the field guns. I think you're done for at this point, right? Because, yeah, you're kind of just burning through levels of resources at this point. Yeah, these Lanceros aren't even veteran upgrades. You know, you also have advanced... Did he get the Steel Point Spear at least? The man didn't even get Steel Point Spear. What cringe. You get another multiplier against skirmish, you can add the thing. You like research it? Really? Oh yeah, I'd probably get that.
Órdenes.
Quite interesting to see how this thing goes down here. I mean, Peru isn't even like that. You know what you could do as Peru, which would probably work? With like 50,000 resources and musketeers. Yeah, that would actually be really good. Yeah. Why doesn't he do that? Like, get a bunch of barracks down and make a bunch of musketeers. I would actually probably get the job done really well overall. So who resigns here? Does MCMR resign in this one? I think he does. MCMR resigns in this one, I think. It really, yeah. I don't see Slogman resigning here because the guy has actual treasure guardians shooting at him. Talk about horrible luck. Like, look, you got little outlaw riflemen blasting down your grenadiers. Where's MCMR at? Yeah, MCMR is not looking good right now. Yeah, tell me, MCM. Yeah, MCMR must have lost this one. I wish it would tell. Well, let me look at the post game. All unit count. It doesn't have the skull though, like. Yeah, it doesn't tell us who died. That's a bummer. Yeah, I guarantee you though that Sog won this though, because Sog had more resources. He had the wood, he had the food. He could have went full Machitero and Bernero and Pardo and stuff if he had to do it. But he didn't even need to because it looked like he was already doing well with this. So, yeah. Yeah, definitely. Excellent stuff overall though, I mean, really. Should definitely be impressed with your work there. That was really good stuff. Really good stuff. Really good stuff overall. So now we're going to be moving on to the next encounter. Alright, so we're probably going to scroll on over here and see what we got left. You can see right there the last of the matches we got to do. We got to do Aladdin versus the Eternity, as well as Gampy versus Foofy. What's Gampy? Gampy. What's Gampy? Exactly. Alright, so now we'll move on to Aladdin versus Eternity and check the messages before we do that. Yep, no new messages or anything. Alright, so, hey, let's proceed. Match 1. Trying to recall if I saw these matches or not. Something tells me that I think I've seen them before for some reason. I don't know though. So Aladdin got Canadians, and then Eternity has the Swedes. 2 new civs to look at today. Alright, so let's start with Canada. Canada's kind of an interesting odd one. So Canada, being part of the Anglophony culture, has a lot of the same stuff that Australia does. You know, the faction age-up system. They got the fur traders, the dogs, you know, the doggos, all that. But Canada structurally has some pretty wood-centered stuff going. So, first thing, they don't get regular houses. They actually get these things called log cabins that actually trickle about 0.2 wood per second. Which means with about 5 log cabins, you can trickle 1 wood per second, and when you reach the full build limit of 20, 4 wood per second. So Canadians are great at producing wood. Not to mention, when you construct a Canadian building, you get maple trees. A tree spawned by a Canadian building. So Canadians really never run out of wood ever. And this is why when you go to the Sahara is the Canadians, they still manage to plant maple trees right in the middle of the sand dunes for some weird reason that scientists still are trying to figure out to this day. Yeah, they're talking about not being able to solve world hunger, while the Canadians are still making maple syrup out in the middle of the Sahara Desert. So maybe they should enlighten others on that technology, so maybe they can do some help for people. Yeah, for sure. But anyways, another thing you need to watch out for with the Canadians is they age up with wood instead of food. And that's for all the age ups, like all the normal like age up costs you would do for like food, it's swapped out with wood pretty much. Yeah. Kind of interesting, right? Yeah. Other than that though, the other thing to really look out for would probably be the factions. So instead of, you know, Aboriginals and Colonials for Canada, it's the French Canadians, the Quebecois, and the British Canadians. Yep. And they sort of have two outlying themes. The British Canadian units tend to have more range, whereas the French Canadian units tend to have more stronger melee attacks. They focus on close quarters combat. Yeah, so that's sort of the stuff to look at when you're playing as the Canadians usually. Now, let's look at the deck of Canada. Lots of units, lots of crates here and also here too. So I'm surprised there's no like improvement cards here at all. Like, Canadians can actually get a pretty solid economy going. Not to mention, they're also considered a support civilization because they get a large number of team cards. A lot of them deal with gather rate, some of them deal with the trickle rate of churches, the trickle experience. Yes, indeed, Wars of Liberty decided to adopt that feature from Definitive Edition, where the churches trickle experience. So churches are indeed useful. And also, some that even give you access to some Black Bears and some Metis Rebels, which is a unit, a French-Canadian unit we might see a bit later, so we'll have to wait and see. So they're going to be aging up with Pierre-Francois du Regard, and they'll give them access to the Troupe de la Marine, which is actually a Marine infantry you can train from the barracks. I mentioned before that that's pretty rare, but in the case of the United States and Canada, one of their faction units in the early game does entail giving you access to a sailor unit. For Canada, it is the Troupe de la Marine. For the United States, it's the Leatherneck, which is basically just a carbon copy clone of the Marine that the Europeans get. Yeah, kind of interesting, right? How, Europeans are basically just training American Marine unit. Yeah, they gotta definitely update that, though, for sure. Definitely. But, let's go on to Sweden now. So, Sweden, they're going up with the Statesman, which gives them, basically the same as the Governor General. Gives you an outpost wagon, gives you some coin. But other than that, the Sweden of Wars of Liberty is pretty different than that of Definitive Edition. Namely because they get a lot of weird building features. Number one building feature I'd probably say is, you see this town center here? They can actually construct a secondary building on the side of it called a annex. And from that annex, they can do different things, right? Some annexes grant you access to different stuff, like the annex, the watchtower, the clock tower for the town center basically lets you use the Portuguese spy ability on the map, so you can see little circles on the map for temporarily. The one for the barracks is called the Torp, which you remember from DE, but instead of being economic, it's a military-related annex. It does two things. It grants you some population like a house, and the second thing it does, which is another part of the Sweden Civ, is called an allotment big button. So basically what that big button does is it grants you the ability to send out a large number of their ranged heavy infantry unit constantly for an ever-increasing cost every time you use the thing. So yeah, they also get one for their stable too through their paddock annex for the stable. So yeah, a lot of stuff to watch out for with the Swedens. Also, they get access to sawmills, which helps them trickle wood a lot like a bank trickles coin, but in addition to trickling the wood, the sawmill also includes big button text to increase their building hit points. There's something called renovations, as well as the ability to drop off little cords of wood around the sawmill that your villagers can pick up for even more wood. And in fact, this is why the Sweden is picking up this card, Norland Logging. Normally, the sawmill costs about $350 wood, which is really expensive. It's as much as a bank like this, which, by the way, they got through a card only. They can't actually build banks. Don't try it. You won't find anything. Basically, it reduces the cost of the sawmill from $350 wood down to $210 wood. Yeah. And for the price of $210 wood, constructing the thing is actually not as hard. It's like a little bit more than a barracks, basically. So that way, you can get it quicker, and also increases its build limit by about 1. So then you can have 2 sawmills instead of 1. I mean, double the wood trickle, double the wood cords, you name it. Yeah. Now, let's look at the actual warfare now. So, Sweden is actually going Grenadier, it looks like, to start with. Whereas Aladdin is going with the Trupa de la Marine. And I feel like in this situation, Canada is making the smartest move possible. You see, the Trupa de la Marine is a unit, as you know, that has multipliers against siege units. And that's what a Grenadier is, if you look at the icon. Siege unit, siege trooper. So these marine units end up doing 64 damage to them. Talk about making them, bleeding them dry. That's some serious stuff. Not to mention they deal 32 base damage, leading to a pretty formidable foe. The thing that sort of is the trade-off, though, is the fact that they have really low hit points. Like, both the Grenadier and the Beveringer really outdoes in terms of HP, though. Yeah, so definitely watch out for that, though. Here comes the light cavi, though. See if they go right for the Grenadiers, though. Now, the thing that's surprising me is, why isn't these light cavi getting out of sync the game, though? When I tried to use light cavi against Aladdin the other day, the game basically out of sync and crashed, forcing me to go on to no light cavi, you know, challenge, basically. Yeah, exactly. Huh. Alright, so what is going to happen at this point? Now we see the volunteers from there.
Vad är din befallning?
Huh. Alright, so he's going double barracks. Yeah, they're both going double barracks, which is kind of interesting. Yeah, I mean, honestly, at this point, if you're not going to go Hussar, probably Volunteer is probably the next best route to go in. Since it is at least a skirmish unit. Which means you can basically have a bit of like back and forth there with them. Like that. And so what the other advantage Volunteer gets over the Marine Infantry is the fact that being a Marine Infantry, these units don't get any Pierce armor. So inevitably, they're actually going to be dealing with additional damage being dealt to them. Yeah. It's kind of interesting, you know. So technically, if you can mass up enough of these Volunteers, you could probably give these Marine Infantry a bit of trouble. And the fact that they're quite a bit more expensive, too, is going to help out. Because the thing is, there's so many trees on the map that making like a 40 food, 40 wood Volunteer in mass is pretty easy. Whereas something that eats up 60 coin like this could get costly over time. Something you definitely have to watch out for. And while you're spamming out like the trash units, you can be getting enough coin to age up with or get something strong later. Because we already see the Swedish here going for placer mines. Yeah, so that's definitely going to lead to some interesting outcomes. Canada's now shipping in some wood. Get some more log cabins, I would assume. Maybe even get some market technologies as well, which are already starting to do. I see hunting dogs as well as cross-cut saw here to help with the chopping, help with the hunting. Yeah, right now you're basically running dry on coin because of how expensive the things are. So you're going to be outnumbered a bit when they finally do show up, which looks like they're doing right now. But do pay attention to your units, though. I definitely don't want you, like, losing them for nothing. Try to at least, like, engage a little bit. Alright. Yeah, the Grenadiers are going to be farmed, though. Volunteers are going to be farmed. Yeah. Why did you make... Oh, did you cancel that out?
Oui.
I hope you cancel that out. Yeah, because I would say if you were gonna like release your like Minuteman army like right then and there, that would have been a little concerning, a little bit of a red flag. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Way to split the army up in the wrong way, I guess. Yeah, White Cat again shredded into the Bedringers, as far as literally exploiting the core troopers, the Amanese. Well, now is the time to get the Minutemen out. Yeah, here comes the Minutemen. Before they can chase them away. Intercepted by the Beveringers. Just so you're aware, Beveringers, same thing as Musketeers, but a bit similar to the Tomahawk, they do cost food and wood instead of the food and coin. You got a really great movement speed of 5, which is really exceptional. Only comparable to the Flanker with all its improvements research. Also, it's got pike-like multipliers against the shock units. Like 4x against Scout instead of the usual 3. Even the Assault is a little higher. Yeah, consider the Beveringer a hybrid between Musketeer and Pikeman, because this Swedish Sid does not get Partisan, so they just take those properties and stick it into their Beveringers. They do get the Volunteers though, and then they also get access to Grenadiers and Skirmishers. Yeah. Since Halberdiers are no longer a unit in the game anymore, so yeah. Team decide, you know, Halberdiers, like wearing medieval armor and stuff, is probably not a good representation for a mod with World War I in it. Oh yeah, when is somebody gonna actually go to Great War Age in Liga A? Like, we're waiting for you. We're waiting for the day somebody makes it to World War I. Start spamming out armored cars, tanks, all that. Why does nobody ever do that? Seriously, nobody ever does it. Really, nobody, pulled that off before. One of these times, I gotta get somebody crippled but never kill them and just go to Great Wars and start rolling them down with tanks and war crimes, aka mustard gases. Yeah, that could be a pretty interesting thing to try as part of the challenge. Sure. Yep. Still trying to queue in more of the Troopers de la Malines to counter that though. Absolutely. Wow, sticking redoubts in his own in the enemy base. That's bold, man. Tower rushing, like deep tower rushing. I love that. That's something you don't see in AoE 3 usually. You only see that in like AoE 2, right? Sometimes. Do they have tower rushes in AoE 4? I don't know actually. Do they? I don't know if they have tower rushes in AoE 4. I know they got them in AoE 2. Some Civ like the Anchor especially are pretty good at it. Yeah, and then, you know, for that game I was doing with the Juanito Woberos in AoE 2, I used the tower defensively but not offensively. Because I knew he was going to keep sending things at me, so I figured let's use our stone and get some towers in here to get some free arrow shots into his units. Sounds like a good plan, you know? And it ended up working out pretty good overall. So yeah, GG on that match. Good work there, Eternity, or Juanita Boliviana. Very good work. And now we're going to move on to the match number 2 now. Alright, so we will load into match number 2 now. Go to recorded games. Go on to match number 2. Before that though, I'll check like the messages and everything, make sure we... Yeah, any more messages from anyone? Nothing yet. If you have any, want to say anything, always feel free to chat in here. Always welcome to see new perspectives and stuff while we're streaming. Yes, I'll be back in 1 second though. I'm going to just check the door for something. Expecting a delivery at some point, so I'll just see when that comes in. Alright, so let's presume with match number 2 of Eternity versus Aladdin. For some reason this match seems familiar to me, for whatever reason. I don't know. It's Peru versus United States. No, Russia. Yeah, so I probably never saw this one before. My bad. Alright, so Peru... We've seen them enough times at this point, so we all know what Peru does. As for Russia, on the other hand, yeah, mostly just the same civ as vanilla. Unfortunately, because of old age, Unstoppable Streletsy had to be put in the ground and be replaced with the Cantonists. So yeah. Rest in peace, Streletsy. We'll always remember you for your wonderful live streams for Wars of Liberty and, you know, admiration of Juanitas Muy Bonitas. Yeah. So, yep, after we paid homage to Unstoppable Streletsy, now we can move on with the summary of the modern Russian civ. So, the things that the new Russian civ has here in Wars of Liberty is they had some substantial roster changes that took place. First of all, in the blockhouse, they had the halberdier removed for obvious reasons. In its place, they now can train pikemen called partisans, right? Well, actually, a lot of Europeans can train partisans because that's the new name for pikemen now is partisans. However, the Russian ones are special because they can actually reach the Royal Guard upgrade of the Opolshenet, which you might remember when we were talking about Korean consulates. So that's where that comes from. In addition, they also have Royal Guard line infantry the Frontovics now. So the line infantry are actually a bit stronger than usual now. At least until you consider Definitive Edition, which adds their own sort of upgrade cards to the infantry. That's another story. And then the Russians get another unit, the Plastuni, which is a dismounted assault unit. A lot like the Machitero, but to make it more of like a weaker version, it only deals the splash as part of a charged attack. The rest of it is just like a generic melee attack, though. And you have to wait a number of seconds for that charged attack to return. So yeah, definitely don't come into that expecting like a serious splash attack, because it's not going to come. And then of course the Cantonist, which I already mentioned, it's basically unstoppable Streletsy, but that of the 19th and 20th century. Yep. As far as the stable is concerned, oh, nice distributivism, by the way. That's always like the Russian first card, right? Yeah. Basically, at the stable, they get Cossacks still. They also get Dragoons instead of Cav Archers. And apparently their Oprishnik was removed and replaced with an ultimate unit version of it called the Achronic. Which is sort of good because it means they get the Shadow text for the Guard upgrade, which is great, but it's not great because you can't get them in Age 3 anymore, and they get a build limit now, so that part's a little unfortunate. So yeah, I definitely gotta deal with that. But other than that, not too much else is different, except for the fact that the Russian winter thing. So basically, if I burn down this house as an enemy, all my soldiers are going to get little snowflake icons on their feet, which means that they're slowed down in a Russian winter, and it makes it hard for them to move. Which makes it easier for my units to shoot at them. Makes it virtually impossible for them to retreat for a time. So yeah, definitely take advantage of that when you're building up your defenses. It's really great. Looks like they're actually aging up with the Arzan. Again, that nice Quartermaster 400 wood. In terms of deck, though, this is really as Russian as a deck can get. You get Plastuni, Cantonist, Cossacks, then you get the Cantonist combat here for the Partisans and the Cantonists, Fort factories, Cantonist horde, all those wonderful things. As for Peru, though, deck-wise, we see a little bit of what we saw with SOG, right? Like a lot of infinite shipments, particularly some cannons in H3, like the artisanal cannon, as well as the white cannon, which is basically a Peruvian culverin, or a variant of the Volante. It's a bit stronger, I think, and a bit more effective than it. So yeah, that's certainly a good thing to get. Then also we get some Schwar natives there in Age 2. They're basically a blowgunner, the Bodo Chiaro, that deals multipliers against shock units instead of infantry. We do have the Guanera there as well. We also get an interesting Age 4 option, the Fibre de Oroya. It basically enables a grave on dead Peruvian units that damages nearby units when they go over it. I've never actually checked to see if it worked, but it'd be pretty interesting if we saw it in use here. That's for sure. So now we see Eternity going right for a Grenadier shipment, whereas Aladdin is going for a Cantonist shipment. After this, basically we're going to see a bit of a skirmisher and grenadier fight. Oh, wait a minute, they're getting some line infantry too, so they'll mix some of those in as well. Feeling a bit ready to sneeze right now myself. Guess it's some of the pollen out there. It's a pretty high time of year for pollen. Yeah, but here comes the Cantonists, some line infantry as well. I think they're going to do pretty well, at least initially, against the Grenadiers. But that all depends on how well the grenade throw goes. Ooh. 2 casualties. You saw them. Imagine, yeah, Also, you're destroying the environment, man. Look at all those trees, all those spruce trees you just destroyed. That's not nice. You don't destroy spruce trees. It's really not ethical, man. Are these all spruce trees? Yeah, it looks like it. So now we see the Cantonist moving into a staggered mode to avoid as much splash damage as possible. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately the stagger mode works really weird in this game where the units sort of group up into a line when they're like approaching stuff or trying to shoot. Yeah. So, yeah, they fixed it in DE at least though, which is good. So yeah. Now, one way you can deal with the Grenadiers as well is getting some Cossacks from the home city shipped in, which you see right here. Even though they do have a queue of them going as well. So yeah, looks like there's going to be some Cossack mixture here. Now, personally, I would try to go Plastuni first before I employ the Cossacks. Because to me, I feel like the Plastunis deal some splash damage, which could make it a bit easier to cut through. And not to mention, Assault tends to be better against, like, pole arms like the Pardo anyways. Oh, here comes a shipment of Lanceros though. Oh no. Oh! 2 more blown up, and now the Lanceros lead the charge at, never mind. They probably want to play it a little bit more safely with these Cossacks added. Huh, boy. Yep, and here's those Berneros I was talking about. They're like a crossbowman equivalent, but they cost only wood. Only wood. 65 wood. The one thing they don't get is a multiplier against, like, heavy infantry. Yeah. Similar to, like, the best, like, the, I think it's the consulate bestiaries for the Japanese in Legacy. For some reason they don't get a multiplier against heavy infantry, making it a bit awkward when using them. But, nothing else about them, really. Well, the fact that they're spammable for sure, you know. And the fact that even if everybody takes away your hunts and your mines, you're still going to be able to make these things in sizable numbers. Let's see what the next step entails here. Yep, they're gonna ship in some more of the Blaneros, it looks like.
Señor.
Alright, so we'll see next when the Plastunis are shipped in. Yeah, that grenade throw basically messed everything up for Russia for sure. The Pardo's gonna... Oh, that Pardo's gonna... Ooh, yeah, got that Cossack in the swing. Now they're gonna try to run forward now, I guess, and try to reach the Grenadiers, but they're gonna retreat super quickly. I don't know though. Do you really want to run after Grenadiers though? You never know when they're going to get their throwback, and you're really going to be in trouble. Especially when you're like a low HP cavalry like this, like the Cossack. There's always a good chance that the grenade throw ends up killing you. For some reason, line infantry are in melee, making them totally susceptible. Definitely don't leave your line infantry in melee after the cavalry is gone. It's just cringe. You're asking to lose them. Yeah, just wait for these grenadiers to like go into full flow mode. Yeah. Here comes the grenade throws. Here's the Bastoonies. Here are those things.
Готов.
Now we see Machiteros add into the mix as well. These are, you know, the stronger, better assault unit to go in with in the skirmishes for sure. Definitely these will definitely beat up the Bastoonies, no problem, if they come back again. Definitely. Okay, now we've got some Cossacks being queued in as well. Nice. Good work. Now I can move on to those Russian houses over there. And they're probably ready to go on to the main base right after that. So what resource kind of like Peru at this point? About the same, but they can actually afford to get like point shipments like this to our allies. So that's definitely going to give them assistance against any future Cossacks that might be coming over here. Yeah, basically these Bodakiros can basically snipe down Cossacks with relative ease. As well as the Bastoonies, because they're also a shock unit. See the multipliers here. Wait a minute, no, actually never mind. It looks like they actually removed the anti-assault multipliers from the Shwar, which I find kind of interesting. Now it's like, basically like a pierce damage version of the Hungamunga almost, with only the multipliers against the maneuver and the scout. Yeah, interesting though, certainly. So where now? Where are they going at this point? More Juanito Grenadiers. Granaderos Juanitos. So I'm curious when the final stretch of the assault is going to be. It's like they could go in for destruction at any time. It's like they're moving in to do that right now.
Órdenes.
¿Mis órdenes?
Listo.
Señor.
Oh, nice. Wow, look at that siege. Impressive. Yeah, I mean, even the men aren't going to help you out. Yeah, and they'd be pretty good because they of course get the multiplier against the Legion Piranhas, but because they got so many of them, nah, you pretty much tell. Also, the fact that they have like double the score of you as well. Yeah, way over double the score. GG though. Good work, Juanita Boliviana Eternity in these matches. You did really good stuff today, both with Sweden and the Peruvians. Yeah, one of the lesser uses by this Juanito, you know, he likes his Bolivians because he's a Juanita Boliviana, but sometimes Peru will suffice too. Alrighty then, so now we're going to be moving on to the final encounter of the series. The one between, was it Jean P or Grand P and Fufi? Yeah, the Pollo Peruano Jean P should do pretty well today, I would assume. So now we'll move on to recorded games and kick off this great series. So I'm wondering now, were these named correctly? Hopefully they are. And hopefully they don't crash because it looks like they're all jumbled up and mixed up. Yep. Just gotta check for the delivery real quick and I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Let's see if this is really match 1 or not. Because if it is, then I'll just restart and we can do it sequentially in the way it's supposed to be viewed. Oh, it really is match 1. How wonderful and convenient. Okay, so good. Alright, so Fufi using the Australians again. And the Pollo Peruano using the Peruanos. A Peruvian chicken playing as the Peruvians. How surprising. Alright, so should be a pretty interesting one. Let's see which Juanito comes on top in this matchup. We've actually went over both civs already. Peru especially, so not too much to introduce about them. What will actually be pretty interesting here is to see, well, if the boomerangs can overcome the grenadiers. I'm trying to remember, though. For some reason, this matchup seems familiar to me almost. Did I ever go Australia versus Peru before? I don't know. For some reason, the matchup seems really familiar to me. I think it was either that or another Juanito Civ I'm thinking about. Yeah, must be. But either way, you know, I think in this case it comes down to what Unicorn Peru goes with. If they go heavy on the Machitero and, yeah, if they go like heavy on Machitero, I think they generally do pretty well here. You know, Machitero should do pretty well in this situation. You could also go Lancero as Peru to disrupt both the Bush Ranger and the Boomerang, as well as the Militia. And all they'd be left with at that point are what Spontoons and Lake have. Yeah, not much of a problem. But in the case of course, the Machitero, they'd be a little bit more equipped to deal with the, you know, the threat. The, Spontooner threat, yeah. Well, yeah, that's true. And then the Lancero would be much better against the Boomerang because they would have the multiplier to help them. And not to mention to the fact that the Boomerang does receive a bit of a malice against Scout, which was a more recent change to make the early skirmish class less broken to deal with. So yeah, that should definitely help out. So let's check the deck of Peru. Yeah, crates, villagers, distributism is the second. Recycled railroad tracks as well. Infinite Guardia Marinas. Kind of surprised about this one because he is second. Do they have a way of upgrading these? They do have a way of upgrading these, actually, yeah. Because you can actually upgrade them through the dock. So if you can fit a dock in over here somewhere, or over here at all, you can actually upgrade these marine infantry, which is really neat, you know. So they actually are viable. Ford also standard, like refrigeration, and Casa de Moneda, the shipments for economics. As for Australia, though, what are they going with? So they're going natives. We see warrior combat. We see Dreamtime. We see Mare. We also have empowering. So really all of the upgrade cards for the native faction. So we're gonna get some boomerangs today. King Merriman, another one of the Australian politicians. Can't remember which one has the boomerang though, and which one has the other thing. Yeah. Oh, yep. Yeah. Whoa. Yeah. That's another thing too about these doggos, because they use the little biting animation to collect treasures. They actually beat regular explorers in collecting the treasure, you know. And the time it takes for this Juanito Peruano here to crouch down on his knees to grab the object, the little dog just runs along with his little legs, bites it between his mouth and just runs off before the Peruano can even catch him. Quite an interesting way dogs work. In this case, they're not man's best friend because they literally steal man's best treasure within a matter of seconds. Unless you're an Australian man, I guess, then they really are your best friend, because now they're giving you money, wood, food, experience, oil sometimes, yeah, like actual gasoline. Yeah, believe it or not, yeah, that actually happens now on some of the Wars of Liberty maps. Some of the treasures can actually leave behind oil, which is technically an Age 5 resource that you're supposed to use for things like planes, warships, as well as tanks and armored cars. Yeah, and yeah, this is the oil right here. And technically you never have oil gatherers at all, because it's always done through the oil rigs, which, you know, are these big giant towers that pumps into the ground to get the oil out, and you see the oil spin out, basically. Yeah, pretty much. So what does GMP go with? It goes with Japanese immigrants. Gonna get a cherry orchard. Now, the thing you should note about the Japanese colony is technically they're the only option here for Peru that they can get units in age 2, I believe. I believe so. Wait a minute, no, the Chinese can as well, actually. Yeah. Yeah, the Chinese can get the sappers, pretty much. The coolies, which are a bunch of Chinese guys with shovels that break down walls and buildings and dig underneath them to collapse them and stuff. Yeah, look them up in history, you know. They were a real unit, you know. The idea of the sapper was, I got a big wall here. Instead of trying to shoot it down with like siege weapons, you could try to dig underneath the wall and cause the structure to collapse underneath. But in Wars of Liberty world, where you can't create structures like that, they literally thrust and prod the shovel into the side of the building like it's a battering ram or something. Kind of interesting. And they fight the units the same way with the tool, as if it's like a halberd or something. Like, get away from me, man, I got the shovel. I don't care if you got a rifle or a grenade or whatever. I can just beat you with my little trusty shovel. And in the case of the coolies, their little bamboo shovel. Oh wow, look at these macheteros get the... Ooh, are we gonna get casualties today? Yeah! Yay! Somebody died, wonderful. Love to see that. Oh boy, get away, Mushataro, get away. Alrighty then. So now they're gonna ship in some wood. Are they even gonna fight? Oh yeah, I think I remember this. This was Australia versus Peru when I did this on the Hudson Bay map. And I was the Peru and Fufi was the Australia. So yeah, I remember this. This is from the last Liga we did, the 2023 to 2024 one. So yeah, this does... I knew I recognized it from somewhere. Yeah, definitely. So they're going to go up to, like, Capital Age, it looks like. Yeah. What are they going up with? Tukukino? So this will grant them access to the Fire Sticks, which is the second Aboriginal/Indigenous unit. The thing about the Fire Stick is it's actually an assault unit that deals splash damage. You know, think of it like a Mushatero that deals high siege because it's literally using a flaming stick, basically. Yeah. And they do actually get benefit from Mary as well, so they actually do get some anti-infantry multipliers mixed in. So, pretty good effective unit overall. Yeah, Spearman... Explore for some reason. Now we get... Now this is when you don't want to be a boomerang, because from now you're dealing with the macheteros that actually get some like hack armor, which makes them really impervious to them. Like really impervious. So you see right here the boomerangs are really struggling hard here to do anything. The only thing that's actually saving the boomerangs is the fact that these towers, you know, get a 2x multiplier as they get shot, which in turn leads to 60 damage against the dismount unit, which for a dismount unit is a good amount, chunk of their HP actually. So yeah, and Machetro not having Pierce armor means it's like taking that damage full on too, which isn't very helpful. Now the Legion Piranhas are going to focus on the house. Oh, here comes the fire sticks. Here they are. Look at that high damage they do. 24 plus 2 splash. Absolutely total inferno they cause. Look at that. Those Lanceros can't even do anything against them. Yeah, that's gonna turn the tide of the battle real quick. Yeah, there we go. There's some action. I just feel bad for the poor elk there that happened to be in the wrong place in the wrong time, because when they swing those little fire sticks... Oh yeah, look at that! That Peruvian literally threw a hand grenade at an animal, man. What a sick little Juanito he is. You don't do that to little animals. You don't throw hand grenades at Bambi, man. That just doesn't sit well. Alright, well, he's gonna... Looks like, maybe the Aboriginals will get their revenge with some more fire sticks to make them pay for what they did. Hopefully they do. Yeah, the grenades miss. Alright, we'll see these guys charge in now. They're on fire now, literally. Those fire sticks are burning them. Nice going with the stagger mode though, that should definitely help mitigate the splash damage in that situation. Because the fact is, the fire sticks do 2 splash, which is pretty rare for units in Wars of Liberty to do unless they're like artillery. So yeah, that's really a serious threat to worry about. Yeah. Now they're gonna get Whitworths as well, which is their, it's meant to be like a falconet, but instead it ends up looking more like a Hod's light cannon. And they do have good range, so I mean, they're not too different than a light cannon, honestly. Yeah, certainly. They're actually really powerful. I do like the Whitworths quite a bit. As for Peru, though, how are they doing economically? So they're actually running low on food right now, which means they're gonna have, they're gonna have to ship in that 700 food to replenish that. Yeah, that's pretty strange. They literally wearing the boomerang. Where's the boomerang? It's like floating in invisible air around the unit. How did they keep the boomerang levitating like that behind their heads? It's like aboriginal magic or something. Oh no, that's not good. You're falling for the trap. You've thrown your grenades at the dog when you should have been throwing them at the boomerangs. The melee unit meat shield trick has worked on you, it looks like. Peru. Just checking in to see what the resource count is on everybody. Looks like food is actually pretty much the same. Yep, but Australia, eco-wise, 18 bills versus, what's Peru got? 28 bills. How many fur traders do they got? I think they only got one fur trader though. It's a little strange. Yeah, one fur trader. Wow, they're performing this okay right now. It's kind of unheard of at this point. Oh yeah, it's kind of unreal seeing Australia holding on this well with such little stuff. Yeah. Now, next thing they need to get is the Mary, so they can add some multipliers to these. Poor villagers about to get finished off. Ooh. What's that? What was? Oh, those are the boomerang projectiles. Ah, interesting. Yeah. Again, destroyed by unupgraded boomerangs. Something the Peruvian military would never predict, I think. You know, maybe they get beaten by Chileans or Bolivians or Brazilians or whatever, but not a bunch of aboriginals with wooden kids' toys tossing it at their heads. Whoever thought that would be a win condition? Oh, until the macheteros come out with their assault stats. Nah, even the boomerangs are handling those relatively okay. Oh. Nah, I don't know. What's the speed on these right now? Ah, that's weird. They get the speed boost, but it doesn't show it in the UI, which is really strange. Now we understand why I couldn't believe that the Axe-Ride was moving faster in that Lakota game. Yeah. So yeah, they really are moving faster, but it's, you know, it's not showing the UI for some odd reason. Pretty strange. Definitely is. And now these macheteros, I feel like, gonna add a whole new factor to the skirmish, and they're gonna have a real easy time cutting their way through these Australian units.
Yeah.
Huh.
Huh? Yeah. See? Yeah.
So, basically just checking again for the resources to see, what's going to be like the... Now, this is what I was saying for a while. I was waiting for Australia to do at this point. I was waiting for them to get the narrate technology from the home city so they could actually get some 2x multipliers on these boomerangs, which they kind of need badly here to really be keeping up with Peru. Here we go. And now we're going to see some real damage here. Now these Boneros actually have a lot to worry about. Not to mention you should be getting like the other things for them too. The mixing of the riflemen in is to deal with Macheteros, which are already coming in from this direction. Nice. Good job. Yeah, the riflemen though make a big difference here, I think, because they're actually able to take out those Macheteros in there. Oh, they're not doing too bad here. No, not at all. Oh, okay, so Peru is actually doing really well with the resource count now. For some reason, Australia always seems to run into trouble with resources. I don't know why that is exactly. I hope they don't have that old anti-gathering rate thing applied to the proto-unit, because back in the old days, the convict labor was modified to have like extremely low gather rate as a villager. Just hoping they got that removed, because if that's not the case, then yeah, they're gonna have some serious problems using them. No, you know what the rule was? The more convict laborers you had, the slower the gather rate was, which didn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Like, why would you add a bonus like that? I don't know. It doesn't even make any sense. Like, why are you trying to encourage them to make less villagers, or, like playing the Chinese game of Go at that point, like less pieces on the field is going to bring you victory? Yeah. that doesn't help.
Mis fuerzas regresarán.
Señor.
I want to check back in on the Australian resources now to see. Alright. Looks like right now they're so low in like the resource count, they're actually falling back on using
yes.
militia. Actual militia. Yeah, these are basically just like really weak skirmishers. Early skirmishers, in fact, yeah. They're just same thing as crossbowmen. And basically now they... yeah. Now they can afford more boomerangs, which will be good. Really, that's the whole point you're even doing this build, is for boomerangs. If you can't even get like these combat cards like this in and this in, it's pretty bad, you know? Pretty bad indeed. Also, you don't even have like the veteran like elite upgrade on these boomerangs either, which is a bit strange, because you'd think that you would make that a serious priority here. Starting to get some market text now. That could explain why they were doing so bad in the resource count. The fact that they're just starting to get cross-cut saw right now. Yeah, that would definitely prove that. Also, man, why didn't you get more like fur traders? You know, you really should have 2 fur traders up here. Definitely you'd even send this one out. Like, you should have already had like the food situation especially resolved at this point. You know? Because now you got a Peru that's got like veteran upgrades, like inspired piranhas, inspired, you know, Berneros. They're even getting their Juanitas muy bonitas, the las vivenderas, muy guapas coming out. So, I mean, it's like, yeah. Barracks investment number 1, what does this do? I don't even know what this does. You remember. Let's see what it's called. Oh, railroads. We'll have to check on this. What does it do exactly?
¿Mis órdenes?
Oh yeah, it gives Berneros and Macheteros more movement speed right at the cost of damage or something. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that, honestly. It doesn't sound like that great of a bonus. You know, I'd rather have more damage in my Berneros than have them run a little bit faster with the little Juanito type. Juanito speed. Yeah. Definitely. Nice. Nice. Good work with the Pollo Peruano. You're being them. You know, with your grenadiers and your graneros. Yeah, it just goes to show you with Australia, man, you really need to know how to macro well with them, because if you don't, things go south real quickly. Yeah. Also, why aren't you tapping into your wool sheep either? Your wool sheepies. You know what sheepies you get out of this? Yeah, a lot of them are just waiting there for you to shear their wool off, you know? Grab that money. Now you let Peru get the numbers that are you, and now there's no going back. Literally. They've all been avoided. Nice. Alright, well that's the first one of GMP versus Fufi, and now we're going to be moving on to the match number 2 of this encounter. So let's go in right now. Looks like I got a phone call coming in. I'll check that real quick and then we can continue. Alright? Guys, my delivery just arrived of food and stuff, so I'm gonna pick that up outside right now, and then after I bring it in, we can resume with match 2 and number 3 of the GMP versus Fufi series. I know it's towards the end, but yeah, let's get this stuff done once I get back. Now, sorry for the delay. Delivery arrived, so now that it's here, we can resume with the last 2 matches of this week. Now we got Fufi versus Gampy. What is a Gampy? Do you know what a Gampy is? I don't know what a Gampy is. Maybe it's a GMP, but also a Gampy. I don't know. Let's see what it is. Maybe Gampy plays different than GMP. Who knows? Alright, so we got Fufi with the Maori, the only Polynesian cultured civ in this mod. The Puyo Peruano is going with the French. We've already seen them. Now, we could probably sit here for a while discussing Maori, for those that don't know. So, Maori, they belong to the Polynesian culture, which makes them very water-oriented, as you can imagine. In particular, their hero over here can actually deploy a free boat shed at the start of the game. And with that boat shed, basically you can use the boat shed porter on the water to make a boat shed building anywhere on the water, you know. Yeah, normally when you use a dock, right, there needs to be some sort of land there. But for the boat shed, you know, you can build it anywhere, right within the fish, within the whales, anywhere you want. All the way over here on the edge of the map, wherever you want. That's what makes it a pretty cool building. And basically it acts, yeah, just like a dock. It makes your dugout canoes, which is your special type of Polynesian fishing ship that you can stick inside other ships to help protect them, right? So if a big mean enemy European army comes in with their cannonballs and stuff, you can take your dugout canoes and garrison them inside an allied ship and help get them to safety, pretty much. So yeah, they're also actually cheaper than the standard fishing boat too, like 70 wood only. So yeah, pretty cost efficient unit as well to get. Interesting, so we see this Maori has also gone with the livestock pen just to find a little piggy up. Also the sheep on the map, yeah, since this map also has sheep. So our little oinker here, as well as the sheep, can be found up at this livestock pen. We got a market to help get some market technologies. Also a shipment of villagers has arrived as well. Now let's examine the deck a little bit. So we see quite a few options here. I should know this. This little ship icon means that the card costs 2 shipments instead of 1. And you might be asking yourself, why would anybody wait for 2 shipments to send a card? Why would you ever do that, right? Well, actually, this Polynesian culture has a pretty unique little feature that we're going to see in a matter of seconds that makes it all possible. Well, at least if you want it to be, right? Yeah, so also we see this powerful card here, the Pakohe Adzes. Researches all the wood chopping technologies. It's similar to the thing that the Hods get, except it's available in age 2 instead of 3, making it that more useful. Yep, we also got redcoats, spearmen, marksmen. This gives us the Bank of Etorora. This helps your farming. A Korora settlement. Basically, this gives you access to European arsenal technologies from your free port, which is a second dock building that the Maori get. So you might be asking yourself, why do you need 2 docks instead of 1? Well, basically the boat shed makes your regular fishing boats and your warships, whereas the free port is actually a mercenary building. It trains land mercenaries, while also being able to use these one-time shipments of European boats that are allied with your nation to send out. Like for Maori, they can get something from the US, from the French, from the Dutch, as well as the British. So yeah, that's what that is basically. And here is the reason why having 2 shipment cards is viable for Maori. So essentially, you go on these things called voyages, right? You ride on your little boat, row your oars, head out, and then you notice around halfway this boat will actually turn around and move in the other direction. In fact, this voyage feature was also added to, the Age of the World mod for DE for the Pirate Civ, but the boat did not turn around though, unfortunately. I don't think they had the ability to add that little thing in. Yeah. So basically what a voyage is it's a special kind of age up that gives you multiple different prizes. And depending on how expensive the voyage is, you'll get more stuff from it. Where the cheaper a voyage is, the less stuff you get from it. Ultimately, for Maori, they can just take a voyage to the South Island of New Zealand. It's the weakest one. And while the voyage is the quickest voyage, because, you're the Maori, you live in New Zealand, right? It's a very quick voyage, it's very cheap. You don't get anything for it, right? So consider it almost like the Exiled Prince, pretty much. And once you go on one voyage, you can't use that voyage again, so you have to pick another one, right? The thing is, the more expansive voyages you do, not only do you get immediate prizes now, but you get 2 other things. If the voyage is long enough from the ones you've done, you typically get shipments for it as well as a prize, like at least 1 shipment, sometimes 2 or more shipments. And with those multiple shipments, getting a 2 shipment card like this is magically viable and actually really tough, right? Getting like 16 anti-infantry units, that's pretty good. You don't want like 8 or 9, like this one's only like 7. 16, that's pretty impressive, Also, in addition, you can unlock even longer ranged voyages by, again, the longer range ones earlier. So eventually, in the end, you can eventually sail all the way to South Africa as the Maori. And considering these little cheap little wooden canoes they sail around in, well, I wouldn't call them cheap, they're actually pretty good. You can use these little wooden vessels to sail all the way to South Africa from New Zealand, which, wow, that's a long distance to go, right? Compared to just like New Zealand or Australia or something. So yeah. And for that one, you get a lot of rewards, right? That's like an Imperial Age one, so you would basically get some military units, some resources, some shipments, some wagons. It's really, really useful, you know. If you can get more expensive voyages, go for it. So Fufi now decides to go with the voyage to the South Island. Again, this is like the weakest one because it's super fast and cheap voyage. Don't really get anything since it's basically your homeland. There's nothing new to bring home from yourself, basically. So yeah, it's like a walk in the park. You know, the only good thing of it, though, it's really fast aging and it's very cheap. So it's perfect for the fast fortress strategy. Unfortunately, though, there's really not a lot you can get out of it, I don't think. I mean, seriously, like, really, like, what do you expect to get out of it? You don't get any really high power, like, power units as the Maori. Because, see, the Maori roster is pretty basic. There's, like, 3 components to it. The Spearman, the Marksman, and the Fighter. The Fighter is a scout unit, so it's like a coyote runner. It runs fast, it's good at playing artillery, skirmishes. You get the Marksman, which is a slinger. It's good against heavy infantry and maneuver. It's basically like a skirmisher. And then you get the Spearman, which is, well, a spearman. Good against cavalry, you know. But the thing is, once you start aging up and you start being able to upgrade things, your units have to upgrade paths, essentially. So, for instance, for the Marksman, you can even make them into the Porokumu Marksman, which is 1 gunpowder skirmisher, or the other one, the Tupara Marksman. Like, see here, they're going with the Porokumu Marksman. The Porokumu Marksman is a marksman that has extra range, whereas the Tupara Marksman is a marksman that sacrifices that extra range for having a splash attack at short range, like the old Escopetero used to. You know, not the new one, the old one. Back in the old days, remember, Escopeteros were the skirmisher of the Latin American Civ, like the skirmisher. You know, food coin, and it was a capital H unit. Now, as you know, Escopetero is like an early game shotgun unit, so yeah, they don't quite work like that anymore. Yeah. So here comes the Porokumu Marksman out of here. They were supposed to be researched out of here, but you know, this Juanito Malo with his grenadiers are aggroing so hard that you can't even research the technology out properly. So here comes the Marksman right now, ready to engage. This is the other thing the Maori get too. So if you kill a unit nearby, the Maori units actually gain additional damage for a short period of time after killing something. So the more kills you get with the Maori, the stronger their stats will become for a temporary number of seconds. And by doing this, you basically allow yourself to do really well combat-wise and really capitalize on battles, you know. And it basically allows you to get a lot more kills over than you normally could when you're like fighting somebody. Yeah, definitely. And another thing you'll know too about the Maori is they can actually train the units in blocks of 10 right away. So yeah, they can pretty much easily queue up the units pretty easily. Similar to the Japanese after you get their like consulate technology from the isolationism that lets you train stuff in blocks of 10, as well as, you know, Gabo reforms for Korea too. So yeah, basically, in particular, Maori are pretty good at fighting in general with their basic roster. But they do get some other stuff as well. Right, so they do get access to a siege workshop, which they can make multiple siege engines with. And it's not all gunpowder. I mean, they can make catapults, they can make rams, they can make ballistas, they can make ards axes. odds rams, odds rams. They can make cannonades, which are cannons, so, as well as the whip spearman, which is a unit that uses like a whip thing to flaming explosives and stuff. So really, the Maori actually have more siege units than they do infantry in their roster. But there is yet another building called the training school, the combat school, where they can train more specialized units. So it always starts with the trench rifleman, which is, a rifleman that, you can use to dig trenches with. It's also a pretty decent gunpowder unit. But then you can choose between two different units there. For the Maori, they can either get a long-range spearman, or they can get a unit with the fighting staff that has a much shorter range. So it's really up to you. In general, Maori and Polynesians in general, all about decision making, either this or that, basically. You gotta pick which things are gonna basically be helpful for you, and then go with them. So let's see what actually France is gonna do about this now, because we've been here for a while and we just saw them get destroyed. So let's see if France can capitalize on this and come back. Now, this is something to be watched. GP actually has the Zwevs in his control right now on his deck, so we'll see if the Zwevs are called out at all. I could totally see him going Capital Age and then shipping in a bunch of Zwevs to sweep Fufi under the rug. Yeah, because unfortunately these volunteers, they're not going to cut it. They might keep you defended for a while, and you might be able to cause a bit of a ruckus and distraction. But best thing you can do, get that Zwev shipment in there, because that's a ranged assault unit, so they're really good at fighting things like skirmishers. Yeah, just get that and you should be good to go.
Oui. Prêt.
Oh, for sure.
Oui. Prêt. Très bien. Oui. Chasseur, chasseur. Oui. Prêt. Oui. Bonjour. Correct. Oui. Très bien.
Well, I don't know why you're training more of the volunteers there. I mean, I wouldn't be trying to keep up with these things. I would just sort of like run around a bit, try to distract them, Get that food up to get those webs. You're about 500 away, so you're about halfway there to getting your first web ship, and once you reach the age up. So yeah, definitely do that. What politicians? They went up with the gunsmith, so they're actually going to get some of the Chaucer Chevals from this, because they don't get regular skirmishers. Gunsmith is basically just a version of the marksman, like old school politician wise. So they give you like skirmisher units. For the French, that's a Chaucer Cheval. For the Armans, it would be the Abyss Gunner. For another civ, it might be basically volunteers or something. It really depends. Oh, so they got some of the Aiglers, some of the Redcoats, so that should be a pretty interesting combination here. Yeah, for the Maori, they get like a bunch of shipments too from the British, since they're part of the British Empire, where they can get some Redcoats, they can get some Highlanders as well, some mortars from them. So it's some pretty useful stuff overall. Yep, here comes the Zwevs. That's what I said. These are the assault unit that's going to win you the game, and there's actually nothing Maori can do about these things, which is kind of scary, See, Maori don't get maneuver units. They don't have like any Dragoon or anything, so when it comes to Zwevs in proper numbers and micro actually obliterates the Maori roster into oblivion. You know, especially since they're going to be supported even further by some mounted skirms on the field already. Yeah, so this is going to look really good for him overall. Stronger melee attack. 7 is strong melee attack? That's a bit strange. Well, here comes his whivs. So the way ranged assault works is they get a multiplier 2 against infantry. They get the hand armor part of the assault class. They're just really good at hit and running against infantry, so they're really, really tough units to deal with infantry. So yeah, so now why don't you just get another shipment of the Zwevs? Why are you making Chaucers? I mean, it's not a bad choice. I'm just wondering why you're not going forward. Yeah, you gotta shoot him though. Start shooting him. Yeah, you might. Yeah, so you might need like another batch of this web. Like you get like 30, 40 of them. I don't like how you're running away though, and you let the volunteers like snare you like that. Not good. Not good at all. Yeah, definitely not good at all. See, GMP should be able to win this one pretty easily if he manages his web really well. But he's just not doing it. He's like letting them hunt him down and chase him down. It's like, yeah, you really shouldn't be giving them that sort of like edge here. You really should have full control of it at this point. Just saying. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, just checking. Sure, our stats are pretty good. Yep. Best civ is Egypt. Yeah, I agree 100% with that, Rom. Definitely. Egypt is the best Wars of Liberty civ. They have like the most fun mechanics, you know. I definitely want to see where they end up taking Egypt in the African rework, where they end up. And a lot of the stuff you see now with Egypt will actually go to the Saudis, the Saudi Arabian civ. So yeah, that'll be interesting to see how that goes. Now, this is a version of the fighter you can upgrade into called the Hawera fighter. The Hawera fighter ends up gaining a splash attack as its advantage. Whereas the Mare fighter, which is the alternative, doesn't have a splash attack, but it has overall base damage. So it ends up doing a lot of damage to units with its Mare, since it's basically like a Polynesian sword almost, right? It's good for slicing through stuff. Whereas the Hawera, you know, it's got the big stick that swings in the head. It's not quite slicing and dicey, but it can hit a pretty long distance. Now, I don't understand what GP is doing here. What this man is doing while he's playing this. Like, he's really not making really sound decisions right now. He definitely needs to work on that, I think. Like, why the mounted skirmisher? Especially when you know you got fighters there that can actually hunt you down and stuff. Really not a good circumstance to find yourself in, for sure. So you're gonna try to keep kiting him, I guess, and then strip in some more Zwebbies. Yeah, why are you even making these volunteers for? They're not even benefiting you at all. Like, seriously, like. Yeah, especially in this situation, you're really getting flagged down by these fighters. Oh, yeah. That's not good. Oh, he's going for the artillery. He's going for the foot artillery. That can work. You can get the cannons. Definitely get those cannons in. That can definitely help you out a lot.
Votre ordre.
What are you doing? You a masochist or something? Oh, why would you get Mother Nature angry at you? Now you got these angry banditos, these angry cowboys shooting at you. Oh, that's kind of strange. It's almost like you want them to go at that point. Now, this is kind of a... Oh, never mind. I got shock multiple. I was going to say, you know, if it was like a musketeer with a bayonet, they actually wouldn't deal any multipliers against these because they only have, like, the skirmish tag, not the maneuver or scout. But since these are, like, spearmen, the Tehedawa spearmen that deal splash damage, they actually do deal full multipliers against these Chausiers, making it a pretty bad idea to be right up against them like that. What's all this winding through the woods stuff? Like, what do you expect to get out of this? Seriously. Like, I don't see you getting very far at this point. Like, you're really running for your life. Nice. Actually getting in a desperate situation to find up with your Sanchuits. That's pretty desperate. Now, granted, these villagers are actually really good at fighting. Now, the fact that he's actually able to engage in fighting with these things is pretty good. Why are you getting into melee with them, though? You really should be fighting them at range. They get like 40% pierce armor, so if you're taking them out in hand, you're kind of wasting the purpose of this. Well, you get 13 attack, hand attack, though, so I guess it's not as bad. They're beating them, they're actually beating this army up with the butts of their guns. Pretty good work over there. Yeah, I mean, I've seen some games of D&D and stuff where people actually winning using their courier to block. You know, so it's totally possible to use these things to actually win the fights, usually. Then they're coming out again, they're gonna try to...
Votre ordre? À l'attaque! À l'attaque! À l'attaque!
Well, interesting. So, yeah, France somehow survives that encounter. But now they got a whole set of Purakumu marksmen coming up from this side to attack them. Also, where is Maori in all this? Like, how are they doing economically? So, wood-wise, they're doing really good, and they're got so much surplus wood, in fact, that they can now start to make those dugout canoes and start fishing up the water and grab all that nice, delicious salmon. Yeah, that's really nice. Also, they started to ship in some Chinese miners as well. Yeah, these are actually a native unit to Australia. And basically what these do is they have like a decent like hand attack and they're good at fighting. And overall they're actually really good at gathering from gold as well. So try to get as many of them as you can if you're a Maori. If you can ship a couple in, it's a good booming technique to get some. Oh, those Tehedoa spearmen hunting down those, hunting down. Yeah, now this is interesting. They're supposed to be like spearmen, but, you know, the way they use those things, they look like actual clubs when they're bashing into them. Oh, yeah. Kind of an interesting motion to use a spear for. Almost like it's an axe or something. So Fufi Lily has all the trading posts, so he's basically got stagecoach on the trade route as well. Just pretty helpful. Take a bit of watering, as we're probably going to enter Game 3 at any moment now. Yep, GG. Good job, Fufi, coming back. Now you get a chance to actually fight him off in Game 3 now and see if you can get a 2-in-1 win. We'll see, though, if you can pull it off or not. Alrighty now, so now we're going to be moving on to the final game of this week of the Liga. That will be Gene P versus Fufi, game number 3 in Malaysia. The last match of the night. Started this thing at 2:30 in the afternoon, and we're looking at almost going to midnight. Maybe. You know, and I'm starving too, so let's get this one done, and I can maybe stuff my face, hopefully. Alright, so game number 3. Alright, so it's going to be a Dutch Fufi versus GP's Danish. Nice combination, you know. Now, Fufi, I knew from the last Liga when Dutch did have banks, they liked using the Dutch he did like using the Dutch quite a bit. It's kind of interesting seeing that he's now using them now, even though they no longer have banks anymore. So, yeah, that's pretty interesting. And for Gene P, he's going with the Danish. Now, the Danish, first thing you should notice is they get these things called sacks of kava at the start of the game. These are basically just experience point crates that you can use to get some experience and get an early shipment, right? Because I guess the old bonus for the Danish Civ is they always started the game with one shipment, but devs thought that was pretty OP, so they just decided to give the player some experience crates instead to gather the XP for themselves, so it wasn't so immediate. And Gene P is going to get Colbertism out of that, get a nice food trickle to start the game with. And usually Danish can get about 2 shipments before they reach age 2 as a result, you know. Sometimes you can go 4 settlers, you can go Colbertism and 2 settlers. It really depends on what you want. You can go 2 settlers and early artillery. Yeah, there's really a variety. So what is our early artillery, actually? It's actually this really fun card for Danish. It lets you actually access the artillery units in age 2 instead of 3. And for civs that have artillery in age 2 already, it makes those artillery units train a bit quicker. Well, at least the anti-infantry ones. Right, because it says it right here. For Latin American, African nation-state allies, it makes artisanal cannons, firebrands, and mule artillery train slightly faster. Yeah. So it really helps everybody out. But if you're like European and you have like falconets or foot artillery as they call them, yeah, you can make those in age 2, right? Same thing with the Anglophonies and their Whitworths. Make those. Any other civs that has like a age 3 equivalent to the foot artillery can also do that. Just like the Japanese Kanahao and the... Yeah, actually, yeah.
What?
How's it been in India? Do they like get Yeah, India doesn't get a like anti-infantry cannon, so how does it affect them exactly? I'm not too sure actually. But we'll see for sure. So Fufi has Marines in his deck, as well as the native Andantan. These are some African natives. They're basically like musketeers, but really flimsy. Like, I think they're even weaker than like Russian musketeers, like level weak. So very trashy unit, but you get a big number of them. Like this one will give you like 13, this one will give you like 27, and then the other one will give you like 40, 49 or 50 or something. And they're native warriors, so they don't actually count against your population at all. So they're just like a big giant army of cannon fodder that you can throw at your enemies. Speaking of cannon fodder, the Danish civ over here that the Pollo Pirano was using does actually have like cannon fodder units that they can actually deploy pretty much. Yeah. You'll see him in a little bit, I'm assuming. Presuming he's doing what I think he's doing. Now, this is the age up for the Danish, the Enlightened Quartermaster, and you might be asking, wait a minute, didn't they upgrade these politician names to not be the Quartermaster? Well, back when the Danish civ was created, back in the day, the Quartermaster was still the Quartermaster and was not an artisan, you know? He was still a Quartermaster and still male, you know, it was before he got his, you know, yeah. Yeah, pretty much. And basically, Danish age ups as well as cards do this thing called a golden age, where, you know, you see the leader of Denmark over here with the little cycle through and the clock thingy. Basically, when a golden age is active, your villagers will improve their experience gathering, their experience bounty. When they're like working, you'll get more like experience. Also, build bounties and train bounties are more significant while the golden age is active as well. So yeah, definitely if you want to keep up those golden ages, send lots of cards and age ups going. Yeah, pretty much. So now we got a food shipment coming in. Comes about 700 food crates. Here comes the hunting dogs. Hussars. Interesting choice. I see he's put the stable up here. Now, I wouldn't go Hussar here just because of the flanker in the Dutch roster. Yeah, he's actually even going to go with the Adantan as well. So he's going to ship out Adantan. He's probably going to get a house. He's going to construct a house, and then he's going to start queuing up more of the flankers. So as they go compilation of flanker with Adantan, that's like a significantly anti-scout unit composition he's going for.
Commando.
Here's the flanker. Notice how fast it is. 4.50 speed. With a card that you don't see in this deck, they can actually go up to 5 speed, just like those Beveringers, and then they can go even quicker with the Advanced Arsenal Infantry Drummers technology, which makes them even faster than that. So about 2 Hussars. Here comes the native Adantans. Combine that with the flanker, and this should be a pretty interesting matchup to go for. You queue these up, and then you can queue up some more flankers.
Ja. Oké. Ik ga. Ja, ja. Klaar. Aanvallen. Er skade, commando.
Jeg kan ikke bevæge mig.
Ik ga. Ja.
Yeah, I think at this point you realize the Hussars was not the solution you were looking for, and it's time to get out of there. Yeah, I would definitely like book it out of there like right now. What he's gonna do is he's gonna like attack you with these. You're gonna run at him, and why is he kiting him? You could just thrust him with your bayonet. It's not a big deal. And just cut through him. I think their stats are supposed to be reminiscent of that, the AZAP and the Definitive Edition 3 Ottomans. Yeah, it looks like it because you notice the attack isn't that good for the melee compared to the range. No, I do think these flankers actually do get more damage out overall compared to the AZAPs actually, so yeah. Probably because they don't use the quick firing bow, they use the slow firing rifle instead. So here comes the Adauntons, here come these lovely natives. Still gotta sort of run away from them regardless of their weakness because it's still a solid like 20 damage per hit from them. Which again, even these Hussars have to worry about. Well, yeah, you could try to sneak in and out and try to snag a slice him there, but yeah, no, he's gonna get shot at, so you guys sort of get out of there. Some more flankers join in now. Volunteers, that could be pretty helpful. Yeah, volunteers, pretty useful unit to produce at this point. Yep. Unfortunately, they're gonna get sniped down. Yep, one more left, and both. All right, so now they're gonna target the Hussars now. Yeah. I don't know what then. I think Danish really threw themselves in a really bad place by getting Hussars. They also get a pet snakey too, a cobra. Nice. If only it dealt poison damage, it would be more accurate. Yeah.
Ja. Klaar.
Yep, there goes the snake. More flankers coming in, some being trained, some being shipped. Yeah, really all you need to do with most of the time is the Dutch is just spam flankers until they literally cry and resign. Oh, but they're gonna get bitten by the snake though. It's not going to look like they're getting bit by the thing, you know? You should have like an attack animation to this thing, you know? Make it look a little more like he's like running into him. Yeah. Oh, yep, get that Hussar out of there.
Ja, aanvallen! Commando, ten oorlog! Ja, ja! Commando, ja. Commando, ja. Commando. Aanvallen! Ja, oké. Ten oorlog! Klaar! Ja! Commando,
alright, so now
ten
start
oorlog!
shooting onto the stable. What do you do at this point if you're Danish? Like, you just lost your barracks and stable. Do you have anything at home to help defend? Well, they're going to put a barracks in, like, the back of the base. So I don't know what you do there. Like, what's even the resource? So, yeah, you got some resources left, but, GP, but, what do you go with now?
Ik kan me niet bewegen.
Yeah, I don't know at this point. The thing is, the Danish do get skirmishes, but obviously you would have to go to Catboys to capitalize on that. Get it? Yeah, pretty much. No, actually, Danish actually get really strong skirmishers too. Like, they get this like Arsenal Tech Enhancer card in Age 4, it actually gives them like 4x multipliers on their skirms, which is really good. Really, really, really helps them out a lot. You know, really beneficial. Yep, there goes the Ox card. The Ox card is a unique unit for the Danish that they get at the start of the game. Basically, it improves the gather rate of villagers near it. In addition, at any time you can decide to turn it into a building too, an economic building. It can be made into a plantation, a mill, a market, a livestock pen, or a anchorage. An anchorage is basically a Danish dock that looks really cool, as well as being able to slow down enemy ships, has a good ranged attack, and also boosts the gather rate of nearby fishing ships. So yeah, Danish get a bunch of weird little bonuses, you know, it's not like, oh, they're good at trickling coin or something, nah. The Danish, they work in really mysterious ways in terms of their bonuses, like the Golden Ages, the Ox card, the anchorage. It's a bunch of interesting concepts. But not enough concepts to keep poor Pollo Peruano alive, though. That's the unfortunate truth. The Pollo Peruano is just about on his way out at this point. Say your farewells, little Juanito Bonito. Maybe we'll see you again on the other side. Yeah, because it does look like you are going down in ashes and fire from these Dutch infantry. Yeah. Also these Marines, too. Yeah, here comes the Marines. Honestly, as Dutch, you could literally just go up, like, cap points right now. Oh, interesting. So, GMP got, Colonial Militia. Ah, interesting. See, what I would have probably done in this case is I would have gone with the Falconets. Yeah, the Falconets would have been perfect for it. Go for, like, the foot artillery from the Foundry and H2 using this. Adding in the land soldatars. Now, what the land soldatars are, even though we didn't get to see any all game, are they're basically just Danish musketeers, but they're really weak. They're like actually probably even weaker than Russian musketeers, but they only cost like 50 wood and 50 food and 15 coin, so like a really cheap price, making them really stackable. You know, you can really stack them up pretty easily. Yeah, I don't think there's really any way of escaping this one, man. No way I see that coming. Honestly, this has been a good week 3, I think, all the matches, you know, except for mine. You know, mine were pretty bad, but, well, yeah, everybody did pretty good, you know. That's some interesting matches, for the most part. Yeah. There were some good moments, there were some scary moments, there were all kinds of moments, you know? There was Pollo Peruano moments like these ones. Yeah. Yeah, good stuff overall. I definitely enjoyed them all. Hopefully you did. If there's any you missed out on because you were coming later, I definitely encourage you to come back and watch the rest of them. You know, it helps me out, it helps you out, you know? So if anybody likes AoE 3 tournaments, have them check this one out too, you know? We need to really get a bigger roster of like Wars of Liberty players out there, you know? Especially on ESO, where the ranked lobbies now exist. And get back all the old people in the party, that'd be great. Definitely. Alright, so looks like we got post-game to cover. I always do the post-game at the end for some reason. It's like a weird little thing I do. Well, at least I do sometimes, I don't know. But yeah. Overall, foofy. Hopefully you enjoyed this stream. this was a really exciting stream to do for you, Juanitos, Bonitos, and everybody else in between. Hopefully you enjoyed it. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, certainly do it now, because we're going to be doing more of these live streams in the future, as well as other content. And see you next time. Signing off now from the stream. See you in, whenever I do a cast a game or whatever else I do. Alright, GG. Nice matches overall, excellent to learn. Yeah, definitely try to learn these matches as much as possible. They'll definitely improve you, and maybe one day you'll be Liga A material like me. Or GP or Fufi or a lot of the other Juanitos Mayores, all the old Juanitos. GG, though. Hopefully you did good in Liga B as well. Yeah, I know you're in Liga B.